Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Taken by Quirk Traffickers? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The life of a hero doesn't always involve grandiose fights or exemplary saves. Hero work usually meant patrolling and ensuring one was available for anything big or small. Today was one of those days for 3 young heroes in training. Damn it! Why am I stuck doing stupid patrols with you damn extras? Bakugou exclaimed, alarming the nearby civilians as the 3 young heroes walked down a shopping district. Come on Kaken, patrolling is part of being a hero, and plus patrolling as a group increases our chances of resolving any conflicts, Midoriya calmly replied. Shut up you damn nerd. I don't need your half-butted explanation. I should be the one fighting villains with the number 1 hero. We've been walking for about an hour now and all we did was help an old hag search for her lost cat. She did give us a bag of homemade cookies for our troubles though, Todoroki said, holding up a plastic bag that contained a decorative box with an assortment of cookies. I am glad we were able to help her. She clearly looked distressed, and she is such a kind lady. Midoriya happily added, which only granted a frustrated glare from Bakugou. Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki continued their patrolling for another 2 hours. They resolved a shoplifting case and helped a child find their mother. Thankfully the mother was nearby so the child was reunited quickly. The shoplifting case did take the most amount of time only because the shoplifter's quirk allowed him to escape undetected. But with Midoriya's quick analytical skills, the shoplifter was apprehended and turned in to the police. Eventually, Todoroki noticed the darkening skies and pulled out his phone to check the time. It's starting to get late. We should report back to Endeavor. He did tell us to be back at the agency by 6 p.m. and it's currently 5:30 p.m. Oh, you're right. I completely lost track of time. We don't want to be late, but thankfully from here it should be about a 15-minute walk. Midoriya replied. About damn time. I don't think I can handle any more of Deku's mumbling. It's freaking me out. Bakugou exclaimed, clearly relieved that he could end another day of patrolling. Yeah, sorry about that, Midoriya replied shyly. Don't worry Midoriya, your mumbling actually included some very thorough analysis of the current situation. I don't think we could have pinpointed the location of the lady's cat or apprehended that shoplifter without your detailed analysis of cat behavior, quirk functionality, and potential hiding spots in this neighborhood. Todoroki acknowledged. Thanks, Todoroki. I guess all those years of analyzing quirks have truly paid off. Are you guys heroes? Somebody is robbing my store. Please help. Midoriya was suddenly cut off by a young man who looked to be in his 20s with brunette hair and red undertones. He was wearing casual formal wear with a nice button-up white shirt and dark dress pants. He quickly ran up in front of the young heroes, breathing heavily and in an obvious state of panic. The boys were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this frantic civilian. The sudden cry for help snapped all 3 into high alert. Instincts kicking in, they swiftly put their training into action. Yes, we are. Where's your store? Midoriya urgently replied to the hysterical man. It's 2 blocks from here. I managed to escape and went to search for help, but my co-workers that they're in danger. They have some dangerous quirks and I fear that they are being held as hostages. Shut up and take us to the villains. Those damn Bithos are about to die. Bakugou quickly replied as the 3 began their sprint. Todoroki let the young man take a ride along his ice as both Midoriya and Bakugou used their quirks to reach their destination as quickly as possible. The trio darted through narrow side alleys, deliberately avoiding crowded streets to keep their pace swift and unhindered by pedestrians. We'll need to contact Endeavor about this sudden ordeal and make sure he knows about our lateness, Midoriya thought. His full cowling was in full activation, ensuring he was keeping up with his 2 colleagues. I just hope we are not late. Right over there. The entrance to the store is just around this corner. The civilian yelled. Todoroki slowed his pace before deactivating his ice quirk. Promptly, he began running with Midoriya and Bakugou following closely behind him. Here it is. the young man exclaimed as he swerved around the corner and disappeared into one of the many stores. The three were baffled by how quickly he managed to get in front of them, but they didn't dwell on it. Their main priority was to apprehend the villain and get the hostages inside the store to safety. The trio cautiously crept into the room they saw him enter. Their eyes darted around, expecting to find hostages, but there was nobody. The room was empty. The place was devoid of life, only faded signs of a once lively place clung to the walls. Confusion quickly morphed into their features. It looked like the store had been abandoned for a few years. The room was dimly lit by a few flickering lights, and the rays of the setting sun beamed through the large windows, giving the room an orange hue. Empty clothing racks littered the room and dust filled the air, almost making it seem like the air was filled with sparkles dancing effortlessly in suspension. Strange. This store is completely abandoned, there's no one here, and it doesn't seem like this store has been operational for years. Midoriya warily explained as he carefully walked further into the empty store. Maybe the civilians are being held hostage in this building just somewhere else. Maybe this is the only entrance? But if that's the case, then where did the guy go? Todoroki added as he began searching for exits or potential hiding spots. That little bastard. Who does he think he is? Is he playing some trick on us? I don't see any damn villains or those civilians who got themselves into this trouble. Bakugou exclaimed with fury protruding from his eyes. Kaken, be quiet. We don't want the villains to know that we are here. If we are dealing with a potential hostage situation, we could make the situation worse, especially if they find out that we are here. Midoriya silently yelled back, hoping that the villains didn't hear them. Let's see if we can find some kind of back entrance or exit. This may have just been a different entrance. Maybe the actual location of the robbery is somewhere else. Sounds good. Come on, Bakugou, let's see if there is some kind of entryway. Todoroki said. Fine, Bakugou replied. But I wasn't expecting him to run off so quickly, it's almost inhuman. Midoriya mumbled silently to himself as he began searching for an exit. Meanwhile, just above the room where Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki stood, an unseen group of mysterious figures watched intently. Hidden away, they tracked every movement through the surveillance system, closely observing the trio's every step. A mysterious man pulled out a walkie-talkie and pressed the call button. The targets have been secured, we can commence the retrieval process. They called out. Great. Commencing the retrieval process, the voice in the walkie-talkie replied. What the heck? All these doors are locked. What gives? Bakugou yelled, obviously irritated. Both Bakugou and Todoroki tried opening all the doors plastered in the department store but were shocked to find that they were all locked. This is so odd, where did that guy go? I mean, this guy could have run somewhere within the store, thinking we were following him. But it wouldn't have made sense to do that and lock the door if he knew we were right behind him. Unless he never came here and we mistook this store for another store? He bolted rather quickly, so that mistake was possible. Or is there some kind of external force at play? Maybe the villains found out we were coming and quickly locked us in? A quirk maybe. He gazed at Todoroki and Bakugou. Well, whatever it is, I think we should leave this store and see if we can find a different entrance, and fast. Midoriya informed with urgency in his voice. Okay, then new plan, find the civilian and find another entrance. Todoroki agreed. Midoriya nodded. Let's stop these villains and He stopped, suddenly startled by a sudden rumbling noise. What the heck? Bakugou yelled out. All of a sudden, a multitude of steel walls descended and began covering the front windows, the entrance door, and the back exit door. As the barriers slowly closed in around them, the three realized they were being cornered. Without hesitation, they sprinted toward the entrance, but it was too late. The young heroes were sealed inside the store, trapped with no escape in sight. The hell? What is going on? Bakugou called out. Oh no, this is not good. Quick, we need to kick down these barriers and warn Endeavor about this. Midoriya quickly added as he started to power up one for all. Right. Todoroki replied as he began to fire up his ice quirk. These damn walls are about to die. Bakugou yelled as small explosions started emanating from his palms. Okay. In 3, 2, wait what? Midoriya began but was immediately interrupted by a hissing noise coming from the vents. Curious, the teenager turned to look at the locality of the strange sound. Soon, a subtle, sweet scent began to waft through the air, growing stronger with each passing second. Midoriya's eyes widened in alarm as the realization hit him. He knew exactly what that sweet smell was. No, quick! Cover your mouth and nose. This is not good. This is nitrous oxide. We are being attacked. Midoriya added in a panic as he swiftly put on his respirator and made sure it was tightly snug along his face. But he knew Bakugou and Todoroki did not have such a device. He knew that despite his warning the gas would eventually take hold of them. Bakugou immediately covered his mouth with his hand. Sheet! My quirk isn't working. His muffled screams came through as he desperately tried to fend off the gas enveloping the room. I think the gas is also affecting our quirks because I can't use mine either, Todoroki, who had done the same, exclaimed as he used his free hand to test out his quirk only for nothing to come out. My respirator is removable. Take shallow breaths and we can each take turns using the respirator. We won't be able to completely fend off the gas, but all that matters is that we remain conscious. Midoriya explained, elevating his tone to make himself heard through his respirator. Before Midoriya could reach for his respirator, the hissing noise intensified. He glanced at Bakugou and Todoroki, noticing their unsteady movements as they swayed slightly, struggling to keep themselves upright. No, Midoriya, keep it on. You need to find a way out, get help. Suddenly Todoroki's legs buckled, and his limped body fit the hard-tiled floor. You better not lose. I still need to fight you, in a true match. Win this fight, you damn nerd, Bakugou faintly explained as he himself lost the fight against the potent drag. Todoroki! Kaken! Oh no! Oh no! Midoriya panicked. Calm down, think Deku. How are you going to escape this and get both Todoroki and Kaken out of this place? I can't feel one for all, so I can't use my quirk to get us out of here. Maybe there is some way to escape other than the front and back doors. I just need to search. Just as Midoriya was about to carry out his plan, a figure materialized only a few feet away from him. A shadow loomed over them, obscuring his view and making it difficult to identify who it was. What an unexpected predicament this is. I wasn't expecting you to have a device that would fend off the gas. You're more prepared than I thought. The figure explained. From what the young hero could see, the individual was wearing some form of gas mask, providing a rather eerie sight. Midoriya knew this was the individual responsible for the attack and steeled himself for a confrontation. However, before he could even react, the villain suddenly materialized in front of him and swiftly yanked the respirator from his face, leaving him completely vulnerable to the gas. Wait, is that his quirk? A form of sonic speed. Midoriya thought, stunned. I'll take this, the villain said with a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with malice as he brandished Midoriya's respirator in front of him. You won't be needing this where we're going. He made a mocking gesture, emphasizing the respirator as if it were a trophy. Now just relax and take some deep breaths. Midoriya was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, forcing him to gasp for breath. Instinctively, he covered his mouth and nose, hoping to stave off the inevitable. But it was too late. He quickly began to feel lightheaded and unsteady, as if his body was slowly detaching from reality, leaving him in a disorienting haze. He stumbled to a nearby desk and used the structure to keep himself upright, but his legs were beginning to falter on him. I'm quite surprised by how easy it was to lure you three. We've had our eyes on you since we found out you all were going to be doing your work studies with Endeavor. Your quirks will be quite favorable with our vendors, especially yours. Now, it'll be easier on yourself if you just stop resisting and take a nice long nap. The villain spoke, his voice distorted and muffled by the gas mask covering his face, rendering his words nearly indecipherable. Wait. He's the civilian who warned us about the robbery. This was a trap. Midoriya thought as his fight against the drag was ceasing. You won't win. We will defeat you. We will not lose to you. Midoriya snarled as he mustered all his strength to secretly pull out his phone from his back pocket. With one last push of his strength, he pressed the company-provided SOS button. Midoriya hoped that even with their forced absence, this signal would leave some clues of their whereabouts. Unable to keep fighting, Midoriya's legs buckled and fell to the hard-tiled floor below him. His limbs felt heavy and unresponsive as if they were weighted down by solid lead, while his head was clouded with a thick cotton-like haze that dulled his senses and made it difficult to think clearly. The villain appeared above him. Midoriya tried focusing on the criminal, but the rapid blurring of his surroundings made it difficult to keep his gaze on the figure towering above him. Nighty-night, Izuku Midoriya. His eyes closed, letting the drags take full control. Please, keep Todoroki and Kaken safe. Midoriya thought as his world went blank. Flux, is the mission complete? A woman was heard through the man's walkie-talkie. Yes, the targets have been subdued. We can begin the recovery process, Flux replied to the walkie-talkie, his voice muffled by the mask. Oh, and make sure you ventilate this room. We need to remove the gas before the team gets here. Understood. The woman on the other line replied. The future big three of UA. It must be my lucky day. Flux began as he started pacing around the store, slowly eyeing each of the unconscious students. You three are about to be our biggest investments yet. I'm glad my little facade worked. It's outstanding how easy it is to use your hero impulses to our advantage. His eyes landed on the various devices strapped onto the teenager's body. I better get all of these unnecessary support items off of you and any communication devices you may have. Flux partially activated his quirk to quickly remove the items. He kneeled beside Bakugou and removed both of his gauntlets, his grenades, and his phone. Then he made his way to Todoroki and removed his utility belt and his phone, which was stored in his front pocket. Lastly, he moved towards Midoriya. He made sure to remove his gauntlets and leg braces. He also removed his utility belt. However, he was shocked to see that his phone was missing. Strange, did it fall out during the pursuit? Boss. A gruff voice was heard from the walkie-talkie, distracting him from his previous thoughts. The vans are outside. Is it safe for us to enter the room? Has the gas cleared from the room? Flux asked. Yes. The concentration of the gas has decreased to minimal levels. It is safe for us to proceed. Hex's voice was heard through the walkie-talkie. Great. Then come in and get them into the van. Make sure you have ropes to tie them up and don't forget to inject them with the quirk-suppressing drags. Flux informed as he removed his gas mask, and quickly. The heroes will be here any minute. Soon, 3 brawny men dressed in black and wearing face masks rushed into the room. With practiced precision, they bounded Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki at the wrists and ankles. None of them resisted. They simply lay unmoving as they were firmly restrained. Additionally, each man pulled out a syringe filled with a milky white substance and proceeded to inject the substance into each of the students' necks. How's it going? A voice announced. Flux, who was supervising the retrieval operation, turned to glance at the owner of the sound. HEX does so far it's going good. The drag in those syringes should suppress their quirks. Also, I made sure to include a mild sedative to dull their senses, to prevent any means of escape. I see, Hex replied. I'm surprised you're not the one restraining them. I mean your quirk would have gotten the job done in a split second. I'm aware. But you know that running at fast speeds, especially in a tight place like this, tires me out. I rather conserve my energy in case there is a situation where I need to use my quirk. Flux monotonously replied. That makes sense. Well, I'm impressed, Flex. You sure planned this out. There was a lot at stake. These kids aren't necessarily low profile. But you managed to do it. Hex explained, smiling softly. Flux nodded in response to Hex's comment. Thanks, Hex. I appreciate it. Yes, this operation was risky, but the risk was essential. We want the best for our clients, don't we? That means top-tier fighters and powerful quirks, and I know they will sell for high prices. Swiftly, the trio were each carried out through the back of the store where a van disguised as a commercial dry-cleaning van awaited them. The 3 young heroes were shoved into the back of the vehicle with Flux and Hex following the men closely. Meet us at the marked location, make sure you're not spotted, Flux explained to the three guys as they closed the double-set doors, locking the boys inside. Yes, sir. One of them replied. The three henchmen later made their way to a black car that was parked beside the van. Soon after, they pulled out and drove away. Let's go. Flux jumped onto the driver's seat of the van with Hex taking the passenger seat. Once seatbelts were secured, they made their getaway with their cargo in tow. At the Endeavor agency. It's 6:30, I clearly told those three to be back by 6, Endeavor commented. Even if they ran into trouble and knew that they were going to be late, either Shoto or Deku would have warned me about it. He pondered as he looked through his texts, hoping a message from one of his work-study students would appear within the slew of texts. This is unlike them to what could be causing the, suddenly an SOS message popped on his phone screen. Endeavor stared at it and immediately, his heart sank. An SOS message from Deku. Endeavor urgently exclaimed as he stood up, crap. He rushed out of his office, ready to warn his sidekicks. Endeavor slammed the set of doors of his office that led into the bustling space of his agency's headquarters. The sound ricocheted off the walls. His sidekicks stopped what they were doing and stared at the hero in alarmed curiosity. Burning, Anima. With me. But I just received an SOS message from Deku. Something's wrong. Endeavor yelled as he stormed out. Burnin and Anima exchanged a quick glance before springing into action, swiftly following him out of the building and onto the streets. The location of the distress message should be about 15 minutes from here, but if we use our quirks, we should get there in about 5 minutes. With our speed, we can hopefully get there on time and get those three out of whatever situation they got themselves in. Endeavor explained as he and his sidekicks sprinted into action and made their way toward the location of the SOS. Right over there, boss. Near that ally. Burnin pointed as they neared the site of the signal, clutching her phone and glancing at the blinking green light. Endeavor, Burnin, and Anima paused near a shuttered store, momentarily uncertain if they had reached the correct location. This is where the SOS signal is leading us. They should be inside, Endeavor concluded as he double-checked the GPS on his phone. Stay back. Endeavor shouted. He extended his arms, palms facing forward, and began melting the metal barrier to allow them entry. Once inside, they were shocked by what they were seeing. The store was a complete mess, and evidence of a struggle was clearly evident. But what horrified Endeavor was the various support items, utility belts, and phones spread across the floor that obviously belonged to his three work-study students. He carefully walked and scanned the room, looking through every crevice, yet the boys were nowhere to be found. He knew he was witnessing the aftermath of a kidnapping. The three young heroes had been kidnapped under his watch. Crap! Endeavor yelped in frustration. Look for Deku's phone. But do not touch anything. This place is a crime scene now and we cannot disturb any potential evidence that could help lead us to their whereabouts. The three began searching the room for Midoriya's phone, hoping it might give them some clues about what happened. Endeavor! I found Deku's phone. Burning urgently exclaimed as she ran towards Endeavor holding Midoriya's cracked phone. Endeavor swiftly grabbed the phone, turned on the home screen, and opened the SOS message. His eyes widened, baffled by what he was seeing. The message was supposedly made and sent at 6:03 p.m., but it wasn't actually sent until 6:33 p.m. as a result of poor signal. To Endeavor, this meant that it had been about 30 minutes since the three were taken, which meant they were long gone, severely limiting their ability to properly track them down. Damn it! There is no way to track them now. We need to warn UA about this and dispatch a search team. We need to find out what these kidnappers want, apprehend them, and save Shoto, Deku, and Bakugou before anything happens to them. Endeavor explained as both he and his sidekicks left the scene, shaken and angered. The trip back to the agency was quiet. Each worried for the students' safety. Awareness came slowly to Shoto Todoroki. Everything in his body felt so heavy and his eyelids felt like lead. He wanted to go back to sleep and let the gentle pull of unconsciousness overtake him, but behind his foggy mind he knew something was off, very off. He slowly opened his eyes and let them refocus, blinking blearily. Instantly, he jolted. The shock of what he saw immediately pulled him back to awareness. He quickly sat up on the fairly uncomfortable cot he was lying on, grunting at how the sudden motion sent a wave of dizziness. Frantically, he scanned the unfamiliar room and with panic in his eyes, his gaze landed on his two unconscious classmates. Midoriya, Bakugou, Todoroki tiredly yet urgently uttered as he eyed them, confused and disoriented. He then proceeded to scan his surroundings. "Where are we?" he asked, moving to bring a hand over to his forehead. He felt off, unusually lethargic and sluggish. He knew this wasn't normal, something sinister was at play. As he looked around, Todoroki noticed that they were in a large, brightly lit, and windowless concrete room that had been divided into 4 quarters. Each quarter was separated by bulletproof plexiglass walls, similar to the ones they have at Tartarus, allowing the 3 to see each other. The transparent walls had holes drilled into them, providing adequate ventilation and easy communication. The rooms were furnished with a cot, a blanket and a pillow included, a chair, and a desk. Additionally, each space had a door built onto the outer walls that led outside but was securely locked. Oddly enough, the 4th room was barren without the amenities seen in their rooms. Todoroki rose unsteadily, battling the waves of nausea that cascaded over him, and moved toward the plexiglass. He had to wake Midoriya and Bakugou up. If they were going to attempt an escape, he needed them awake. "Midoriya! Bakugou! Wake up! Come on, guys!" Todoroki shouted. Midoriya didn't even flinch from his laid position, which worried Todoroki. He lay on his cot, curled up to his side, his back facing him, but thankfully, from what Todoroki could see, his chest moved up and down in melodic movements. Todoroki took a sigh of relief. He was breathing. "What the hell, I feel like I've been hit by a damn train." Todoroki heard Bakugou groan from his cot and watched as he slowly pushed himself upright. Their eyes met, Bakugou's gaze sharp with recognition. "The heck? Where the hell are we? What are these walls? And these rooms?" Bakugou exclaimed as he quickly stood up, but immediately regretted it as his legs buckled, causing his body to plop to the ground. "Bakugou, are you all right?" Todoroki attempted to move but stopped as his world began to swirl. "Crap. Why do I feel so damn weak? Do you know what is going on, icy hot?" Bakugou asked as he used the nearby desk to slowly prop himself up. "No idea. But from the looks of it, we may be underground. And those walls, that they are definitely some kind of plexiglass and durable from what I can see. Midoriya would probably have a better grasp of what's happening, but he hasn't moved an inch since I woke up," Todoroki informed, pointing toward Midoriya's unconscious form. Bakugou used the desk as support and gazed over at Midoriya. "Oi, Deku. Right now would be a good time to wake up." They waited, but the teenager did not stir. Damn it, what the hell did they do to him? I don't know that the last thing I remember was us getting attacked by some type of gas and Midoriya trying to share his respirator with us. But soon after, my world went black. Could he have resisted and maybe been knocked out? Or did he breathe in more of that gas than we did? Explaining why he hasn't woken up. Todoroki pondered. "From what I can see, I don't see a head wound on the nerd, so I doubt he was knocked out. He might have been taken out by surprise if there wasn't force. With that damn respirator, he could have escaped, but here he is." Bakugou sighed. "Well, whatever happened, whatever we were given, I'm guessing it affected all of us but differently. All we can do is wait until he decides to come back to the land of the living. Maybe we'll get some answers then." Todoroki agreed. "Sounds good, let's hope he comes back to us soon. Hopefully, before our kidnappers appear." A few minutes later. "My head hurts. Wop. Right up, Mido. Do I hear something? Is someone talking?" Midoriya's thoughts started to slowly come back to him as he began to regain consciousness. "I think he's waking up. That damn nerd finally decided to come back to us. Is that Todoroki and Kaken? What are they doing here? They sounded sewed-up muffled. Come on, Midoriya, this isn't the time to take another nap. You better get up or I'll force you up." "That is definitely them." Midoriya attempted to open his heavy eyes, but the pull of unconsciousness was forcefully dragging him down. "No, Izuku. Get up. I know it's hard, but your friends, that they sound desperate." Midoriya's eyelids lifted gradually, his gaze unfocused at first. There you are to hey Midoriya, welcome back, Todoroki said. Midoriya turned and blinked, wiping away the haze. Mildly disoriented, he made his way into a sitting position, but then a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped him. He stopped as his vision blurred. He clenched his eyes shut, pressing a hand to his forehead as he tried to steady himself. Oh, you should probably take it easy. We felt the same way when we woke up. It could be whatever drags we were given, in addition to that gas they gassed us with. It's sure making it really hard to think straight. Todoroki explained. Midoriya looked at both Todoroki and Bakugou, confused. Todoroki was seated on a wooden chair, one he pulled up to be close to the strange glass barrier separating him from Midoriya, while Bakugou sat on his cot, arms crossed. What's going on? Where are we? Midoriya asked sluggishly. No idea. All we remember was arriving at that empty store, the room getting gassed, and then passing out. Todoroki began as he stood up, but I do know for sure that we ran into a trap and were captured. You did have your respirator, so we assumed you got away, but I guess that isn't the case. Since we suspect you stayed awake longer than we did, we wanted to see if you had a better idea of our current situation. Both Todoroki and Bakugou looked at Midoriya as he lowered his head to think about the events that transpired over the last couple of hours. Or days. He had no idea how long he'd been passed out. However, no matter how hard he tried to scramble his thoughts together, nothing seemed to materialize into a clear picture. Ugh! Midoriya grunted in frustration. My head feels like it's been filled with cotton. It's so hard to think. You and me both, nerd, Bakugou added with a frustrated frown. But I do remember our captor revealing himself to me before he removed my respirator. It was so quick, I had no time to react. I was left defenseless, completely exposed to the gas, and well, I passed out shortly after. Midoriya explained. He then shut his eyes, trying to remember any additional details. Damn it. I'm trying, but I can't seem to remember who that person was. But I know he was fast, very fast. I think it might be a part of his quirk. Great, a villain with super speed. So we are dealing with a Flash wannabe. Just incredible, Bakugou sarcastically implied as he stood up and began pacing the parameters of his room. Wait, I just remembered. He said something about our quirks being favorable to our vendors. As the words left Midoriya's mouth, both Todoroki and Bakugou's eyes widened in fear. No crap. Did we get ourselves involved in a quirk trafficking ring? If that's the case, then we have to find a way out of here and fast. If we are sold, then the heroes will have no way of finding us. Todoroki commented, fear evident in his voice, and who knows what they will do to us before they make that happen. Probably drag us into compliance. Bakugou whispered before he let out a sigh. Well, the good thing is that they haven't used physical force, so I'm guessing they want us unharmed. But I agree with Todoroki, we need to get out of here, but most importantly we need to be careful. He added, his tone serious, which slightly alarmed the two students who were used to his abrupt responses. They do seem to have a large number of drags at their disposal. Yeah, we'll need to be careful of not just our surroundings but what we are eating as well. Especially with that super speed guy, he could slip something without us knowing. Todoroki added. Midoriya fixed his gaze on Todoroki and Bakugou, listening intently to every word they spoke as he slowly sat up. Fear was evident in his eyes, but he kept his composure, determined to stay strong. He knew they needed to work together to escape and put an end to this organization. Even if they managed to get away, he couldn't allow this quirk trafficking ring to remain operational. As Midoriya's head started to clear, he remembered two other important details. Guys, I just remembered a few more events that happened before I passed out. Todoroki and Bakugou listened. When he took my respirator, he said that our quirks will be highly valuable, but that he said mine will be especially valuable. Bakugou's eyes went wide with shock. Does this guy know about One for All? No, that's impossible. I wouldn't be surprised, Midoriya. You do have a strong quirk, and you are a strong fighter as well. But we will not let anything happen to you or to any of us. Todoroki replied confidently, with a determined scowl across his face. And I will make sure nothing happens to you too as well. Also, I did send an SOS message before I was knocked out. Hopefully, it gives the heroes a place to start. That's great to know, thanks for doing that, Midoriya. Well, let's work on getting ahead of the heroes and break out of here. Todoroki said. Those BSers are messing with the wrong purse. Wait, what? My quirk isn't working. Mine either, neither ice nor fire. I can't summon full cowling. The three teenagers anxiously exclaimed as they each failed to call out their quirks. Odd, it's like I've been hit by Mr. Aizawa's erasure, but different. It feels like my quirk has been locked away, and I can't unlock it from its prison. Midoriya mumbled. Of course. Bakugou mumbled. It's probably that damn drag they gave us. I wouldn't be surprised if they added some kind of quirk suppressor into that cocktail. He commented, almost in defeat. Okay then, so we can't use our quirks, but that doesn't mean we've lost. Let's see what else we can do. I'm sure we can. Todoroki's words were abruptly cut off by the sound of a door unlocking from within the empty room. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou's gaze snapped to the desolate space. Instantly, Midoriya stood up despite his body pleading him to stay seated. They each took a defensive stance, preparing themselves for anything that could come through those doors. Oh great! You three are awake, a voice announced as the door creaked open. You guys were sure in dreamland for quite some time. I was worried we overdosed you three. The mysterious man stated as he entered the empty room, followed by a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s with long, dark hair with light purple highlights and piercing purple eyes. She wore a sleek black pencil dress with matching heels, her presence exuding a quiet menace. Wait, I remember you. You're that civilian who led us to that store. You took my respirator. You're the one behind all of this. Midoriya yelled. Great observational skills, Midoriya, the man applauded. Yes, I'm the one. Well, we are the ones behind your kidnapping. But as you can see, all of this is for the prosperity of our business. I mean, one needs to find a way to survive in this cruel world of ours. And you think kidnapping innocent civilians and selling them for their quirk is the right way to survive in this world? Todoroki snapped, fury burning in his voice as he glared at the villain. The man only smirked, an infuriatingly smug expression spreading across his face as he crossed his arms, clearly unfazed by Todoroki's anger. Ha! You have no say in what I can and can't do, Shoto Todoroki. You're Endeavor's son, aren't you? Yes. Your prestigious lineage will definitely make you quite the valuable product for our buyers. The teenagers jumped at the mention of product. Bakugou stepped forward, his anger fuming. Shut your damn face, you a-hole. We aren't products and we are definitely nobody's property. Villains like you should be locked up and left out for dead. Bakugou yelled as he stepped closer to the glass barrier, locking eyes with the villain. Katsuki Bakugou, am I correct? An explosion quirk that is produced through nitroglycerin-like sweat. It's more on the destructive side, but you are a strong and intelligent fighter. I'm sure someone will pay a hefty price for you. He explained. The three students' glares burned with rising fury, each word from the villain's mouth only fueling their anger. Enough of that. Time for introductions. The villain cheerily shouted as he clasped his hand. I go by the name of Flux, and this here is my accomplice, Hex. Flux pointed towards the woman standing beside him. My quirk, as you may have noticed, is sonic speed. It's exactly as the name implies. I can move at almost the speed of sound. It kind of gives the illusion that I've teleported. As for Hex's quirk, well, you'll find that out in due time. Flux began pacing the room, carefully observing each of the trapped students. That's who we are. As to why we brought you here, well, we've had our eyes on you three since you started your work studies with Endeavor, but except for Midoriya, we've been watching you since the sports festival. Flux smirked, his attention moving toward the now frightened teenager. I am aware you're all at the top of your class, the next big three of you. We've been analyzing your quirks and crazy enough, we've had many requests from potential buyers as a result of your abilities. But Midoriya's price is especially high. I understand why. Your quirk is quite unique. It's almost as if you have multiple quirks. Midoriya's heart dropped, laced with fear. Based on his comment, it doesn't seem like this guy knows about one for all, but if someone's betting high amounts of money for him, then someone else probably knows. Meaning that it wouldn't be long until they find out. But we can't just give you away. We need to rally up our other interested buyers even if you three already have potential buyers set up. To do this, there will be 3 steps. First, we'll have the quirk demonstration event. Hex here will be in charge of your preparation and training. The event will provide a demonstration of your quirks to our buyers, and it will help display your worth. Second, we'll hold the bidding event where our interested buyers will meet in a secluded area and fight for the highest bid. Finally, we'll have the handoff. In this final stage, we'll deliver you to our highest bidder once the payment has been settled. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou listened in horror, unable to believe what they had just heard. Yet, despite their shock, curiosity drove them to keep listening to their captor. Now that we have that out of the way, for some ground rules. I'm not one to use force, but I am not opposed to using it if one of you goes out of line. Of course, precautions need to be taken, and for that reason, we've injected each of you with a quirk suppressor and a mild sedative. You'll still be able to walk, talk, and all that, but the initial effects are usually the strongest. But afterward, you'll just feel fairly sluggish and fatigued. After all, we can't have you escaping, so any way to impede your abilities to use your quirk or strategize is needed. That's pretty much it. And you'll be allowed to use the restroom 4 times a day and shower once a day. We'll also be providing you with meals 3 times a day. You'll be escorted to each destination separately. Any questions? Flux concluded as if he just finished a stellar presentation. Bakugou's fury was expelling at extraordinary levels after what he just heard. Once I get out of this cell, I am going to blow your damn face off, you jerkwad. Sure, good luck with that. I guess we are done here. Anything you would like to say, Hex? Hex's face was emotionless yet intimidating, her presence radiating danger. Midoriya felt a chill run through him. He knew this woman was trouble and had a sinking feeling about what her quirk could be. Nope. Just excited to work with my new subjects. Hex responded. Did she just say, subjects? Todoroki thought, startled. Who is this woman? Alright, well, rest up. You 3 will begin your training for your quirk demonstration tomorrow. Oh, and before we go, fellas. The doors to Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou's rooms opened, and 3 well-built men entered their rooms, each clad in black clothing and holding a syringe that contained a milky white substance. No, they want to drag us again. Midoriya internally shouted. Midoriya tried to back away from the approaching man towering over him by at least a foot. Get away from me! But his shouts did nothing. Midoriya was quickly cornered. The large man delivered a sharp kick to his knees, forcing him to buckle and crash to the floor with a heavy thud. His friend's muffled screams echoed through the glass, powerless. The man pinned Midoriya's arms behind him, pressing his knee into his back with unyielding weight. Now restrained, the man gripped Midoriya's chin, lifting it to expose his neck. Midoriya tried to squirm, flail, and kick anything to move away from the approaching needle, but it was no use. He was too weak and disoriented, unable to push out of the man's hold. The needle met his neck and pierced his flesh. The contents fled the barrel and disappeared into his body. The symptoms were instantaneous. His struggle stopped, and his body slumped, his limbs melting onto the cold tiled floor below. Midoriya, what the hell did you do to him? Aren't these supposed to be mild sedatives? Todoroki screamed, also trying to escape from the man's approaching hands. I'm guessing the effects from the last dose haven't worn off completely. Don't worry, he'll be fine. He'll just sleep soundly for the rest of the night. Flux replied. Both Todoroki and Bakugou were eventually cornered. Bakugou made sure to spit a variety of insults and foul words before the man grabbed him and plunged the needle into his neck. The drags overwhelmed his senses. In an instant, his entire body went slack. Todoroki watched, horrified. This was not good. The more they were incapacitated, the less likely they could think of an escape plan. He tried to resist, but despite his fight, eventually, the needle plunged into his neck. However, unconsciousness did not reach him, though his legs began to feel as heavy as lead. Todoroki collapsed to the ground, barely managing to support himself with his trembling arms. You have no idea who you are messing with, Todoroki uttered, enraged. Flux grinned amusingly. He pulled out a black remote and pressed a button. I'll be nice. We'll leave the openings of these barriers unlocked. Since you are a little more aware, you can go ahead and assist your dear friends like the good hero that you are. Wait, these glass barriers had doors all along, Todoroki mentally voiced. See you later, Todoroki. And with that, Flux, Hex, and the three henchmen left the rooms. Todoroki cursed. He shakingly looked at his two unconscious classmates, both lying limply on the cold tiled floor. He couldn't leave them like that. He just couldn't. Using the nearby wall as support, he slowly made his way to standing, and with trembling legs, he pushed the barrier's opening that was separating him and Midoriya. They could have at least had some audacity to put them back in their cots, instead of letting them, like that, Todoroki muttered, his words beginning to slur. With as much strength as he could muster, he grabbed a hold of Midoriya's body and carried him to his cot. A wave of dizziness suddenly enveloped him as he laid Midoriya on the uncomfortable bed. He knew his body was failing him, seconds away from falling into the depths of unconsciousness. But he couldn't stop. Just like Midoriya, he had to get Bakugou to his cot. Using the wall and nearby furniture as support, he carefully made his way to Bakugou's room. He crouched down and grabbed Bakugou's shoulder and dragged him along the ground. Obviously, Bakugou was heavier, and he was deadweight in Todoroki's hands. His weakened body could barely hold him, and his body longed for sleep, but he had to help him. They were his friends. They would have done the same. If he were in this situation, they would have dropped everything and helped him. Once he reached the end of the cot, he pulled Bakugou up and laid his still body on the uncomfortable bedding. Todoroki huffed, his breathing heavy and rapid. Sluggishly, he began to make his way back to his room, but as his body reached Midoriya's room, his legs gave in. He collapsed onto the ground, his energy completely depleted, feeling immensely tired. I guess I've reached my limit. Damn it, Todoroki silently cursed. Todoroki lay on the cold flooring of Midoriya's cell and let the pull of sleep take him, unaware of the events that awaited them the next day. At High, students and faculty were enjoying the last few hours of their Sunday evening, a well-deserved break before the start of another school week. For Aizawa, relaxation was a foreign concept. Being responsible for 20 high school students 24/7 and responding to night patrols, Aizawa was constantly on high alert. This Sunday evening was relatively quiet though. He was given a free day from patrolling and decided to spend the evening grading essays in his dormitory at the faculty dorm facility. His eyes were glued to his laptop screen, carefully analyzing each essay for any grammatical errors or sentence structure mistakes. He eventually glanced at the time on his phone and noticed how quickly time had passed. 8 already, I should get some dinner. He closed his laptop and stretched his arms and shoulder, a welcomed relief after being hunched down for hours on end. I'm not done yet. I guess I'll finish grading these papers while I eat, Aizawa mumbled as he stood up and left his room. He made his way downstairs to the commons area. Once he arrived, he noticed both Kayama and Yamada already preparing dinner. Look who it is. You finally decided to make your face known to the world. Yamada exclaimed cheerfully. Hey, Shoyuda. We've decided to cook dinner tonight. Hizashi's great and all, but with my cooking skills, tonight's meal is going to be absolutely pleasurable. Kayama added, pausing her vegetable cutting to look at the newcomer. Thanks for the dinner, you two. Here, let me help you both finish up. Aizawa insisted as he put his laptop down on the dining table. Don't fret, my good friend. We are almost done. We'll have dinner done in a jiffy. Aizawa stopped and blinked at his friend. He didn't enjoy doing anything and let everyone else contribute to a particular cause, in this case, preparing and cooking dinner. But he wasn't going to argue with his childhood friend, so instead, he sat down and worked on finishing his grading. But before he could even open his laptop, a knock was heard from the entrance of their commons area. I'll get it, Aizawa said, standing up and heading to the door. Both Kayama and Yamada paused what they were doing, glancing over to catch a peek at their unexpected visitor. Aizawa opened the door. He was shocked to see both Uraraka and Ida standing outside, both breathing heavily as if they just run a marathon. Aizawa studied them suspiciously. It didn't seem like they were here for something simple as homework help. Their concerned expression hinted that they were here for something else, something troubling. Uraraka? Ida? What's going on? Aizawa asked, making sure his response was calm yet stern. Mr. Aizawa, have you seen or heard from Deku, Todoroki, or Bakugou by any chance? They were supposed to be back by 6:30, but they haven't arrived. We were waiting for them to eat dinner, but they never showed up, so we got worried. Uraraka explained as she worked on catching her breath. They also haven't responded to our texts or picked up our calls. It's unlike them to not respond, especially Midoriya and Todoroki. They usually respond in a few minutes. Ida added once Uraraka finished her thoughts. Strange. They went to Endeavor's agency today, correct? To do their work study? Aizawa asked. Yes. Deku told me that they were going to be doing a day of patrolling and should be back around 6. He even promised to text me if he knew they would be arriving late. So, I'm quite worried. I'm scared something might have happened to them. Uraraka spoke with a trembling voice, her words breaking at the end as she tried to hold back tears. Before Aizawa could reply, his phone buzzed. He promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket and witnessed that he was receiving a call from All Might. Excuse me, I need to take this, but come inside, it's quite cold today, Aizawa said as he let the two teenagers inside the building. Uraraka and Ida entered and found a nearby sofa where they made themselves comfortable. Hello? All Might. Aizawa. We need you to come to Principal Nizu's office. This is urgent. Yagi exclaimed desperately. Wait, but what's going on? Aizawa responded, unaware that Uraraka, Ida, Kayama, and Yamada were listening to his conversation. It's about Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou. Something is very wrong. And with those words, Aizawa's anxiety skyrocketed. All right, I'll be there immediately. Aizawa hung up, then turned to his two students, who were watching him with eager anticipation, awaiting a response. That call, it's about Deku, Todoroki, and Bakugou, right? What's going on? Uraraka asked anxiously. I'm not entirely sure, but you two need to get back to your dorms. Once I know what is happening, I'll make sure to let your class know. Aizawa quickly stated. But, Mr. Aizawa. Uraraka. For your and your classmates' safety, I implore you to go back to your dorm and stay there. Do not break curfew. I will talk to your class once I get more details. Sounds good, Mr. Aizawa. As class president, I'll make sure we abide by the curfew. We'll await your response, Ida affirmed as both he and Uraraka headed to the entrance. They waved goodbye, opened the door, and left. They marched back to their dorms, both clearly concerned for their classmates' safety. Namuri, Hizashi, I'm needed at Principal Nizu's office. You two should join me. I think you all should be there for this meeting. Aizawa explained as he grabbed a sweater from the coat hanger and began to put on his shoes. Of course, Shoyuta. We'll be right behind you. I'm hoping those three are okay. Kayama commented as she and Yamada turned off the stove, put on their shoes, and threw on a sweater. With no time to waste, the three left the warmth of their dorms and dashed to the main campus. At Principal Nizu's office. Hello, Mr. Aizawa. I see that you brought Midnight and Mike with you. I'm glad you did. I believe they should be aware of the events we are being faced with. Principal Nizu voiced from his overly large desk, a serious demeanor evident in his facial expression. Upon entering the office, Aizawa, Kayama, and Yamada noticed they were not alone. Yagi, Tsukachi, and Endeavor were also present. Thank you all for joining us on such short notice, Nizu began. Earlier today, we received a report of an incident involving 3 of Endeavor's work-study students during a patrol at a shopping district near the agency. Tsukachi, who's heading the investigation, will share the details based on the current evidence gathered. Thank you, Principal Nizu. As explained, this evening we received a call from the Endeavor agency that a suspected kidnapping occurred near the shopping district where the 3 students were stationed. The students kidnapped were identified as Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, and Katsuki Bakugou. Based on the report, it is suspected that the kidnapping took place around 6 p.m. at an abandoned clothing store. The time is based on the SOS message that was sent from Midoriya's phone. Sadly, the message wasn't delivered until 6:30 p.m. due to poor connectivity, so the villains weren't able to be apprehended. Everybody in the room was silent, each listened intently, making sure they were understanding every word that was said. We've initiated an investigation. My team is currently stationed at the scene of the crime to see if we can find any clues to determine the students and the villains' whereabouts. Thankfully, we have uncovered some clues that helped us understand what happened during the kidnapping. One of our forensic scientists discovered that the air in the store had traces of nitrous oxide, which led us to believe that the three were incapacitated. Also, we discovered a few syringes that contained remnants of a white milky substance. We have sent the substance to our laboratory and should get an analysis of its contents by the next morning. As for clues about the villain's identity, unfortunately, we couldn't find any means of identifying them. They were smart. They knew how to properly execute this plan without leaving a trace. But we will continue looking. Lastly, when we arrived at the scene, we saw their support items scattered around the store which belonged to the three students. Tsukachi paused to take a breath, then he continued his report. When we analyzed Midoriya's respirator, we noticed that the filtration unit was used, making us suspect that Midoriya figured out that the room was being gassed and promptly put on the respirator. With that advantage, he could have escaped but didn't, leading us to suspect that Midoriya was either incapacitated by blunt force or a quirk was at play. However, these are all speculations. I apologize, we know this isn't much. We don't really have any good leads at this time, but we are hoping to look through the surveillance systems the next day to see if the cameras captured our perpetrators. Damn it. This is my fault. Endeavor shouted angrily, startling the group. I shouldn't have let them go patrolling by themselves. I should have appointed one of my sidekicks to accompany them. You can't blame yourself for what happened, Endeavor. None of us could have predicted this, Nedzu informed. The three were stationed in a district we assumed to have a relatively low crime rate, with the occasional shoplifting being the most major crime there. Endeavor looked at the principal, his frustration minimizing but his guilt apparent. But I do have to voice my concerns, primarily with the work studies, Nedzu continued. This incident highlights how vulnerable our students are to being targeted, and we cannot risk additional incidents like these. Therefore, effective immediately, I am suspending all work studies until we get Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou back to UA. Principal Nizu directed his gaze toward Aizawa. Aizawa, please advise your students about the suspension and the incident involving the three. Also, I implore you to keep them on a strict curfew. Do not let anyone out of UA until further notice. We will continue classes as usual. That way we can provide the students with some form of normalcy while we continue working on this case. I will also inform the homeroom teachers from the other departments so that they can advise their students. Understood, Aizawa nodded. And please let me know of any developments and how I can assist with this case. Of course, I will let you all know of any new developments, Tsukachi confirmed. Also, I will be contacting a few more pro heroes so that they can be on standby once we locate the three students. Eraserhead, Midnight, Present Mike, and Endeavor, I would like you all to also be on standby. We don't know who we will be against. Both your quirks and skills will come to good use in case we need to conduct a raid, he concluded as he began to organize his notes back into his briefcase. Understood, Tsukachi, and thank you. We need to figure out what the villain's motives are as soon as possible and rescue the three before it's too late. Endeavor added, adamantly. I agree. My team is working tirelessly to find them. We will do everything we can to get them back. Now, I must get going, it's getting late, and I do have some work to get done. Tsukachi said as he grabbed his winter jacket. Same here, I should head out. Fuyumi has not taken the news very lightly, so I should probably be there for her. Endeavor explained, pulling out his phone and eyeing the time. Yeah, I should also make my leave. Thanks for everything, Tsukachi, we'll be in touch. Aizawa replied as he headed for the door. We'll get those kids back, no matter what it takes, Kayama added. With that, Aizawa, Kayama, Yamada, and Endeavor exited Principal Nizu's office, leaving Yagi and Tsukachi behind with the principal. I'm worried for those three, but I'm primarily worried for young Midoriya, Yagi began, gazing out the window, analyzing the darkened landscape, his mind deep in thought. More and more people have become suspicious of young Midoriya's powers, and civilians have started to question the nature of his quirk. Despite our efforts to explain the manifestation of the additional quirks, I fear those suspicions are starting to backfire on both him and us. What if the kidnappers know that young Midoriya is the holder of one for all? And if not them, then what if someone else knows? Worse, what if All for One and the League of Villains are involved in this? Plus, you add young Bakugou and young Todoroki who also have strong quirks. They could be used as leverage. I don't know to fear there is something else at play. They could be in grave danger, he explained, his voice slightly breaking as he tried to explain his reasoning through the fear building up in his chest. Nizu jumped down from his chair and began pacing the office. I know I also have those same worries, but I couldn't voice them while the other four were here since that would have meant revealing your and Midoriya's secrets. His classmates have also raised questions about Midoriya's quirk, especially when you began training him for when he manifests the float quirk. The secret of one for all is on thin ice, I fear. All Might, individually I have looked into this. I wanted to see if the kidnappers' motives are related to Midoriya having one for all. At this moment, I don't have any information that can lead me to a conclusive answer. Nevertheless, I will keep investigating for any leads that could uncover the kidnappers' motives. Tsukachi included. Thank you. We need to save them as soon as possible. The world cannot find out about one for all that they are not ready. If the world were to find out about one for all, not only will young Midoriya be in grave danger, but also those around him. At the cells, the next morning. What's happening? Where am I? Consciousness came to Midoriya in waves. His awareness kept fluttering, coming in and out, unable to stay awake for more than a few seconds. His eyelids felt like lead, and he felt utterly disconnected from his body. Yet the sensation felt oddly peaceful. He would have stayed in this state, savoring the blissful relaxation, if not for the sudden onset of a pounding headache. My head. It hurts. Midoriya forced himself to wake up, and little by little he climbed out of the thick fog of sleep. Subconsciously, he knew this was no ordinary sleep. He felt unnaturally sluggish. His head was pounding, his thoughts felt like they were enveloped in a haze, and he could feel a rising nausea that got worse as his awareness cleared. He knew he was drugged again. As his eyes fluttered open, he realized the room was shrouded in complete darkness. Where? Midoriya mumbled softly. He noticed that he was lying in his cot, his blanket draped over him. Strange. I don't remember getting into bed. Midoriya knew that he passed out with the floor being the last thing he saw. So, exactly how did he get to his bed? Instantaneously, the lights of the cell flickered on. Midoriya winced at the sudden burst of light, raising a hand to shield his weary eyes. As his vision slowly adjusted to the bright fluorescent lights, he peeled the blanket away from him and pulled himself up into a sitting position, eager to see how his friends were faring. If he was drugged, then that meant both Todoroki and Bakugou were in the same predicament as he was. He wanted to make sure they were doing okay. But before he could stand up, his eyes locked on a familiar figure. Midoriya jumped with a startled exhale after seeing who it was. There, lying motionless on the floor of his room, was Todoroki, unconscious and unresponsive. Midoriya's chest pounded with fear. Todoroki! Midoriya exclaimed, his voice dry and raspy. Without a second thought, Midoriya stood up, but his legs wobbled, feeling like jello. He quickly grabbed the edge of the bed and the nearby desk for support, steadying himself just enough to drop to his knees and crawl toward where Todoroki lay. Despite his head feeling foggy, hindering his ability to think clearly, he focused on examining Todoroki for any injuries. Thankfully, Midoriya did not find any, at least nothing visibly concerning. He did find a small cut on his right temple though, possibly from the impact of falling to the floor. How did he even get here? These barriers don't have any openings. Midoriya paused, his thoughts interrupted as he noticed the doors built into the barriers separating his cell from the ones holding his friends. Never mind. Midoriya exhaled. This turn of events was peculiar, but he couldn't waste his time pondering. He had to wake Todoroki up. Todoroki. Sorry, but you need to wake up. Midoriya urged quietly as he gently jostled his shoulder, hoping not to startle him. W-hat? And Midoriya? Todoroki quietly mumbled as his eyes flickered open. Hey Todoroki, are you okay? Ugh, I don't know, I feel dizzy and it's hard to think straight. Todoroki pushed himself up to a sitting position, with Midoriya helping him steady himself. Yeah, I feel you. It looks like they injected us with something, and noticing the puncture wound on your neck, I'm afraid my suspicions are correct. Midoriya commented. Todoroki rubbed the sleep from his eyes and looked at his friend. Are you okay, Midoriya? Todoroki quietly asked. Oh, I'm okay. Don't worry about me. I'm more concerned about you. When I woke up, I saw you here, lying on the floor. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Midoriya nervously chuckled before fading back into his worried self. Why were you here? What happened last night? Todoroki tried to stand, but his legs buckled beneath him. He quickly grabbed onto Midoriya's desk to steady his trembling body. Wow. Hey, Todoroki, you should take it easy. Here, sit down on my bed. Todoroki followed Midoriya's request and carefully made his way over to his bed. He slowly sat down, making sure he didn't worsen his growing dizziness. As Midoriya regained his strength, he stood and retrieved the chair by the small table, bringing it over to sit next to Todoroki. Sorry about that, Midoriya. These drags, I hate how they make me feel. And, about last night, well, before Todoroki could continue, both he and Midoriya heard stirring coming from Bakugou's cell. They both looked over to see that Bakugou was beginning to wake up. Man, I feel like shit, Bakugou mumbled as he slowly sat up, his eyes meeting both Midoriya and Todoroki's gaze, confused. The heck? How the hell are you two there? Bakugou quietly exclaimed, feeling groggy and generally out of it. Then he noticed that the barriers had doors, something that wasn't there before. Hey, Kaken, I'm glad to see you're up, Midoriya said with a smile. As for that, well, long story short, the barriers apparently have doors, except for the one around the empty cell. He pointed. Also, it seems we were drugged last night, considering that my memory is kind of fuzzy. But what freaked me out was when I woke up, I found Todoroki passed out on the floor of my cell. Not sure how or why, but he was about to explain what happened. Alright then, icy hot, what the hell happened? Bakugou pushed himself to his feet and headed toward Midoriya's cell. Despite the lingering dizziness, he crossed through the opening in the barrier separating them. Once inside, he leaned against the plexiglass wall, his focus sharpening as he prepared to hear what Todoroki had to say. Well, I don't know how much you remember, but after our kidnappers revealed themselves, a bunch of the villains' guys stormed into our rooms. They had syringes with the drags in them. They quickly cornered and restrained us, then injected the contents into our necks. You two immediately passed out, possibly because the previous dose was still in your system. I, on the other hand, remained conscious, but barely. The guys didn't do anything once they finished their task, Todoroki implied, a snarl leaving his lips. He left your limp bodies on the floor, and that guy Flux, all he did was open the doors of these barriers so I could assist you. So, once they left, I walked over to each of your cells and lifted you all to your beds, starting with Midoriya. But once I finished putting Bakugou on his bed, my body began to give up on me. I had enough energy to at least reach Midoriya's cell, but then my body fully gave up. I passed out before I could reach my room. Todoroki described. Oh man, I'm so glad you're okay, Todoroki, Midoriya said, his voice tinged with guilt. Why you didn't have to do that for us, you know? I'm sorry for putting you in that situation. Don't be sorry, Midoriya, it's not your fault we ended the way we did. Blame the villains, they are the ones who put you and us in this situation. Todoroki replied as he acknowledged the cell they were being held in. Damn it, Deku, stop blaming yourself for things that are clearly not your fault. It's such an annoying trait of yours. But in all seriousness, I'd rather not be drugged again or be involved in whatever schemes these villains have in store. I'm not sure if you remember, but those two freaks want to sell us. Plus, their three-phase plan is completely insane. Bakugou blurred out. I know, but I think I have a plan. Midoriya stood up and inspected the room around them, noticing the 4 cameras placed in each corner of the cell. He made his way to his desk and implored the 2 to follow him. Once Todoroki and Bakugou were huddled around the desk, Midoriya leaned in closely and quietly uttered his plan. "There are cameras, and who knows if they can hear us," Midoriya said in a hushed tone. "I'd rather share my thoughts quietly." "Okay, so yesterday, Flux mentioned we'll be doing quirk training today to prepare for this so-called quirk demonstration event." Todoroki's eyes widened, a suspicion forming about Midoriya's plan. "Oh, are you suggesting we attack during these training sessions?" "Just think about it, it's a quirk training session, meaning that we will need to use our quirks, right? So, they will most likely use some kind of strategy to bring our quirks back, at least temporarily. My suspicion is that they will either give us a counter-drug, or a device, or that woman, Hex, will come into play. Granted, we have no idea what Hex's quirk is, so this plan could completely backfire on us. It's something at least. The moment my quirk comes back, I'll blast those 2 straight to the damn heavens." Bakugou fiercely muttered, an unyielding fury protruding out of his psyche. "But this is important. Even if one of us manages to attack and flee, don't come searching for us. It's best one of us escapes and gets help. We don't know who we are dealing with, so I rather not take any chances. Honestly, it would be ideal if we were all taken to this quirk training together, but that is highly unlikely, considering who we are." Midoriya muttered pensively. "Okay, so who will be the first to attack?" Todoroki asked. "Well, I would say the first person they take to the quirk training should be the one to initiate the plan. We don't know how long these trainings will take, and we can't afford to wait around. We have to act soon." Todoroki sighed. "This is a very risky plan, but we have nothing else to lose." He concluded, agreeing to the plan. "I know. It's very risky, there are so many unknowns, but it's better than waiting around and risk getting sold to who knows who." Midoriya replied. The 3 looked at each other, each scared but with a fiery determination running through their veins, despite the drags dulling their senses. "Okay, well, we should. Good morning, you 3. I hope you all had a restful night." Flux's booming voice resonated throughout the room, alarming the 3 teenagers. "I'm sure you're hungry. We'll be bringing your breakfast here shortly, and you'll also have a chance to shower and tidy up before the big day. We've also provided you with a new set of clothes for you. They'll be in the showers for you to get dressed into. I'm sure you're eager to get out of those dirty hero outfits of yours." Bakugou's lips curled back, exposing his teeth in a feral grimace. "Go to hell," he barked. "So feisty, especially this early in the morning. I would watch your tone if I were you, young man. Such actions can lead to consequences. Alright, before we proceed, I kindly ask that Todoroki and Bakugou return back to their rooms." Todoroki and Bakugou refused, staying where they were, making sure their act of defiance was obvious. "Either you go to your rooms willingly or we'll force you, your choice." The mention of force sent a shiver down their spines. Still, Todoroki and Bakugou didn't budge, refusing to follow Flux's orders. They both looked at Midoriya, catching his concerned gaze. He shook his head, quickly muttering, "Go," urging them to follow Flux's request. Midoriya longed to stay with his friends. He wanted nothing more than to defy Flux, but he did not want to risk a confrontation with the villains, especially if they wanted their plan to succeed. Thankfully, Todoroki and Bakugou nodded and headed to their rooms. "See, that wasn't so hard? Shut your mouth," Bakugou shouted as he reached his room. Once Todoroki and Bakugou were situated in their cells, the doors to the barriers came to life and automatically shut, locking the 3 teenagers in their cells. "Now that that's done, we'll escort you to your individual showers. You'll have 15 minutes. The same gruff men as before opened the door leading to the outer perimeter of their confinement. Their attire was nearly identical to the previous day, with one notable addition: a utility belt equipped with a baton and what appeared to be a stun gun securely fastened at their sides. The 3 teenagers immediately understood the purpose of these weapons: to subdue them if they resisted or attempted to escape. Even if they wanted to fight back, they knew the odds weren't in their favor, especially not without their quirks. Resigned, they allowed themselves to be handcuffed and escorted to their individual shower facilities. Once they finished showering, the three young heroes dressed in their newly provided clothes, a black, logoless t-shirt, gray gym shorts, undergarments, and a pair of dark gray running shoes. Despite their dire situation, they felt a small sense of relief at having clean clothing. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou were then escorted back to their cells, where breakfast awaited them on the table. The meal consisted of scrambled eggs, assorted fruit, and water as a drink. You think I'm going to eat this crap? Bakugou grabbed the food tray and violently threw it against the wall, splattering on the concrete. Yeah right. You probably added your damn drags in there, huh? Todoroki and Midoriya followed suit, but instead of violently throwing the contents against the wall, they threw the food into the trash can that was so kindly provided to them. Their stomachs growled at the action, almost yelling at them for enacting such a move. But they were adamant. They won't eat whatever their kidnappers provided. I rather starve than eat whatever you give us. Todoroki snarled. Wow. Such defiance. Whatever. Do whatever you want with your food, we're just trying to be hospitable. Eventually, you'll learn to be more compliant. After all, I can't have my products dying on us. Flux suddenly appeared in the empty room with a water bottle in hand. At least drink your water, I'm sure you're thirsty. Midoriya was thrown back by Flux's sudden appearance, but his final words struck a chord deep within him. Compliant? What does he mean by that? He wondered. Now. Flux took a sip from his water bottle and placed it on the ground. If we are done throwing our little tantrums, it's time to let you know what today will consist of. Flux pulled out a folded piece of paper and began reading its contents. So, as I explained yesterday, today you'll be doing your quirk training with Hex to prepare for the quirk demonstration event. During this training, we'll get a better idea of your strengths and weaknesses. Granted, we already have a good sense of what you're capable of, but we'd rather see it firsthand. Plus, this gives you a chance to practice your quirks before the big day tomorrow. Each of you will have a 2-3 hour session, and we'll be bringing you out individually. Sound good? None of them replied. Silent, aren't we? Well, first up is Midoriya. Hex will see you shortly. She's just preparing a few things. I'm excited to get this show started. See you three soon. As suddenly as he appeared, Flux left faster than one could blink, leaving the three boys stunned. Stupid speed quirk. Bakugou exclaimed. So, Deku's first. Are you ready? He asked, referring to the plan, making sure not to be obvious about it in case their captors were listening. Yes, I'm ready. Everything will be okay, I promise, Midoriya said with a reassuring smile, his optimism shining through as he clung to the prospect of their escape. After a few minutes, the door to his cells opened, revealing the same gruff guy as before with Hex following beside him. Go ahead and handcuff him, Nate, Hex ordered. Midoriya willingly put his arms forward as the man handcuffed his wrists. Okay, Midoriya, follow me. And don't even think about running or fighting back, I will stop you if you do. Hex sternly explained. Midoriya nodded. He took one last look at his two friends, their worries showing. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Midoriya muttered as he followed Hex and Nate out of the room. Midoriya trailed behind Hex and Nate, winding through a labyrinth of concrete hallways, staircases, and heavy doors. Each step heightened his longing for a glimpse of the outside world. The lack of sunlight had greatly affected his internal clock. At last, they reached an office, where his wish for sunlight came true thanks to a small window planted on the wall, but confusion set on Midoriya's mind. I thought I was supposed to be doing some quirk training. Shouldn't we be in a gym or some kind of training space? Midoriya quietly asked as he looked around the relatively small office space. We'll get to your quirk training momentarily, but first I wanted to have a one-on-one talk about your quirk. Hex began as she proceeded to sit down on one of the sofas in the office. Nate, you can go ahead and remove his HNDCFFS. But ma'am, Nate voiced. It's okay, Midoriya is smart. I'm sure you won't do anything foolish, right? Hex asked, eerily calm. Her piercing purple eyes focused on Midoriya. Midoriya didn't say anything, still perplexed about the unexpected change in plans. Agreeing, Nate removed Midoriya's HNDCFFS. Take a seat, it'll be a very casual talk. I would love to get a better understanding of your quirk, it'll help me better plan your training. Hex smiled, motioning to the seat in front of her. Midoriya walked and hesitantly sat down on the sofa facing Hex. He looked at Hex's eyes and noticed some startling similarities. Sorry to ask, but you look very similar to someone I know. Midoriya wondered as he studied her facial features. I'm sure I do, but that's not important right now. Now, Midoriya, tell me everything about your quirk. Midoriya froze, shuddering at the question. He couldn't reveal the truth about One for All, so he readied himself to recite the carefully crafted explanation All Might had drilled into him. But before he could open his mouth, 2 hands firmly held his wrists. Perplexed, he looked up only to meet Hex's purple eyes. What? Midoriya began but stopped, mesmerized by the Hex's hypnotic gaze. That's it, Midoriya, just look into my eyes. Hex insisted as Midoriya stared into her eyes, unable to look away. Then, a switch flipped in Midoriya's mind. He was no longer in control of his own mind and body. Good. Now, let's try this again. Tell me everything that is to be known about your quirk. Hex repeated as he let go of Midoriya's wrist, but still maintaining eye contact. Yes, ma'am. Midoriya stared back expressionless. At UA, that same morning. After hearing the news of their classmates' kidnapping last night, it was fair to say that the students of Class 1A had a hard time sleeping that night. As they entered their classroom and noticed the empty seats of Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki, a sense of fear overwhelmed the students' minds as they worried for their classmates' safety. As the bell rang, the students took their seats and prepared themselves for a day of academics, despite their growing worries. Hello, my wonderful 1A students. Present Mike appeared, leading to confusion among the students as they expected Mr. Aizawa to begin their homeroom lesson. I apologize, sir, but shouldn't Mr. Aizawa be here for our homeroom class? Or was there a change in schedule? Ida said as he raised his hand. Good observation, Ida. As you can see, I will be subbing for Aizawa today. He had some important matters he needed to attend to, but he will be back tomorrow, so don't worry. Mike explained with his usual cheerful tone. Is this about Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki? Kaminari asked. Mike paused, unsure what to say. Eventually, he decided to give them the truth. As their classmates, I suppose you should know what is going on. Yes, Aizawa is attending an important meeting in regard to your classmates. I know it's hard to continue school as if nothing is wrong, but please know that the best heroes and detectives in the country are working to get them back. So, let's stay positive. But on to the lesson for today. The students of Class 1A hated uncertainty. They hated not knowing where their classmates were or even if they were okay. They were explicitly told to not go searching for them. If they did, they could face dire consequences. So, all that they could do was hope that they were okay, and that the professionals will get them back. At Principal Nizu's office, that same morning. Thank you, Aizawa and All Might, for agreeing to meet with me this morning. I know this is short notice, but I have some important developments regarding Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki's kidnapping. As well as some needed matters we need to address, Principal Nizu commented as he began to organize the pile of notes spread out across his desk. It's no problem at all, Principal Nizu. What did Tsukachi find? Aizawa asked eagerly. Principal Nizu flipped through a pile of notes that he had in his hands. He pulled out a paper that contained various lab results and began reading its contents. First, we got the results from the toxicology lab to determine what type of drugs the syringes contain. According to the results, the syringes contain both a quirk suppressant and a mild sedative that is usually consumed orally. These discoveries bring into mind the villain's intentions. It seems that they are using every means possible to prevent the 3 students from escaping. By reducing their ability to use their quirks, fight, or devise an escape plan, then they can keep them under their ropes. All Might and Aizawa were clearly shocked by the news. The new development further increased their need to save the 3 young heroes. Intently, the 2 teachers continued to listen to what Principal Nizu had to say. Secondly, I do have some good news. Tsukachi and his team were able to identify the identities of the villains. Seriously? All Might exclaimed, in disbelief. Thus, the villains were able to avoid public surveillance. but they couldn't avoid surveillance placed by the owners of the nearby stores. Thanks to them, we identified 2 individuals. Principal Nizu brought out his phone and pulled up the photo of the 2 villains. He let both Aizawa and All Might take a look at the 2 perpetrators. They go by the villain names of Flux and Hex. They both run a lucrative quirk trafficking ring in the broader Japan region but have extended to other countries as well. Do we have any information on their legal names and what their quirks are? Aizawa interrupted as he continued to analyze the photo. We do actually. Flux's real name is Rikusuda and his quirk is sonic speed. As the name implies, he can move at almost sonic speed, particularly making it seem like he can teleport. Although, Hexa's particular name and quirk is quite intriguing. Her quirk is known as hypnotism. Through skin and eye contact, she can command any living organism to do what she wants. Additionally, she can also add suggestions and trigger words to bring those affected by her quirk back into that susceptible state. As for her name is Mayumi Shinso. Both All Might and Aizawa's eyes widened after hearing the villain's family name. Shinso? Could this Hex woman be related to Hitoshi Shinso? All Might wondered fearfully. I'm not sure, that's why it's imperative that we get this information. So, I've asked his homeroom teacher to send Shinso to my office to discuss who this Hex person is and if she is somehow connected to Shinso. Added Principal Nizu. Then, without warning, a knock was heard from Principal Nizu's office. Come in. Principal Nizu called out. Carefully, Shinso opened the door and noticed that both All Might and Aizawa were also present in the office. Shinso was already feeling uneasy about his summons to the principal's office. He wasn't given information about why he was needed, but he was hoping he was not in trouble. But when he saw both his mentor and the former #1 hero staring at him, his fight-and-flight response surged. Hello Shinso, I'm glad you came. Go ahead and close the door for me. Principal Nizu insisted calmly. Shinso closed the door and then slowly approached the adults in front of him. What's going on? Am I in trouble? No, nothing like that. We just have some important matters we need to discuss with you. Principal Nizu paused. I'm sure you are aware of the situation involving Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki. Shinso nodded. He heard about the kidnapping from his homeroom teacher. Even if he wasn't friends with them, he was still worried for their safety. Well, the police were able to identify the villains behind the kidnapping. One villain in particular caught our attention. Do you know who Hex is? Also known as Mayumi Shinso. Shinso's eyes widen. Actually, I do. She's my older sister. Your sister? Aizawa gasped. Yes, but I barely know her. When my parents divorced, she moved in with my dad and I moved in with my mom. We stayed connected for a few years after the divorce, but by the time I reached middle school, she suddenly stopped talking to me. So we parted ways. I never bothered to visit her, and she never bothered to visit me. Is she responsible for all of this? Unfortunately, she is. Aizawa chimed in. Principal Nizu told us that she and her accomplice, Flux, run a lucrative quirk trafficking ring. Also, we were told that her quirk is hypnotism, which is similar to your brainwashing quirk. Shinso looked down at his hands as he started to twiddle his thumbs. Our quirks are similar, but her quirk is stronger than mine. We both had different intentions on how we wanted to use our quirks growing up. I wanted to help others and prove to people that my quirk was not villainous, but Mayumi had other plans. She wanted control and power over others. She saw people as mere pawns. As kids, she constantly abused her quirk. Mayumi would frequently put others under her quirk to get what she wanted. So, hearing that she went down the path of villainy doesn't surprise me, unfortunately. Shinso paused as he gathered his thoughts, the adults in the room listening to him intently. My sister is dangerous. I fear Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki are in grave danger. Once under the effects of her quirk, she can essentially command them to do anything she wants. She can make them spill secrets, turn them against their friends, or even have them commit murder. Not only that, but through trigger words she can snap her victims back into her control. She doesn't need that skin and eye contact to activate the quirk again. Whatever the villains want, I fear Mayumi will get it from them, Shinso explained, panic evident in his voice. Is there any way to break the quirk's effects? Could an external force work? Similar to how Midoriya was able to break free from your brainwashing, Shinso. Aizawa asked as he analyzed the villain's quirk capabilities. Unfortunately, it isn't that easy. Breaking free from her quirk is nearly impossible. Trust me, I know. I think the only way to break free from her control is if Mayumi removes the quirk's effects. Yet, I believe your quirk, Mr. Aizawa, may work. But it'll probably only stop Mayumi's ability to make commands or implement her triggers. But if she already implemented a command on her victims and they are acting upon it, then erasure probably won't work. I think incapacitating those she has hypnotized is the only way to stop them. Shinso explained somberly. Okay, thank you for letting us know, Shinso. This information will help us plan how to best deal with her and the other villain. Aizawa directed his attention to Principal Nizu. It seems that Hex is our biggest threat, especially since she has the capability of turning the three against us. I agree. I'll advise Tsukachi about the new development. This information will help us strategize a rescue. Hopefully, we can get a rescue plan formulated in the next few days. When dealing with a trafficking ring, it is imperative that we get them back as soon as possible, Principal Nizu insisted. I agree. All Might chimed in after being relatively quiet during the entire conversation. And thank you, Shinso, for the information. Don't worry, we'll keep your relationship with Hex a secret. Also, this development will not affect your transfer application in the hero course, I promise you. Principal Nizu's words brought a sense of relief to Shinso's consciousness. After revealing his familial connection with the villain, he was scared that his relationship with his sister will affect the likelihood of him becoming a hero. He's always been stereotyped as a villain due to having a villainous quirk, but he has worked to prove that his quirk can be used for hero work. He is hoping that word doesn't come out about their relationship. He feared that if the public knew that the villain responsible for the UA student's kidnapping was his sister, he had a suspicion that it'll affect the public perception of his quirk's usability. He trusts that UA will keep it a secret, but how about Mayumi? At this point, all he can hope is that the heroes can apprehend her before she can make their familial relationship a public display. Thanks, Principal Nizu, I appreciate it, Shinso replied. Of course, Shinso. Well, that is all I have for today. I'll make sure to send any new information your way. Mr. Aizawa, would you mind escorting Shinso back to his class? Of course, come on, Shinso. As both Shinso and Aizawa made their way out of the office, Shinso looked back toward his principal. Please, make sure you stop my sister. Principal Nizu glanced back at Shinso. We promise that we will stop her. With that, the two left, closing the door behind them. All Might was also making his way toward the exit, but the principal stopped him in his track. Wait, All Might, a quick word before you go. All Might halted and walked back toward the principal's desk. About Midoriya, now that we have information about the villain's identities and quirks, I fear that Hex might use her quirk on him to gain information about One for All. Principal Nizu voiced in a serious yet calm manner. All Might felt a lump starting to form in his throat as his anxiety began to soar. Do they know about One for All? I don't have any information about that, it's just a fear. But, if Midoriya ends up under Hex's hypnotism quirk, then I am afraid that he will confess about One for All and divulge everything that is known about the quirk, but all we can do is hope that doesn't happen. Yeah, all we can do is hope. All Might sadly replied. Young Midoriya, I'm begging you, for you and your loved one's safety, don't reveal One for All. We're coming. I promise. All Might quietly begged as he left Principal Nizu's office. Hex's office. Hex was aware of Midoriya's strong will. After all, she did watch the UA Sports Festival and witnessed the battle against his little brother. But, unlike his brother, her hold on people's minds could not be broken by a mere physical stimulus. She has trained her quirk to the point where almost nothing could sever the mental connection. He knew that Midoriya did not stand a chance against her. Hex listened intently as Midoriya began to speak, who was unable to resist the command. The quirk that I have was not initially mine. Originally, I was quirkless. I had zero power and no quirk to call my own. The quirk that was transferred to me is known as One for All. I was given the quirk by the previous user who was All Might. This quirk has been passed on through generations and I am the current user. One for all is a stockpiling quirk, meaning that the quirks of the past users get passed on to the next wielder. Midoriya replied in a monotone voice. Midoriya continued to stare at Hex with an expressionless face. Hex smiled amusingly. Interesting. What kind of quirks do you possess with one for all? Hex asked. Without resistance, Midoriya replied, one for all gives me superhuman strength and 6 additional quirks. I haven't discovered all the other quirks yet, but I can use one of the quirks known as Black Whip and Midoriya stuttered as he tried to fight Hex's control over him. Stop. Midoriya's consciousness fought as he tried to regain control of his mind. Hex felt the resistance. Resistance is futile, Midoriya. I'm in control here. Now, continue your explanation. Hex urged seriously, as he placed an arm on his shoulder to strengthen the mental hold. Stop. Midoriya fought. He tried to break Hex's eye contact but was having a hard time ordering his body to move. I guess I stand corrected. His will is stronger than I thought. No wonder my worthless brother lost against him. But you won't be able to fight me for long. The more Midoriya resisted, the harder it was to continue fighting. Eventually, the hold was too strong. He gave in and let himself be seen into the welcoming trance feeling. Hex noticed the loss and repeated her question. See, you don't stand a chance. Now, go ahead and continue with what you were going to say about one for all. Yes. One of the quirks, which is known as float, is one I've been training for. My friends at UA and all might have been assisting me with the training, that way I'm prepared for when it manifests. When Black Whip manifested, it was out of control, but with the training, I'm hoping to have better control of the float quirk once it appears. Midoriya paused. I see. You can stop with the explanation, Midoriya. Midoriya nodded and sat motionless as he waited for the next order. That is all I wanted to know about your quirk. Now, we will begin your actual training, but first I need to give you a few suggestions and triggers. Hex made sure that the hold on Midoriya's mind was secured. Whenever you hear the phrase, worthless hero, every single hero you see, including your UA colleagues, will be a dangerous villain in your eyes. All sense of morality will leave your mind. The only important thing will be defeating the hero by all means possible, even if that involves killing. Nod if you agree. Midoriya nodded. Good. Also, whenever Flux or I say the word Deku, you will go back to this state and you will do whatever Flux or I say without resistance. No other person's order will have an effect on you. Also, whenever you hear us say Midoriya, you'll no longer be under my influence. Nod if you agree with what I told you. Hex concentrated on Midoriya as she voiced her suggestions. Midoriya nodded as he took in the suggestions and made them part of his consciousness. Wonderful. Let's test it out, Midoriya. Immediately, Midoriya blinked and came back to his senses. He felt like he woke up from a daydream. He tried to piece together what happened and then his eyes widened as he recalled what occurred. What the hell? I will not be your puppet, Midoriya yelled as he quickly stood up. Deku, Hex replied calmly. In an instant, Midoriya's eyes glazed back into their lifeless state as his whole body relaxed. He was once again transported back into the trance-like state. Good, the triggers work perfectly, Hex smiled. Now let's begin your training. Follow me. Hex stood up and made her way to the door with Midoriya following right behind her. What is taking that nerd so long? I should be hearing shouting and freaking explosions by now. Bakugou exclaimed as he angrily paced his cell. Maybe Midoriya was able to pull off a stealth escape, Todoroki added as he was also concerned about the eerie silence in the facility. Doubt it. That damn nerd knows that pulling a stealth escape would be impossible. He needs to fight, not sneak his way out. Bakugou commented seriously. Good point. Do you think something happened to him that prevented him from enacting the plan? Could it be Hex? I've been observing her and she kind of reminds me of someone we've met. The similarities are striking. As she kind of reminds me of that guy from General Studies who fought with us in the Hero Course battle, Shinso, isn't it? Todoroki pondered quietly as moved closer to his barrier. Despite Midoriya's cell separating him and Bakugou, he still tried to keep his tone quiet. You think that Hex JRK is related to Shinso somehow? Bakugou questioned, to which Todoroki nodded. I'm not certain, but it's a thought. If my suspicion is correct and knowing that quirks are hereditary, could she have a similar quirk to Shinso's? Something that could be stronger than brainwashing? Mind control quirks are so damn annoying. Bakugou looked at how worried Todoroki was. He was concerned about what may be happening to Midoriya. Knowing Deku, he won't lose without a fight, especially if it means protecting those he cares about. We saw that he was able to break free from Shinso's control in the sports festival, so what is to say that he can't do it again? Right now, all we can do is wait. If he does come back, then we can be certain that Hex is behind this, and a mind control quirk is at play. Bakugou explained as he tried to ease Todoroki's worries. That's very nice of you, Bakugou, thank you, Todoroki replied with a smile. Shut your face, you icy hot bastard. I don't need your sentiment. Bakugou snapped back. Todoroki let out a soft giggle. Okay, if the worst does come true and both Midoriya and Hex come back, we'll be next to do our so-called training. We need a plan in case we are dealing with a mind control quirk. Well, it's obvious, don't let her use it. Todoroki looked at him puzzled. Bakugou moved closer to his barrier, hoping to not yell out his plan. Even if he hated to admit it, he wished Midoriya was here to help him analyze the situation. Idiot! These psychic quirks have some kind of activation mechanism. For example, Shinso's quirk is activated through verbal replies. So, if we prevent Hex from activating her quirk, then it won't work on us. That means avoiding eye contact, not replying, and not having her get close to us. I have a feeling that this BSRD relies more on her quirk and less on strength, so if we avoid her, then we have a chance to attack. Okay, but there's a chance that's not going to work. Even if we prevent her from using her quirk on us, she could use Midoriya against us, and we also have Flux's speed quirk to worry about. Todoroki voiced defensively. What other choice do we have? I'm going to do everything I can to get out of this hellhole. You can do whatever you want, but I'm saving our buttes. I'll beat them up if I need to. Bakugou yelled. I guess you're right, we don't have any other choice. We need to get out of here before it's too late. Todoroki looked towards Midoriya's empty cell. Let's just hope Midoriya is okay. Hex and Midoriya entered what looked like a large, abandoned gymnasium where multiple dummies and target practices were spread out throughout the area. In addition, the area looked like it's been modified to represent various terrains, with one area having a large pool, another area with an artificially created rocky hill, and the last area being a normally even-level training location. Along the walls, an indoor track wrapped around the facility. Midoriya would have marveled at the facility's ingenuity, but he did not pay attention to what was happening around him. Absent-mindedly, he continued to follow Hex. Eventually, she stopped in front of a row of dummies who were staring down at them. Hex brought out what looked like 2 thin mental bracelets from her pocket and proceeded to put them on Midoriya's wrists. These will temporarily bring back your quirk. The quirk suppressors are still in your system, but eventually, there will be no need for any drags to restrain you. Midoriya just stared in front of him as Hex finished snapping the bracelets on his wrists. Okay, Deku, do you see those dummies over there? Hex pointed as Midoriya nodded. I want you to destroy them. Use all of the quirks in your disposable to eliminate them. Yes, ma'am, Midoriya replied as he ran towards the dummies. With full cowling fully activated, he used Air Force to blow the dummies into the air. Once in midair, he activated Black Whip and grabbed every single dummy in his whips. He tightened his hold and quickly launched every single dummy violently against the wall, leaving a dent on the site of the impact. Once the dust cleared, Hex ran over to see the damage that was done while Midoriya stood back with a blank expression. She was shocked to see that the dummies were completely destroyed with every limb severed. Wow, these dummies are meant to represent real people. This kid is no joke. Hex wondered as he looked at Midoriya. Good job, Deku, let's try something else. Activate Float for me. As he heard the command, it was hard for Midoriya to prevent Float from manifesting. Even One for All was complying. Midoriya jumped into the air and focused on making himself weightless. Hex was shocked to see that he never fell back down to the ground. He stayed suspended in the air as if he was floating. Wonderful job, Deku. Now go to the top of that hill and destroy every dummy you see. Make sure you use the full range of your power without injuring yourself. Hex insisted. With the help of Black Whip, Midoriya made his way to the hill. With a combination of shoot style, air force, smashes, and Black Whip, he managed to clear the floor at an unhuman-like speed. Like previously, all the dummies were destroyed beyond recognition. Wonderful! Now, I have one more task for you. Bring him in, Nathan. The same bodyguard as before walked into the gym dragging a middle-aged man who was blindfolded, gagged, and tied up by the wrist. He led him to the middle of the training facility and forcefully led him to his knees as he removed the BLNDFLD and the GG. What the heck? Where the hell am I? What is this place? Who are you? The man asked in a panic. The man was still wearing his hero outfit but was quite tattered. This right here, Deku, is a hero. He is someone that saves others and protects its citizens. Hex began as he approached the scared civilian and added the same bracelets as the one Midoriya had. Now, I will be leaving the gym. You two are free to use your quirks whichever way you wish. If you want to escape, go for it. Hex opened the door to the exit, but I'm sure you'll know what to do, Midoriya. Hex and Nathan exited the gym, with the door locking behind them. Upon hearing his name, he snapped out of his trance and began to scan his surroundings. He was shocked to see the disaster around him. Dismembered dummies were scattered throughout the gym. Did I do this? Midoriya wondered as he looked at his hands. Hey, what the hell is going on? The man yelled. Midoriya quickly glanced down at the man who was still sitting in front of him. I know him. He is one of the heroes in the district I grew up in. Midoriya exclaimed mentally. But before he could fanboy on his childhood hero, he had a sudden realization of the predicament they were in and the danger the hero in front of him was in. Get away from me. I'm dangerous. She's still here. If she says anything, I could attack you against my will. Midoriya yelled as he backed away from the hero, making sure he was not following him. Wait, what are you saying? Do you mean that lady? What did she do to you? The hero asked as he stood up and cautiously walked towards him. Don't get near me. Please. It's for your own safety. Midoriya was terrified. He was scared that Hex would make him do something that he'll regret. Come on, kid. It's okay. Let's get the hell out of here. The hero exclaimed, making sure his voice was calm. The hero had such a kind aura that surrounded him. This further scared Midoriya as he feared that he was about to harm such a kind-hearted hero. No. I'm dangerous. Why you get out of here? Save yourself. Oh, aren't we a little rowdy? Hex's voice interrupted from the speakers situated around the gym. Midoriya was hyperventilating. He could not save the hero who was being so kind to him, who was trying to save him. He knew what was about to happen. Let's get the show started. Go ahead and defeat this worthless hero, Deku. Once Midoriya heard the trigger, a sense of anger and resentment towards the hero flowed through his mind and body. The hero in front of him continued to stare at him worryingly as he noticed the change in Midoriya. All sense of himself was gone. The only thing that was important to Midoriya was accomplishing his mission, which was defeating the so-called hero in front of him. I would run if I were you, Hex spoke as a devilish laugh escaped her mouth. Midoriya glared at the hero as if he was his prey. He began to activate full cowling and slowly made his way toward the hero. Wow, kid, what are you doing? Snap out of it. The hero yelled as Midoriya quickly lunged at him and aimed a shoot-style kick straight to his abdomen. The hero avoided him, barely. Midoriya was unsatisfied with the miss and angrily growled at the hero as he prepared for his next attack. I'm sorry, kid, but I have no choice but to fight. I promise you, I'll get you out of here. The man activated his telekinetic powers and flung a nearby dummy toward Midoriya. Midoriya skidded to the side and avoided the projectile. Before the hero had a chance to fling another dummy, Midoriya caught him in his black whip, wrapping his whips around his neck. Instead of throwing him against the wall like the other dummies, he strengthened his hold on him and began to suffocate the hero within his black whip. Kept breath, the hero begged as he tried to claw his way out of the bindings. He is a villain. All villains must die. Midoriya yelled internally. Midoriya continued to suffocate the hero with rage in his eyes. Please, the hero choked. Izuku, stop. His thoughts yelled. The fog in his mind dissipated for a split second, allowing him to reflectively turn off Black Whip. The hero fell to the ground gasping for air. Come on Deku, don't fail your mission. Destroy him. Hex's voice was heard throughout the gym. Yes ma'am. Midoriya shot a shoot-style kick straight into the hero's abdomen, which violently threw him across the gym, rendering the hero unconscious. You may stop, Midoriya, Hex's added before Midoriya landed another attack on the defenseless hero. Hex's control dissipated. Once out of the control, Midoriya immediately knew what he had just done. His knees dropped to the ground and began to cry uncontrollably. He couldn't believe what he just did. He almost killed someone. If it weren't for Hex snapping him out of it, he could have ended his life. I'm sorry. Midoriya choked between sobs. This is all my fault. Great job, Midoriya. That concludes your training. Hex walked back into the gym and stood above Midoriya, who was still sobbing from the experience. Oh, lighten up, Midoriya. I'll make you forget about all of this. You won't remember that this ever happened, so no need to get all sentimental. Shut the hell up, you monster. Midoriya sneered, avoiding her gaze. Hex merely smiled. Oh, thanks for the one-for-all information. By the way, our vendors will be very pleased to hear about your capabilities. Midoriya's heart stopped. He almost forgot that he was made to divulge everything about One for All. He knew that nothing good will come out of revealing One for All to these villains. No, that was all Midoriya could utter before Hex interrupted him. All right, Det, go ahead and stand up for me. Midoriya's eyes glazed over as he once again was sent back into the trance-like landscape. Midoriya did as he was told and effortlessly stood up. Hex grabbed Deku's wrist and began to remove his metal bracelets. Listen closely, Deku. While you're in this facility, you will not be able to use your quirk unless Flux or I tell you to. Also, you will not be able to escape your cell. Any thoughts of escaping will be non-existent. Additionally, you will forget everything that happened, about our talk and about the training. When asked about what happened, you will reply that you trained with me at a gym located in the facility. All that you did was work through various fight simulations, punched a few dummies, and spared with me for a bit. Nod if you understand these suggestions. Midoriya nodded. One more thing, I knew about your escape plan. You really thought you were going to escape while we were in our training session. That's so foolish of you. You did not have a chance. Here's another suggestion for you. If asked about why you didn't act upon your plan, just say that the situation was too dangerous. Hex added as she concluded her suggestions. Now, follow me. I'll be taking you back to your cell and I'll bring your next friend to train with me, Hex uttered as she and Midoriya made their way toward the door. Nathan. Yes, ma'am. Nathan appeared from an adjacent door. Lock the hero up, make sure you attend to his wounds, Hex commanded. Understood, Hex. Nathan made his way to the unconscious hero as Hex and Midoriya left the gym. Midoriya's vendor will be very content with the information we acquired, Hex wondered mentally. It must be my lucky day. Who knew we would find the One for All user and have him under our grasp? Hex was ecstatic. Before long, he'll have both Todoroki and Bakugou under her spell. She couldn't wait. Exciting plans awaited those three at the quirk appetite test, and her role as the trainer will soon pay off. As they got closer to his cell, a singular tear ran down Midoriya's cheek. Even within the fog that enveloped his mind, he knew he failed. His friends were about to meet the same fate as his, and he couldn't do anything about it. Stopped in front of the door that led to Midoriya's cell, she looked behind her to make sure Midoriya was still following her. To her satisfaction, Midoriya was closely shadowing her movement without question. Hex gazed at Midoriya's glazed eyes as she prepared to give him her next order. Deku, once you enter your cell you will no longer be under my control, but all the suggestions I've told you beforehand will still apply. Do I make myself clear? Understood, Midoriya replied monotonously. Oh, if they ask, let them know I'll be back to take your other friend to do their training. I just need to prepare the gym for the next round of training. You can go into your cell. Hex added. Hex unlocked the door to his cell. Midoriya followed her order and obediently entered his cell without resistance. Once inside, Hex swiftly closed the door. the sounds of locks were heard as the door was securely latched. Then, she hastily made her way back to the gym arena, making sure to call the bodyguards near her to assist her in the cleanup process. Once Midoriya entered his cell, Hex's hold of his mind broke and he was once again back in control of his mind and body. Crap. I guess you were right, icy hot. Midoriya heard Bakugou yell. Both Bakugou and Todoroki stood up from their beds, shocked by Midoriya's presence. Midoriya took a few minutes to adjust to the sudden change of scenery. He was a bit confused as to how he got back to his cell. He wondered if the confusion was due to the exertion of the training. Oh, hey Kaken. Midoriya replied contently, shrugging off the strange memory gap. Don't hey Kaken me, you damn idiot. What happened to the plan? Bakugou voiced as he eyed Midoriya furiously. The plan? Midoriya wondered in confusion. The escape plan you formulated. You were supposed to go through with it when you were in your training. Todoroki jumped in. Oh yeah, that plan. I'm sorry guys, but the situation was just too dangerous for me to go through with it. So, I decided to just do the training. I didn't want to risk a confrontation with Hex and Flux. Midoriya explained oddly calmly. He proceeded to sit down on his uncomfortable bed as both Todoroki and Bakugou surveyed him suspiciously. Do you really think you're going to convince us with that half-butted explanation? Midoriya just looked at him confused, which just angered Bakugou even more. Come on Deku, it's obvious you were mind-controlled. I don't remember anything like that happening in the training. Midoriya quietly muttered as he worked at recalling everything that occurred during his time with Hex. All I remember was being brought into this large gym area and doing a few fight simulations. I also punched a few dummies and spared with Hex for a bit. So, what's up with your eyes then? It looks like you were bawling your eyes out only a few minutes ago? Bakugou asked suspiciously, pointing out Midoriya's red-rimmed and puffy eyes. My eyes? Midoriya touched his face and noticed that his eyes were slightly more teary than usual. I don't remember, maybe the training got overwhelming. Midoriya was just as confused as Bakugou. Why wouldn't he remember breaking down? Yeah right, Bakugou muttered. Midoriya, is that all you remember? Are you sure you can't recall anything else? Like if Hex used her quirk on you or something? Todoroki interrupted. I'm sorry Todoroki, but I can't remember anything else. Strange, I don't even know what Hex's quirk is. All I know is that she spared with me, but I don't even know how she even fought me. Midoriya pondered as he flipped through his memories. It's okay Midoriya, I didn't expect you to know. But I need you to listen. I know Hex will be here soon to take one of us out for training, so hear me out. Todoroki got close to Midoriya's barrier to make sure his friend could hear him. Midoriya listened intently to what Todoroki had to say. Bakugou, and I believe you were hit by a mind control quirk which explains your memory lapses and how you did not proceed with the plan despite you being so determined to enact on it earlier. We suspect that Hex is the one responsible. A mind control? Why you mean Hex did something to me? Yes, we believe Hex used her quirk on you. Also, we suspect that Hex may be related to Shinso. Shinso? How? Midoriya exclaimed, shocked. The strong resemblance, but I may be wrong. Although, we have a strong suspicion that she is related to Shinso. Plus, if that is the case and with quirks being hereditary, then that means she has a quirk similar to Shinso's, and with the way you are acting it seems very plausible my suspicions are true. Todoroki answered. Thinking about it, the resemblance is quite striking. Now I'm wondering what really happened in the training session. There are so many gaps in my memory. Why can't I remember? Midoriya commented, irritated by his current situation. Look, Midoriya, we have a plan. It's another plan we devised that may work and one of us can escape and get help, Todoroki began. No, I can't escape. Midoriya interrupted, alarming the two. The hell? What do you mean that you can't escape? Bakugou blurted out angrily. I just can't, okay? Midoriya added defensively. I don't know guys, I can't escape, I need to stay here. Bakugou, this is Hex's doing. It's okay Midoriya, we'll see if this plan works, and we'll figure out a way to break you out of her quirk. We won't give up on you, we will all get out of here no matter what. None of us is going to be left behind. Todoroki smiled at Midoriya, trying to calm his increasing anxiety. Before Midoriya could reply, the door to Todoroki's cell began to unlock. I guess I'm next. Todoroki sighed as he prepared himself for what lay upon him. The door opened, revealing Hex and another one of the villain's henchmen. The brawny man was wearing all black with a utility belt strapped around his waist. The belt contained a stun baton and a stun gun, which were meant to restrain him if needed. In one of his hands, he held a pair of H&D CFFs. Nice to see you again, Todoroki. I'm excited about our training. Midoriya's went very well, so I'm sure yours will be just as great. Hex voiced coldly. Todoroki did not reply, nor did he look at Hex eye to eye just in case her quirk was activated through eye contact. Hex did notice the lack of eye contact between the two but did not pay any mind to it. Roy, go ahead and put the HFS on. Todoroki wanted to resist and fight back, but he knew that would be a bad idea. This Roy individual had multiple ways of subduing him, plus he had Midoriya to worry about, who was under Hex's mercy. So, he held his hands out and let himself be handcuffed, making sure to avoid Hex's gaze. He could feel the small embers of his quirk, meaning that the drags were starting to wear off. This meant that even if he were handcuffed, he could use the small outburst of his freeze quirk to escape his bindings once the time was right. Okay, Todoroki. Follow me, and let's start your training. Remember, any plans or thoughts of escaping will lead to punishment, so I would avoid that if I were you. Hex explained. Please stay safe, Todoroki. Midoriya voiced, an obvious concern present in his tone. It'll be okay, Midoriya. Stay safe, you too. And with that, Hex, Roy, and Todoroki left the cell, leaving Midoriya and Bakugou by themselves. I have a feeling both Todoroki and Bakugou know about my quirk. I doubt Midoriya told them, so it's probably just an educated guess. If that is the case, getting them under my control is going to be harder than I thought. Hex wondered as he led the young hero through a series of hallways and stairs. But I'm always up for a challenge. Hex concluded silently with an evil glint in her eyes. Just as before, Todoroki was led to Hex's office. Todoroki stopped at the entrance, unsure why he was led to this location instead of the gym Midoriya said he did his training. Todoroki wanted to back away, however, to his dismay he was violently shoved by Roy. Move it, kid. Todoroki angrily glanced at the henchman, who had his hands ready on the stun rod in case he revolted. Todoroki noticed his defensive stance. He knew he shouldn't fight, so with a sigh, he decided to follow his orders and walk towards the office. Hex proceeded to sit on top of her wooden desk, legs crossed and eyeing Todoroki dangerously. Come over here, Todoroki. I just want to have a quick chat and then we can proceed with your training, Hex commented as she acknowledged Todoroki to approach her. I'm guessing this is where Midoriya was lead and where Hex used her quirk on him, Todoroki thought. He approached Hex, making sure to keep his distance and avoiding eye contact. So, it's only her and the henchman, I can take them down. I'll just find the right moment and… So, we already know everything that is to be known about you. Your family history, your quirk, your academic performance. You are quite the prodigy, I'm impressed. I can also see that you are good friends with Midoriya. But I wonder if you truly know who he really is. And Midoriya, what does she mean? Todoroki wondered. Quiet, aren't we? Although guessing by your reaction, I suppose you don't know. Well, let me enlighten you. Midoriya graciously told me all about himself, especially about him being quirkless. Todoroki's eyes widened. Quirkless? That's impossible. Midoriya clearly has a quirk. Ha! Isn't that crazy? He later told me that the quirk he has now was actually passed down to him from All Might. A quirk known as One for All. Hex explained as she stood up and began pacing around Todoroki. Todoroki was stunned by the news he just heard. That isn't true, transferable quirks are impossible. Todoroki silently exclaimed. According to him, One for All is a stockpiling quirk where the quirks of the past users are stored within that quirk. So, in reality, Midoriya has 7 powers at his disposal. Hex continued. Todoroki could not believe what she was saying. He didn't want to believe what was coming out of her mouth, but knowing Hex, she most likely used her quirk to force this information out of Midoriya. meaning that what she was saying was probably true. I mean, this was quite a shock to me. We've known about the theory of an individual who can stockpile quirks and transfer them to other users for quite some time. Then, a buyer came forward and promised us a substantial amount of money for the capture of said individual, so we got to work. We kept our eyes on UA, and then Midoriya caught our attention, especially when we saw him use 2 Uno-like quirks. We had the suspicion that he was that multiple quirk user the buyer has been searching for. And now, here we are. We have the one-for-all user in our control and 2 of the strongest young heroes in UA in our possession. This is going to be our biggest buy yet. Hex explained excitedly. Todoroki's blood was boiling in anger. Yes, Midoriya never told him or those around him about his secret. But situations like these explain why he had to keep it away from the public. He understands why his quirk was kept in tight wraps, to pry away villains who could take advantage of him and his power. He could feel his quirk coming back. While Hex was distracted by her excitement, he proceeded to secretly freeze his HNDCFFS. Anyway, now that that's over. But hold him down so I can get to work. Hex motioned Roy to approach Todoroki and restrain him. Oh hell no, Todoroki thought. Before Roy could lay a finger on him, he pulled his HNDCFFS apart and punched Roy straight in the face. Roy stumbled back and fell backward. While he was down, Todoroki did not hesitate and proceeded to kick the guy straight on the temple, rendering him unconscious. You beach! Hex yelled furiously as she charged toward Todoroki. Todoroki quickly dodged, barely avoiding her grasp. Swiftly, he made his way to the exit and opened the door. Thank God, Todoroki sighed. In relief when he realized that the door was fortunately unlocked. Without a minute to spare, he sprinted down the hallway. I need backup. Call the guards. Todoroki is escaping. Hex's voice was heard from a distance. Todoroki ran. He pushed his legs to run faster even if it hurt. His life depended on him running. Crap. This place is a maze. Todoroki exclaimed through breaths as he desperately searched for a sign of an exit. I'll get out. I need to get out. Todoroki quietly exclaimed as he turned around a corner. He had no idea where he was going, but he couldn't stop. His friend's rescue depended on his escape. He ran through a series of hallways. Thankfully the halls were well lit, allowing him to see where he was going. At the end of one hallway he noticed an exit. He quickly ran to it and abruptly opened the ajar door. In front of him, a series of stairs loomed ahead of him, leading upwards. Without a thought, Todoroki proceeded to run up the stairs, ignoring the yelling and clamoring coming from behind him. His legs were screaming at him, and his lungs were telling him to stop, but he had to keep going. He needed to get out there and warn the authorities. He had to protect his friends. He will do anything to make sure they are safe, no matter the cost. Before he could reach the top, he heard gunshots. Are they shooting at me? Todoroki was terrified. Why are they shooting at me? Don't they need me alive? Todoroki wondered. Todoroki didn't have the time to ruminate on the current situation. He had to continue his ascent up the series of stairs. Unfortunately, he didn't get far. Without warning, he felt something sharp stick to his leg. Before he could react, he felt an excruciating, electrifying pain course his body. Ah! Todoroki yelled as he slumped to the ground, unable to hold his own body. Then, a bunch of men clad in black approached him. Todoroki was trembling. He was in so much pain. My, you sure put on quite a show there. Hex was heard as she approached the immobilized teenager. His vision began to darken as he began to lose consciousness, but he made sure to stay awake despite his body begging him to rest. I told you that disobeying me would lead to consequences. Without warning, Hex sent a kick straight into Todoroki's abdomen. Arg! Todoroki cried out as he spits up a bit of bile. Change of plans. We're taking him back to his cell, but first I need to use my quirk on him. Prompt him up. Large hands grasped Todoroki's body. He was then forcefully prompted into a standing position. His whole body was numb. He knew his body was in shock from the electric shock he just received. His head hung loosely, unable to hold its weight, yet another hand grabbed his hair and pulled his head back against his will. Todoroki winced at the pain caused by the sudden force. At this point, all he could do was close his eyes and hopefully prevent Hex from using her quirk on him. Hex firmly grabbed both of Todoroki's wrists, however, she noticed that Todoroki had tightly closed his eyes. I won't be brainwashed. Todoroki yelled silently as he made sure to keep his eyes shut. I don't have time for this. Roy, pry his eyes open. Hex suggested annoyingly as she made sure to keep a firm grasp on Todoroki's wrist. Todoroki yelled mentally as he tried to shake off the men restraining him. Then, he felt his eyes begin to open against his will. Todoroki tried to fight back, but it was no use. His eyes opened and they met Hex's mesmerizing gaze. A fog enveloped his mind. He is lost. Midoriya's and Bakugou's cell. The silence in the cell was deafening. Midoriya was worried. He was worried about Todoroki, but he was also concerned for himself. If Hex did use a mind control quirk on him, what did she tell him to do? Is the quirk still active? Could he snap at his friends and hurt them at any moment? He was scared that he could harm someone. He didn't want to be used to hurt those he cared about. Deku! Midoriya snapped his head over to Bakugou's room, pausing his train of thought. What are you muttering about? Bakugou asked, oddly calmly. It's nothing important, Kaken, just concerned, that's all, Midoriya replied. About icy hot? Midoriya nodded. And for myself. For yourself? For once you are actually worrying for your own butt. Bakugou commented. I don't know. I've been thinking about what you and Todoroki said about Hex's abilities. I hate to believe it, but I think you are right. I think I might have been mind-controlled. Midoriya paused as he felt a lump in his throat starting to form. I am scared that I was made to do something I'll regret, or I said something that I'll regret. Look. Bakugou began as he brought a chair to seat near the plexiglass barrier, facing Midoriya. Whatever that freak made you do was outside your control. It is not your fault for what you did over there. Also, the heroes and authorities will understand that what you did was not your doing. Okay. Was all Midoriya could reply as he continued to ruminate about the unknowns. Bakugou paused and asked Midoriya an important question. Do you think you told her about One for All? Midoriya's eyes widened as he forgot about that possibility. I don't know. It's a possibility. I hope I didn't tell her. That would be catastrophic. If you did, then you did. It isn't your fault. I'm sure All Might will deal with the aftermath of the leak. Also, I will not let a single damn soul sell or harm you just because you're the One for All user. Midoriya was low-key shocked by Bakugou's response. He was glad that he had a great childhood friend who he could rely on, even if the rivalry fire was still strongly lit. Thanks, Kaken. Before Midoriya could properly reply to Bakugou's comment, he heard an array of commotion and yelling coming from outside their cell. The hell? Bakugou yelled as he quickly stood up. Is it Todoroki? Midoriya asked. Nervously. Crap. It might be him. That icy hot yesterday is actually pulling it off. Bakugou exclaimed with a grin on his face as he remembered the plan the two of them formulated. But in an instant, the voices suddenly died down. There was no more yelling or noises coming from outside their cell. Both Midoriya and Bakugou noticed the sudden silence. They were perplexed, although they were hoping that the individuals outside just got too far for them to hear, and the silence wasn't due to Todoroki's loss. I hope he's okay. Midoriya contemplated. Yeah. Bakugou quietly uttered. Then he felt the familiar sparks of his explosion quirk on his palms. Although weak, he could feel it. His quirk was coming back. About damn time, Bakugou silently exclaimed. If my quirk is coming back, then that means Deku's should be coming back as well. We could try to break out of this sheet-hole. But, before Bakugou could devise a plan, the door to Todoroki's cell unlocked. To both Midoriya and Bakugou's horror, they saw the same brawny men walk in, carrying a limp Todoroki in his arms. Instead of putting him on his bed, the man dropped his arm, allowing the teenager to fall and hit the cold-tiled floor hard. Todoroki! What the hell did you do to him? Midoriya yelled angrily as he noticed the hideous maltreatment. He also detected various scrapes and bruises on his body which fueled his fury. Don't worry, he's just taking a short nap. He sure put on quite a fight, but thanks to my quirk I was able to subdue him. I'll wake him up before dinner, so don't worry. Hex's voice was heard from the corner of Bakugou's cell. How the hell did you get there? Bakugou yelled, startled by the villain's sudden appearance. Knowing the danger this woman posed, he began to put some distance between himself and her. Bakugou's quirk was still too weak, and even if he could use his explosions, it would be too dangerous to utilize in such small quarters. He could accidentally hurt both Midoriya and Todoroki, which would make escaping even harder than it already is. But Midoriya could get them out, his quirk could limit collateral damage. Deku, see if your quirk is working. I think the drags are wearing off. Bakugou yelled while keeping a close eye on Hex. They can't kaken. Midoriya quietly replied. Deku, what the hell? Just try. Bakugou was starting to get frantic. Hex just smiled as she enjoyed the show being displayed in front of her. Kaken. I can't. I don't know what is going on, but I just can't. Midoriya could feel one for all, but there was a voice in his subconscious telling him to not use his quirk. Every time he thought about using one for all, that voice came back to override that thought. A giggle was heard from Hex's direction. Sorry to break it to you, but he won't be using his quirk anytime soon. Well, not unless I tell him to. So, this is your doing, you damn brainwashing freak. I prefer the name hypnotist. The brainwashing is more of my idiotic brother's specialty. So, she is related to Shinso, Midoriya thought. Anyway, I need to talk to Bakugou alone and you'll be too much of a distraction, Midoriya. Hex faced Midoriya. So Deku, how about you sleep for now? With those words, Midoriya's body went limp and fell onto the hard-tiled floor. His eyes lids closed, and his world went blank as he welcomed the warm embrace of unconsciousness. Deku! What the hell is wrong with you? I'm going to erase that stupid grin off your face. Bakugou shouted in anger as he prepared to use his quirk even if it wasn't at its full capacity. I didn't want him disrupting our talk, plus I'm on a time crunch and after Todoroki's little tantrum I need to speed things along, Hex explained as she slowly approached the young hero. Bakugou noticed her action, and despite his growing fear, he backed into the corner, making sure he maintained a defensive stance. What the hell did you do to Deku and Todoroki? Bakugou blurred out. Hex stopped in her tracks and glanced at two unconscious teenagers. Those two? Oh, I just used my quirk on them. That way, whatever I or Flux tell them to do, they will do without hesitation. Using your damn quirk to take advantage of others, people like you need to be obliterated from this world. Bakugou voiced as he prepared for an incoming fight. It's more of a business asset. For this line of work, it's a useful ability. Hex was dangerously closing in on Bakugou. The frightened teenager tried to back away, but he was cornered and had nowhere to run. Also, we are delighted to know that your childhood friend is the one-for-all user we've been looking for. Bakugou was startled. What? To his misfortunate, Bakugou's distraction from Hex's remark caused him to let his guard down for a split second. Hex took that opportunity and grabbed Bakugou's wrists as she stared into his eyes. We can't wait to show our buyers what he is capable of. He'll be quite a fighter, Hex added as he brought Bakugou under her control. Hex was ecstatic. Even if the plan did not proceed as she hoped, she still managed to get all three of them under her quirk. Now that the first step was completed, both Hex and Flux could proceed with preparing for the quirk aptitude test for their buyers. Once she managed to add her suggestions to Bakugou, she let him sleep like his other companions. Eventually, she left the cell, making sure the door was locked behind her. She felt her phone vibrate and saw that it was Flux calling. Hello, Flux, Hex answered. How are things going? Did you finish your training? Flux asked from the other line. There were a few setbacks, but don't worry, I managed to get all three under my quirk. We can proceed with the next step. Wonderful. What about Midoriya? Did you get any new information about his quirk? Hex smiled. She couldn't wait to tell her companion the news she uncovered. Actually, I have some amazing news for you. Your suspicions were right. Midoriya is that multi-quirk user we've been looking for. His quirk is called One for All. One for All, huh? I'm so glad to hear this. His potential buyers are going to be so happy to hear the news. Flux replied joyously. I wanted to ask, you haven't told me who these buyers are. They sure want to buy Midoriya for such a large sum of money. Hex wondered. Sorry Hex, but that's classified. I was specifically told to not let anyone, not even my accomplices, know who is interested in buying the multi-quirk user. Okay. Hex was bummed, but she understood, some buyers didn't want to make their identities known. It was part of the business. Also, Hex, I'll be arriving in a few minutes. Can you help with preparing the stage for the event tomorrow? I need to make a few phone calls once I come back, but I'll help once I'm done. Flux commented. Sounds good. I'll have to make sure I wake the boys up once dinner rolls around. We need to assure they're in top shape for tomorrow. Of course. Our buyers don't want damaged goods. Wonderful. Thanks for everything you do. I'll see you soon. See you soon. Then the line disconnected. Hex made her way to her office. She was exhausted. She knew the risks of capturing strong, determined, and stubborn hero students. Nonetheless, she was resilient. Even if the three put on a fight, she still won in the end. No matter what, nothing will get in the way of her and Flux's plan. At the police station. Hey detective, do you have a minute? Tsukachi was snapped out of his train of thought as he was gazing through the multitude of possible leads related to the kidnapped of the UA students. He looked at the young officer standing outside of his office who seemed to be in a hurry. What is it, officer? We received a report relating to a trafficking case. We were told that an event is supposed to take place tomorrow. We were wondering if it may be related to the UA students' kidnapping. The officer explained as he entered Tsukachi's office. What kind of event? Tsukachi asked, urgently wondering if this report could be related to Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki's kidnapping. The officer opened the laptop that he had in his arms and opened an electronic report he was previously discerning. We are not sure, but the report was submitted by an anonymous individual. This person said that a quirk demonstration event of 3 renowned young heroes will happen tomorrow at 6 p.m. and that this event will be broadcasted live. They included a link for us to tune in. The officer showed the detective the report, which included an encrypted website link. Are we sure we don't have any information as to who or from where this report was sent? Tsukachi asked. He knew that most trafficking rings held demonstration events to show their victims' quirk capabilities to their buyers. This meant that these traffickers were in the first step of the trafficking. They had to pinpoint the location of the traffickers as soon as possible before it was too late. No idea. We tried to pinpoint the IP address, but we didn't have any luck. It seems like whoever sent this was careful to not disclose their location or their identity. Okay, my suspicion is that this is related to the UA students' kidnapping. I will get in contact with UA High. Let the team know to prepare the tracking equipment so we can track the live broadcast. We will open the link at 6 p.m. tomorrow and get the locations of where the UA students are being held. Tsukachi couldn't believe this sudden turn of events. Despite having a multitude of evidence and surveillance footage, he had hit a roadblock. He was hoping that this broadcast will lead them to the traffickers and the UA students. He didn't know if whoever sent the report was a friend or foe. For all they knew, Hex or Flux could have been the senders. Nonetheless, they were going to save the students. His hope was that they were not too late. At Flux's office, Flux paced the room as he looked at the series of numbers he dialed on his phone. Eagerly, he pressed the call button and waited for the person on the other line to pick up. Please pick up, Flux begged silently. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity. Flux bit his fingers as he desperately waited for a voice on the other line. Then, instantaneously, the ringing stopped. Hello, Flux. A woman was heard on the other end of the line. Hi, Miss Suzuki. I have some exciting updates regarding that multiple quirk user you've been looking for. We found him and we have him in our possession. Flux excitedly explained. You do? Who is it? It's a UA high school hero course student called Izuku Midoriya. He has a stockpiling quirk that has been transferred to him by the former #1 hero, All Might. Midoriya is capable of using 7 quirks, but at this time he can only use 2 out of the 7, not including the strength augmentation component. That is indeed the person we've been looking for. Was not expecting it to be a high school student. Oh well, young minds are easier to mold anyway. Thanks for letting me know. I will let the rest of my colleagues know about the news. Suzuki explained. Flux has worked with a variety of organizations that have had interests in the types of individuals they sell, from healers to fighter-type quirks. This organization, in particular, was unique. They had an interesting vendetta against the hero-saturated society which intrigued Flux. We'll be holding our usual quirk demonstration at 6 p.m. Please stop by so you can see Midoriya's power in person. We promise you that you will see the full range of his power and how he can be of use to you. Flux had a large grin on his face, ecstatic with the progression of events. We are aware we will be there. I'm sure Midoriya will be a great addition to the International Soldier Programming Initiative. The Meta Liberation Army can't wait to recruit him. But we are also interested in the other 2 UA students you have on sale. Make arrangements about payment once we've seen them in action. Suzuki commented from the other line. Of course, we'll also have Bakugou and Todoroki at the quirk demonstration event. We look forward to your presence, Ms. Suzuki. I look forward to it. I'll see you tomorrow. And with that, the line disconnects. Well, tomorrow will surely be an eventful day. Flux happily exclaimed, I need to help Hex with preparing the arena for the event tomorrow. Flux left his office and quickly made his way to the arena, which was located adjacent to the facility where their base was stationed. Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki were still sound asleep in their cells, trapped in their dream world and unaware of the horrors that awaited them the next day. Hi Hex, looks like you've made some good progress with the preparations, Flux exclaimed as he walked into the arena's main stage where Hex was currently standing. She was intently observing the staff prepare both the main fighting stage and the stands that wrapped around the arena, making sure all the preparations were going smoothly. Oh, hi Flux, thanks. We should be almost done. Granted, if we had your help, we could have finished in less than a minute. Hex replied as she looked at Flux, slightly annoyed. Sorry about that, Flux began as he rubbed the back of his neck. I had to make an important call. I had to inform Midoriya's potential buyer about the new information we found regarding his quirk. Also, they did let me know that they are interested in Todoroki and Bakugou as well, which is amazing. So, we'll have to see how much they will offer for those 2. Overall, they are excited to see him and his other classmates tomorrow. Hex grinned at Flux's comment. I love to hear that. That means things are progressing as we planned. Yes, and better. Our buyers can't wait to see what we have to offer. Flux continued to walk around the arena floor, marveling at the stage where the spectacle will be presented. The arena looked like a small coliseum with large concrete steps surrounding the perimeter of the arena and lights illuminating the center. The staff was currently working on adding padded foldable chairs onto the steps' empty spaces to provide the spectators with a comfortable viewing experience. The stage itself was quite unamusing. It was a similar size and appearance as the sports festival where the flooring was simply a flat concrete surface. The only off-putting element was the various number of weapons and support items displayed on the side of the stage. Well, it's almost dinner time. I better go and wake the boys up so they can eat something. I'm sure you can handle the rest of the preparations, Flux. Hex mentioned as she glanced at her phone. Of course, I'll be fine. I'll use my quirk to speed things up. Make sure those 3 eat. We'll also give them a bathroom break and they'll have the option to shower before bedtime. Or they can use their shower privileges for tomorrow, whatever they prefer. Flux explained, if there's any resistance, don't hesitate to use your quirk. Hex smiled. Oh, I'm sure there will be 0 resistance from those 3. They'll either obey what we say without the need for my quirk, or we'll force them. I wonder what they'll choose. Hex began to make her way toward the entrance of the arena. I'll see you tomorrow, Flux. See you tomorrow, Hex. Thanks again for all your help. With that said, Hex opened the front doors leading outside and made her way to the main facility where the 3 teenagers were currently held captive. Unbeknownst to her, someone was hiding in the shadows of the Colosseum's many hallways, anxiously looking at their phone. I hope the police report went through. The mysterious man whispered as he quietly walked further into the shadows, making sure he was well hidden and away from peering eyes. I will get justice for you, my friend. That's the only reason I accepted this job. The mysterious man glanced at his phone again. I hope they can track the link I attached. It sure wasn't easy to get. I can't stand any more of this horror. I will make sure those kids are saved and this organization is taken down. Hey Miles. Where the hell are you? We need your help over here. Miles heard his comrades from a distance. He quickly put his phone away and made sure to put on his well-practiced facade. He then ran over toward the direction of the sound. I'm over here, sorry about that. I went to get a quick drink of water. God, I hate this damn cover name they gave me. That sure was a long water break, his so-called work partner asked suspiciously. Miles made sure to not break his character, hoping he will just brush it off. Whatever, the boss is here to help speed things along, but we still need to help bring the rest of the support items from the vans. Go and get them. Understood. I'll go grab them immediately. Miles replied. He made his way to the vans to grab the rest of the support items that were obtained from the black market. The items are meant to accommodate the students' respective quirks, that way they can show off their true potential at the demonstration tomorrow. He could feel his fury increasing as he scanned the items in front of him. He wanted to fight, he wanted to destroy the organization from the inside out. Unfortunately, his quirk was not suitable for combat. All he could do was lure the heroes to his location and bring the fight to them. He has seen enough abuse, he even had to participate in the abuse himself. He has inflicted pain on others, innocent people who have done nothing wrong. His hands were stained with blood and his heart was riddled with guilt, despite voluntarily agreeing to his self-entailed mission. But, in the end, he couldn't let this continue. He will get justice. His friend did not deserve what happened to her. It's thanks to them that his childhood best friend was not with him now, the person who has helped him through countless struggles and was the shining beam of light for his shadowy persona. She was taken away and possibly dead thanks to these vile villains. They will pay for what they did, Miles whispered, his tone filled with anger. I will destroy this organization and save those kids for you, Hinako. Miles, real name Yamato, grabbed a large batch of steel briefcases that housed the support items and added them onto a cart for easy transport. I promise, Yamato concluded as he headed back to the arena. The teacher's lounge. It's been almost 2 days since his students were kidnapped. All Might was scared. He had no idea if they were okay or not, and his heart hurt not knowing. Additionally, he was worried and concerned. It was difficult for him to focus on any other tasks without worrying about their well-being. They are his students. He has an obligation to protect them at all costs. If only he still had his powers, the three would be back at UA at this very moment, safe and sound. But he had to face reality. All he could do was hope that the other heroes and the authorities will find them before it was too late. Despite his worries, All Might had to continue being a teacher to his other students. It was a Friday evening, and instead of celebrating the end of the week with his fellow teachers, he decided to stay at the main campus and do some last-minute grading while enjoying a cup of tea. The teacher's lounge was quiet. He was the only one in the room, and honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if he was the only one in the building. In all honesty, he would prefer to enjoy the evening by himself. He didn't believe it was appropriate to celebrate when 3 of UA's students were missing. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. All Might's phone rang, snapping him out of his thoughts. He noticed the caller ID and immediately picked it up. Hello. Tsukachi? All Might answered urgently. Hello, All Might. We need you to come to the police station immediately. We've got some important developments regarding the kidnapping of Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki. I believe you should hear this, but we need you to come to the station because of the evidence's intricacies. I've gotten in contact with Aizawa, Endeavor, and Principal Nizu, and they should be arriving at the station soon. Tsukachi explained from the other line. Really? Were we able to find a location? All Might asked, shocked by the news. We are still not clear about their whereabouts, but this development might help us find them. So, we need your presence as soon as possible so we can discuss the information we've encountered so far. Of course, I'll be there as soon as I can. Thank you, Tsukachi. All Might replied. Thank All Might, see you soon. Then the line broke as Tsukachi hung up. Without a minute to spare, he closed his laptop, grabbed his nearby sweater, and bolted out of the teacher's lounge, not caring to turn off the lights. At the police station. Thank you all for arriving on such short notice. Like I explained in our phone calls, we received a new lead regarding the boy's kidnapping. It's imperative that we act upon it immediately. For that reason, we will be needing your assistance with the plan my team and I have proposed. Tsukachi explained. Aizawa, All Might, Endeavor, and Principal Nizu were all escorted to a large conference room where Tsukachi was waiting. A large projector was set up, as well as other various equipment that the heroes could not discern. Near the entrance, 3 engineers stood, listening intently to what was being said. Recently, our office received a report regarding a trafficking incident that is linked to Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki's abduction. Strangely, the individual who submitted the report did not specify a location and they remained anonymous. But, in the report, they did provide a link that leads to a live stream of an event known as the Quirk Demonstration Special Event, happening tomorrow at 6 p.m. We did try to track the IP address, but we were not successful. Whoever sent the report knew how to hide their location and identity. A Quirk demonstration? Are we sure this is related to Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki? Aizawa asked, appalled by what he just heard. We are not 100% sure, but we have strong suspicions that this is related to their case. That is why we have this projector set up and our team of engineers here. All Might's eyes widen. We're watching the live stream? The other heroes in the room also had the same revelation. Tomorrow, at 6 p.m., they were going to open the link and watch the live stream. They may get to see their students, although they had no idea what condition they were going to see them in. That is the plan. Our engineers have encrypted our IP address and installed a VPN, so our location should not be tracked by the villains. Since we do not know who sent the link, we need to take precautions. In addition, our team here will be with us as the live stream is being shown to track the location of the event. The 3 engineers stood near the doorway, silently. The pro-heroes gazed at them. They wondered if this team of scientists could actually find where the 3 young heroes were being held. Don't worry, these 3 are not only our top forensic engineers in our office, but they are expert hackers. They have helped us resolve various kidnapping cases in the best, so I believe they are the best people for the job. Tsukachi intervened as he noticed the suspicions. I trust that they can accomplish this task. I do not doubt their skills one bit. I do have some concerns though. Principal Nizu began as those in the room turned their attention to him. How can we trust that the link is safe? For such a formidable trafficking ring, I'm surprised they are even live-streaming the event. It seems like such a careless act on their part, making their operations so public. Are you sure this is not some kind of trap? Or we could be unknowingly putting the boys in more danger than they already are. I have to agree with the principal. This whole thing seems quite suspicious to me. Endeavor added as he contemplated the plan that was proposed. I understand your worries. We had our suspicions as well when the report first arrived at our office. So, when we received the report, we did run the link through various malware detection programs. There was nothing malicious about the link. Knowing that we clicked the link, it led us to a loading screen with a message letting us know the stream will begin tomorrow at 6 p.m. Thankfully, we at least know that the link is legitimate. But I can't assure you the details of what we will see tomorrow and if this is a trap. This is the closest lead we have regarding the students' kidnapping, so it's imperative we proceed with the plan and hope we can track their location. Tsukachi demanded. The important question is, are you all prepared, mentally, to view the live stream tomorrow? Tsukachi knew the heroes were worried. To be honest, he was too. How the link got into the possession of the authorities was still a mystery and they had no idea what kind of horrors they may witness tomorrow evening. He needed to ensure that the heroes were willing to proceed with this plan. Aizawa took a step forward. Tsukachi, despite the mysteries of the link and the event itself, I will be here tomorrow to view the live stream. I will do anything to get my students back. Same here, my son and his friends are in trouble. I will put my life down to protect those 3. Endeavor confidently exclaimed. I provide my consent to pursue the task at hand. Principal Nizu responded as he raised a furry paw into the air. I also agree to view the live stream tomorrow. I know that what we may see tomorrow may be distressing, but if this could lead us to the rescue of young Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki, then I will participate in this plan. All Might voiced. Sakachi was delighted to hear the hero's agreement to the plan. Wait, what about Midoriya and Bakugou's parents? Have they been briefed about this new development? Aizawa asked, knowing that their parents should be aware of the lead. They know. Before I contacted you all, I got a hold of both Midoriya and Bakugou's mom. I explained everything to them, including the details of the lead and the plan for tomorrow. I did invite them to view the live stream with us, but I did let them know that they are not required to attend. The contents of the live stream may be disturbing. Yet, they agreed without hesitation. Even if they can't bring them back at this moment, all they want to see is that their sons are okay. Sakachi answered. Okay, I'm glad the parents know. I'm hoping they can find some comfort in these difficult times by knowing that their kids are okay. Aizawa concluded. Aizawa cared for his students and couldn't stand not knowing if they were okay or not. He hoped tomorrow they'll get some answers that can lead to an eventual rescue. Me too. Well, thank you all for your help. I will work on making the final preparations for tomorrow. Sakachi glanced at his watch. It's starting to get late. I need to brief the higher-ups about tomorrow's viewing, so I should get going. Please meet me at the police station at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. Someone will meet you to escort you all to this conference room we are in. No problem, Sakachi, thank you for everything you are doing to get the kids back home. All Might commented. It's nothing, I cannot let another trafficking organization continue operating so freely, plus I will not let any harm come to those boys. Sakachi said as he began to pack up all his documents and folders that he laid out on the table. I agree. All Might responded in agreement. We're going to stay here for a few minutes to run a few tests on the equipment, that way it's ready for tomorrow. One of the engineers added. Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow. Oh, the lady at the front desk will help direct you to the exit. Sakachi concluded as he left the room. After a few thanks and goodbyes from All Might, Endeavor, Aizawa, and Principal Nizu, the group of heroes left the conference room and made their way to the exit, anxiously waiting for the next day when they could once and for all get closer to saving the young heroes. At the cells, that evening, Hex opened the door that led into the empty cell that faced the three young heroes' respective enclosures. To Hex's enjoyment, she was glad to see that the three were still soundly asleep, their unconscious selves curled up on the cold-tilled floor. She almost felt bad that she had to wake them up. She could just allow them to sleep until tomorrow morning. Yet she couldn't let them go hungry. Their buyers do not want malnourished products. Thankfully, their dinner has already been placed on their table. They were also each given a filled water bottle to make sure they were hydrated. All she needed to do was give them the command to wake up. Deku, Shoto, Dynamite, it's time to wake up, Hex exclaimed loudly to make sure her voice was heard through the plexiglass. Like wind-up dolls, the three woke up and immediately made their way into a standing position. Once up, they just stood, motionless and staring absent-mindedly as they waited for their next command. Since I would like you all to have some semblance of free will, I'll snap you out of my control. Hex's eyes scanned the room and briefly gazed at each of the boys' blank faces, devoid of all emotions, Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki. The three blinked as awareness flooded back into their consciousness. What the hell? Bakugou muttered, confused at why he felt like he woke up from a vivid daydream. Although Midoriya remembered this feeling, he couldn't piece together what really happened to him earlier that day, but now he understands. The fogginess of his mind, feeling like he woke up from a daydream and not recalling what happened prior. This is similar to being under Shinso's control, which means that Hex used her quirk on him. And, based on his friend's reactions, he assumed that they also met the same demise as him. Midoriya glanced at both Bakugou and Todoroki. He couldn't believe that they were all hit by Hex's quirk. Damn it, he exclaimed, hands closed tightly in anger. Midoriya? Todoroki asked cautiously as he noticed his friend's growing frustration. What is freaking wrong with you? Do you seriously find making us your puppets fun to you? Don't you have any morals or empathy? Midoriya yelled angrily, then he lowered his head as he snarled his next remarks towards Hex. You deserve to be locked away and never be allowed to see the light of day. Deku, Bakugou was shocked by what he just heard. Bakugou has always seen Deku as a level-headed, calm, and rational person. But right now, his emotions were getting the best of him. Those he cares about were hurt, and to Midoriya, that meant giving them the justice they deserved for daring to hurt his friends. Bakugou knew he had to make sure that Midoriya didn't act based on his emotions. He could do something he'll regret. Fisty, aren't we? I'm not going to waste my time answering your questions by doing some kind of cliché villain monologuing. But I hope you all had a good nap. It's not like we had a choice. Midoriya interrupted, angrily glaring at Hex. Hex's patience was starting to dwindle, but she kept her composure. Anyway, you all sure gave me some trouble today, but the first step of the plan has been completed. I finally have you all under my quirk, so we are ready to proceed with tomorrow's much-anticipated quirk aptitude event. How exciting! At those words, Todoroki and Bakugou's eyes widened as they recalled the events that happened only a few hours ago. Todoroki remembered the horrors he went through. The electrocution, the beating, and then Hex's eyes were the last thing he saw. No wonder he was quite sore, and his body was riddled with bruises. He took a quick look at his leg and noticed the large bruise forming in the area where the rod of the stun gun met his flesh. He sure received quite a beating. Yet, most importantly, he remembered the conversation he had with Hex about Midoriya, about his quirk, about One for All. Alright, even if you three already took a long nap, I'll let you all get some rest before the big day tomorrow. Dinner is on your tables, and we will be taking you to the restrooms and showers once you're done eating. I suggest that you eat your food and do everything that Flux or I say. Remember, I won't hesitate to bring you under my control if it means you'll be compliant. Trust me, I rather use my quirks sparingly on you all. It can lead to overdependence if my subjects are under my hypnotism for too long. Granted, it would be useful if we were keeping you for the long term, but we want to get you to your buyers as soon as we can. Midoriya's curiosity sparked. What do you mean by overdependence? Despite their current situation, Hex's comment triggered Midoriya's quirk analysis habits. He was curious as to how one could become overdependent on a mind control quirk like hers. Hex was slightly taken aback by the question. Well, if you want to know if I use my commands on someone too many times or if I keep them under my control for too long, for example, if I keep them under for days on end, then it starts to erode their autonomy and free will, making them dependent on control. So, eventually, they become empty shells who are unable to think for themselves, making them highly susceptible and docile. Hex paused as she continued to ponder on the question while the three students listened to Hex's explanation in horror. Usually, our buyers do need assistance with control, and I have delivered by not holding back on my quirk. But so far, your potential buyers have not requested such drastic measures. Yet, they did prefer we make you at least slightly more docile and malleable. As Hex finished her explanation, Midoriya knew that his curiosity got the best of him. Now they had to continue existing in this hellish place knowing the dangers of Hex's quirk. What he hated was that they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't prevent the length of damage Hex and Flux could inflict on them, both mentally and physically. Okay, that's enough talking for today. I'll let you to your own company. Eat up and make sure you follow everything we say to a T, or I'll make sure you do. Bye. Hex opened the door to the empty cell and left the room, leaving the three exhausted and bothered young heroes to their own thoughts. Hell no, I'm not eating whatever crap that freak gave us. Bakugou shouted, breaking the encompassing silence. Both Midoriya and Todoroki had already sat down at their table to start eating their food, but Bakugou refused to get near his plate. Kaken, you have to. Didn't you hear what Hex said? She'll use her quirk on us again if we don't comply. Midoriya implied. I'll break through her damn mind control easily, just watch. Bakugou replied confidently. No, Bakugou. We were all easily taken down, none of us had a chance. I don't think this is the same case as when Midoriya broke from Shinso's control at the sports festival. Hex is definitely stronger, which means that it's probably impossible to break free from her hold. Our best bet is to do everything that we can to prevent Hex from using her quirk on us. Todoroki added, agreeing to Midoriya's comment. Bakugou just looked at the two, annoyed. Are you sure you two aren't under Hex's control right now? You are all acting suspiciously compliant. I just don't want any of us to get hurt again. Did you not see what happened to Todoroki? Plus, we can't risk her overusing her quirk on us and possibly becoming mindless puppets who can't think for themselves. For that reason, our best bet is to follow what they say and hope that the heroes find us. Midoriya voiced. He wanted to stay hopeful that the pro-heroes were out looking for them. He really didn't want to see himself or his friends be sold off to who knows where. So please eat your food, Kaken. Midoriya begged quietly. Bakugou was still reluctant, but after hearing the two's reasonings, he ultimately gave in. This wasn't a battle they could win on their own. They had to be in the right mind if they had a chance of escaping this place. So, Bakugou grabbed the nearby fork and began to eat his food. He didn't notice how hungry he really was. After being in adrenaline mode for hours now, his body was begging for food. He took the first bite of the lukewarm dinner in front of him, slightly thankful for the food he was given. The three ate their food in silence, mostly because of how hungry they were. The food was bland and lacked seasoning, but they haven't eaten all day, so they ate what they were given in almost one bite. Once finished, Midoriya looked towards Todoroki's cell. Hey, Todoroki. Yeah. Todoroki turned his head towards Midoriya. Are you okay? What happened out there? Why you look terrible when they brought you back? Midoriya asked, concerned for Todoroki's well-being. Todoroki did not want to worry his friends. He couldn't tell them the full extent of what happened only a few hours ago. I'm fine, Midoriya. I just got a small beating, but it's not a big deal. You tried to escape, didn't you? Bakugou interjected. I did. So, what happened? Bakugou asked, eager to know why the plan failed. Well, first I was brought into Hex's office, and that is when I made a run for it. I ran as if my life depended on it. I didn't know where I was going, but I just pushed my legs to get as far away from the villains as possible. I then reached a set of stairs and began to climb, hoping that the exit was at the top. But I didn't get far. I was shot with a stun gun as I was running up the stairs. After that, I was beaten up a little bit. The last thing I remember was looking at Hex's eyes before everything went dark. Todoroki explained. Oh my god. Are you sure you're alright? I can't believe they did that to you. Midoriya commented in dismay. He will not forgive the villains for hurting his friend. I'm okay, Midoriya, honestly. It's just a few bumps and scrapes. Our combat trainings have left me in worse shape than from what happened a few hours ago. I can't believe that freak used her quirk on us. Now, I have this damn mental barrier that is preventing me from using my quirk or even planning an escape. Bakugou called out angrily as he changed the subject of the discussion. Both Todoroki and Midoriya looked at their hands, perplexed by the lack of quirk energy flowing through their bodies. Same here. It's like every time I even think about using my quirk or escaping, a voice comes into my head and tells me that I can't. For some reason, I have to follow that voice. Midoriya stated, and my memory is still very fuzzy about what happened in my training. If only I knew what happened. Midoriya's remark triggered a memory in Todoroki's mind, something that Hex told him regarding his friend's quirk. Midoriya, I was told something about your quirk. Midoriya's heart skipped a beat. About my quirk? What do you mean? Does he know? Do the villains know then? Bakugou thought as he worried that the villains managed to get information about One for All from Midoriya. Hex let me know that during your training you revealed, while you were forced to reveal, the secret regarding your quirk. Hex told me that you were once quirkless and your quirk was actually passed down from All Might, something known as One for All. Before you freak out, I'm not angry that you never told me or those around you about your secret. Knowing our situation, I understand. Todoroki voiced, making sure he didn't worry his friend about the reveal of his quirk. Midoriya did not know what to say, but he knew he could trust Todoroki. He is one of his closest friends. So, he decided to let him know about One for All. Okay, yes, I was once quirkless. One for All, as you were probably told, is a stockpiling quirk that can be transferred from one user to another. All Might was the previous user, and I am the current wielder of One for All. Because of the stockpiling component of the quirk, I technically have 7 quirks within my disposal, but I've only been able to unlock one of them, which you've seen. It's the Black Whip quirk. I'm currently working on unlocking another one known as Float. Unbeknownst to Midoriya, he already unlocked Float during his training but was made to forget the details of the event. Not many know about mine and All Might's secret. From what I am aware, the only UA staff who know are the principal and recovery girl. As for students, Bakugou is the only one who knows, and well now you. Midoriya uttered. Todoroki looked at Bakugou in shock. He didn't know that such a quirk existed. Since Midoriya is able to wield so many quirks, no wonder he was sought out. Out of all things I was forced to do, I didn't want revealing one for all to be the one I did against my control. So now the villains know about one for all, huh? Midoriya asked somberly. Unfortunately, yes. Oh. Midoriya silently replied. So what? Bakugou exclaimed. Huh. Todoroki responded, confused. Yeah, the secret is out. But even if they are after you, Deku, we won't let a damn finger get a hold of you and your quirk. As I said earlier, we'll deal with the leak later. For now, let's worry about protecting our buttes. Bakugou explained as he stood up and began to stretch his legs. You're right, Kaken. We'll deal with the reveal once we get out of here. Midoriya replied, although still worried about what could happen now that the secret was circling within the villain circle. Before they could continue their conversation, the guards opened their cells, ready to escort them to the bathrooms. Not wanting to provoke their captors or the guards, they did not retaliate. Now, as the boss said, you have the option to shower, but you only get 15 minutes. One of the guards stated. They were given the option to shower the next morning if they preferred. Yet, the three unanimously agreed to the shower option and were each taken to their respective bathrooms. There, they were given a set of sleepwear for them to change into. The three welcomed the unexpected gift without question. They were just glad that they could change out of their sweaty and dirt-ridden athletic clothes. They were also provided with hygiene products for them to use, such as an unopened toothbrush and toothpaste. Once their nighttime routine was completed, they were led back to their cells. Nice to see you again. Flux's voice was heard through the intercom of the boys' cell, alarming the three teenagers. Get some rest, I look forward to tomorrow. I'm sure you all will do great. Sweet dreams. With that, the intercom went silent. Damn Bisudi. Bakugou, of all people, wanted to use his explosion quirk and blast the intercoms into pieces. Yet all they could do was filter out the voice. The three got into their uncomfortable bedding and hoped that their dreams will offer an escape from their horrible situation. They were exhausted, so they were eager to get some rest. After a few quiet, good nights, the three slumped into their beds and welcomed the comfortable feeling of sleep. The next morning, day of the Quirk Aptitude event. The first person to wake up was Bakugou. The room was pitch dark, he wasn't sure if he had opened his eyes or not. He rubbed the sleep from his tired eyes and proceeded to sit up. Despite sleeping the whole night, he didn't feel like he got a good night's rest. He still felt tired and exhausted. He wondered if this was Hex's doing or if it was because his internal clock was all messed up. Before he allowed his eyes to adjust to the darkness, the lights suddenly turned on. The fluorescent lights temporarily blinding Bakugou's sleep-deprived eyes. Damn it! Bakugou yelled as he shielded his eyes from the harsh lighting. Once his eyes got used to the brightness, Bakugou stood up and began to stretch his legs. He noticed that breakfast was already set for them, yet, both Midoriya and Todoroki were still sound asleep. The food was a Japanese-style breakfast that consisted of miso soup and a side of rice. Their water bottle was also refilled. Tisk! Bakugou did not want to eat whatever their captors gave them, but he knew he had to. He'd rather not be brainwashed and turned into a human puppet again. He sat down and began to eat what he was given. The food was quite bland but filling, and despite the food being quite cold, Bakugou still ate it without question. As soon as he finished, he heard movement coming from both Todoroki and Midoriya's cells. Morning, sleepyheads, Bakugou said. Morning, Kaken, Midoriya responded, sleep still present in his voice. Morning, Todoroki replied as he began to sit up. Those brats gave us some food, better eat up. Right, replied Midoriya. He was really hoping that this was all a nightmare and none of this was real. To his dismay, he was still in these cells, trapped with his two friends. Additionally, Today was the dreaded quirk aptitude event. He was hoping that it'll just be another sparring session but with an audience. However, he knew it wasn't going to be a simple fight. As Midoriya made his way to his table to eat his awaiting food, he noticed that the door separating his and Bakugou's cell was slightly ajar. "Hey guys, it looks like they opened the barrier's doors for us," Midoriya pointed out. Bakugou also noticed the slightly ajar door. "You're right, what a kind gesture from those idiots. Did you all want to eat together? I know you already ate Kaken, but it gets difficult to hear you all through the plexiglass and I thought we should, well, hang out, I guess." Midoriya asked hesitantly. Todoroki was already making his way into Midoriya's room before he could even finish his sentence, his food in hand and dragging his chair with the other. "I like that idea, Midoriya." Midoriya smiled as he saw Todoroki walk in. "I guess it's better than trying to yell through the glass," Bakugou added as he also entered Midoriya's cell, his chair on hand. The two visitors set down their chairs and sat at the table where Midoriya was sitting. Midoriya for once was happy. He was glad he could have a semi-normal conversation with his friends and not have it be forced. While both Midoriya and Todoroki ate, they did try to cheer each up and keep their hopes up. They wanted to forget, at least briefly, the predicament they were in. So, they joked about how much trouble they will be in for missing school, or how they will hit up their favorite ramen place once they got out. They shared a few laughs, a nice relief from the constant depressive state they'd been in. They even allowed Midoriya to go into his All Might fanboy tangents. He talked about all things All Might, his first appearance, his progression through his eras, and even his favorite hobbies. Granted, Midoriya couldn't dodge the annoyed looks that came from Bakugou as he talked non-stop about his idol. He also elaborated on how fortunate he is to have him as his mentor and how honored he is to be his successor. They talked for about an hour. It felt like they were back at you, hanging out in the common room. Alas, the fun couldn't last long. Before Midoriya could bring up another pro-hero quirk analysis from what he memorized in his notebook, their captors entered the empty cell. Upon seeing them, they immediately went silent. "It's sure been quite some time since I last saw you three. I'm hoping your time with Hex was enlightening." Flux began as if he was presenting to a large crowd. The three did not reply. "Anyway, as I'm sure you all are aware, today is a special day. We really don't have anything important planned for you today other than the Quirk Aptitude event, so you are all free to do whatever you please until about 5 p.m. when we'll take you out to prepare for the event. Of course, we want to be kind to you three and help get your spirits up, so we've opened your cell doors. That way you have a chance to mingle with each other. We'll take you out to tidy up for the day in a few minutes here. A new pair of clothes will also be waiting for you there." Flux explained while Hex stood there silently with her arms crossed. "All right, I should be on my way." Hex leaned into Flux's ear to whisper something to him, interrupting his comment. "Oh, you're right. I forgot. Thanks, Hex." Flux took another glance at the three teenagers. "I almost forgot to test if Hex's triggers work when I say them. I don't doubt Hex's skills, but she wants to make sure." Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki's hearts began to beat outside of their chest. Being smacked around was something they could handle, but losing all control of their mind and body was something they did not want to experience again. Yet, they couldn't do anything about it. So, they stood there, dumbfounded as they waited for the trigger to consume their minds. "Okay, let's do this, Deku, Shoto, and Dynamite," Flux yelled, making sure the words could be heard through the plexiglass. In an instant, the boys' eyes glazed over as the all-familiar fog enveloped their minds. "I'm guessing that worked, Hex?" Flux turned to his colleague to get an approval. "Yup, they are under." Hex replied, "Try giving them an order." "Okay, Deku, jump 5 times." Midoriya did as he was told and let his body do the simple task. "Wonderful, Shoto, go sit down on that chair over there." Todoroki walked over to the chair Flux pointed to and obediently sat down on the furniture. "Great." Lastly, Dynamite, spin around 2 times. Bakugou, without question, spun around in place twice. "The triggers and commands work perfectly. You should be able to bring them in and out of my quirk and also give them your commands and suggestions," Hex explained. "Awesome. Then that means that they are ready for us to give them our commands during the event today." "How exciting!" Let's bring them back, Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugou. The hold of their minds broke, and they were once again brought back into their bodies, now able to control their movements and thoughts. Damn it, I hate this, Midoriya thought as he was brought back to his senses. The commands and triggers work, thank you all for volunteering. Flux said with a giggle, now I'll let you to your own company, the guards will be here soon to take you to the restroom so you can tidy up. See you soon. Both Flux and Hex left the cell, locking the door behind them. Before the three could process what happened, they heard the doors to their cell open. The guard who are meant to guide them to their restroom appeared. No funny business, we have permission to use force if needed. One of the guards ordered. The three looked at each other and nodded defeatedly. They scattered to their cells and approached their respective guards, not daring to look eye to eye. Let's go. Todoroki's guard instructed. The three left their rooms and made their way to their individual restroom to prepare for the events that lay ahead. At the cells, 5 p.m. Despite not having much to do except for sitting around and talking about whatever came into mind, the day flew by quickly. Graciously for their captors, their cell was provided with a wall clock which allowed the three to have some semblance of time even if their cells lacked windows. Even with the addition, their circadian rhythm was quite messed up, which explained why they were still so tired even after a night's rest. The time read 5 p.m., which meant that the guards will be arriving soon to take them to their new location. Only a couple of minutes ago, they were provided with a new set of clothes and were asked to change into more combat-friendly attire. The clothes included a pair of black combat pants, a black short-sleeve shirt, and black athletic shoes. They were told that any support items relating to their quirk will be provided to them at the arena, as well as any weapons. The mention of weapons brought shivers down their spine. They hoped that they didn't have to fight each other at the event, or worse, an innocent bystander. I guess we can't back out of this one, huh? Or we'll be forced to participate in this damn event. Bakugou explained, he decided to spend his remaining minutes laying on his bed. Even if he didn't show it, he was scared. Yeah, unfortunately. Let's just survive this, okay? Midoriya replied, trying to sound comforting even with his growing anxiety. Let's make sure nothing bad happens to us. Agreed, we'll get through this together, Todoroki added. At those words, the three looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The door to their cells opened once again. Their guards waiting outside. It's time. Get going. One of the guards ordered sternly. The three followed the guard's order and silently left the confines of their cell, all of them deep in thought, terrified for what laid ahead. At the police station, 5:30 p.m. Well, we have everything set up and ready to go so we can view the live stream and track the broadcast. Now, all we do is wait and hope for the best. Tsukachi explained. Endeavor, All Might, Aizawa, and Principal Nizu were seated at the front of the large conference table near the detective, who had his notepad ready for any important notes he had to jot down. Near them, just a few seats behind, sat Midoriya and Bakugou's mother, Inko Midoriya and Mitsuki Bakugou. Mrs. Bakugou was comforting an emotional Mrs. Midoriya who was beyond worried for his son's safety. Lastly, at the very back of the room, sat the three engineers who were present at the previous meeting, ready to utilize their extensive equipment to track the broadcast. The aura in the office was tense. None of them knew what they will be witnessing in half an hour. They all stared at the loading screen, waiting for the screen to show the missing students. Then, at 6 p.m., the screen changed, revealing a front-view panoramic view of an empty fighting arena. To everyone's shock, the three missing students walked into view. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the much-anticipating Quirk demonstration event featuring our latest products. Hex's voice could be heard through the large speakers, resonating throughout the arena. Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki carefully walked to the center of the arena floor as the crowd roared in excitement. The stands were completely packed. To the boys, this was a horrifying sight to see. The three teenagers could not believe that there were so many individuals involved in such a horrible business. It made them sick knowing that all these people were only here to see how their quirks could be of use to them. One particular woman was gleaning with excitement. She was sitting near the front of the crowd, right in the center. She was accompanied by two men clad in black. The mysterious women surveyed the three young heroes with delight. She couldn't wait to see what her potential purchases were capable of doing. Today we have a special treat for you. From the prestigious UA High School, please welcome 3 of their top students. Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki. Hex announced. The crowd applauded and cheered with excitement upon hearing the announcement. Everyone was eager to see what the 3 students were capable of doing. Midoriya quickly scanned the audience and nothing out of the ordinary stood out to him, only a bunch of repulsive people who were here to see a bunch of teenagers fight. However, he did notice a familiar face from before. This individual was currently standing near a corner, making sure the shadow hid his presence. What was strange about this individual was his demeanor. He looked nervous, as if he was nervous about what was about to occur. Midoriya then recalled the events that happened only a few minutes ago, right before they stepped into the concrete arena. 15 minutes before the event, Yamato was put in charge of preparing the 3 young heroes for the upcoming fight. Since he was alone with the 3 teenagers, this would have been the perfect time to let them know about the police report. He could have also filled them in about how he was able to infiltrate the villain's organization and get the live stream link to the police and the pro-heroes. He was sure that this would have brought some semblance of hope to them, especially with the reassurance that the pro-heroes and police were probably waiting for the live stream to begin. That way the broadcast could be tracked. But, to his misfortune, he was being watched. There were 2 cameras in the room, a tiny red light flashing periodically, signaling that it was recording their every move. Also, right outside the doors, 2 brawny guards stood in attention, ready to intervene at any moment. Even worse, Hex wasn't too far away in case she needed to use her quirk on the 3. All he could do was continue with his fake character and play the bad guy. We've managed to get replicas of the support items you usually utilize, that way you can use them during the fight. They may not be the fancy ones from UA, but they'll do the job. Yamato explained as he opened the 3 briefcases and handed each item to the 3 students. The young heroes were ordered to wait in the locker room of the Coliseum. There Yamato could run through the preparations. The 3 were seated on a wooden bench, silently listening to the guy in front of them. Midoriya was given an identical replica of his support gloves, except these ones were coated in black paint instead of the green that was visible on his original gloves. He scanned them closely. He would have marveled at the craftsmanship if they weren't bought from the black market. Bakugou was handed only one of his grenade support items. According to Yamato, producing and hauling 2 of his support items would have been too much of a hassle. Usually, Bakugou would have shouted in fury for only being given one of his support items. Yet, he was glad he was only given one, which meant that he wouldn't have to inflict as much harm on someone with his quirk. So, for once he was glad for the handicap. Todoroki was simply given a replica of his wrist guards that are meant to regulate the temperature of his body after subsequent attacks. Despite being produced illegally, he was glad that he'll at least be able to control the extent of his power with the support item he was given. Put them on quickly, Yamato added, sternly. Midoriya sighed. What choice do we have, he thought. The 3 fastened the items onto their respective body parts and made sure they were securely fastened. Make sure the items are securely fastened, I will check that everything is good to go. Yamato urged, specifically pointing to Midoriya's gloves. Midoriya glanced at Yamato suspiciously and then proceeded to inspect the gloves and their components. The attentiveness of the guard in front of him, almost eagerly nudging him to examine the device, was unnerving. All that Midoriya wanted was for him to get out of his face. Upon inspection, nothing was out of the ordinary, they were just normal replicas of his support items. But, before he stopped his search, he noticed a weird carving on the bottom of the gloves, in the location where the gloves extended to allow him to use his air force. There were 3 words that were carved in a hurry. The words were almost illegible. Yet Midoriya knew exactly what it said. His eyes widened. Heroes are coming. Midoriya looked back at the mysterious guy in front of him, a glint present in his eyes. Did he write this? Midoriya asked silently. Who is this guy? Is he working against the villains? Is help really coming? Thank God, he read it. Yamato sighed silently. He met Midoriya's star-stricken eyes and merely gave him a nod and a faint smile, basically confirming what he was thinking. Unfortunately, this was the only way he could convey the message that help was hopefully on its way. He couldn't give any specifics, but he wished that this small message could bring some hope to the young heroes. He was just hoping that help gets here sooner rather than later. In the meantime, he'll do what he can to ensure their safety. Before Midoriya could show Todoroki and Bakugou the unsuspecting message carved into his support item, Yamato's walkie-talkie sprung to life. "Miles, it's time, bring them up to the arena." The voice belonging to Hex exclaimed from the walkie-talkie. "Will do," Yamato simply replied. He glanced at the three teenagers and also took a quick peek at the surveillance cameras, the red lights continuing to blink periodically. "Damn, they really are watching us like hawks," Yamato added silently. "Let's go," Yamato ordered. "Damn it. I can't stand your stupid face. I just want to blow it into smatterings," Bakugou yelled as he stood up. "Kaken!" Midoriya shouted, worried that Bakugou's temper might provoke the villains. Despite the message, he still couldn't trust the guard, so it was best that they kept their composure. Yet, to their surprise, Yamato did not react. He didn't get angry, aggravated, or defensive. He just stood there with a calm demeanor. "Hurry, before Hex and Flux get angry," Yamato urged. He really wanted to tell them that everything will be okay. However, all he could do was play the villain he agreed to become. Soon enough he'll tell the three teenagers his plans and motivations. "Come on, guys," Todoroki said silently, "rather not do something that could make our situation worse than it already is." "Tisk," Bakugou simply replied. Yamato walked ahead and commanded the three to follow. They abide without question and follow the mysterious guard in front of them. Midoriya had so many questions that he longed for an answer, such as who this guard was. Maybe he'll get a chance to talk to him. Although, for now, he had to survive this challenge awaiting him, he just hoped that the message on his glove was telling the truth. Eventually, they reached the entrance to the arena. Shouting, talking, and muttering was heard through the metal double-set doors. Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki knew that the Colosseum was full, which meant that a bunch of disgraceful individuals were here to see three teenagers fight for their lives. "If it isn't the stars of the show," Flux exclaimed as he walked towards the group. "Thank you for your help, Miles. You are free to go. Make sure you find good seats. You do not want to miss this." "Of course, thank you, Flux," Yamato replied. "Stay safe, you three," Yamato implied silently. With that, Yamato left the three students in the hands of the villains. "Alright, let's get the show started. Our audience is waiting. But first, Deku, Shoto, and Dynamite." The three boys were taken aback by the sudden trigger, their eyes glazed over, and all previous emotions were wiped clean from their faces. They stood in attention as they waited for Flux's orders. In the arena, whenever Hex or I yell, "Go," you will all be able to use your quirks, and once we say, "Stop," the previous command that prevents you from using your quirk will come back. Do I make myself clear? The three nodded, obediently. Good. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou. Immediately, the fog in their minds dissipated, leaving the three slightly dazed. "Damn it, not again," Bakugou whispered as the three began to shake off the haziness. "Let's get going." Then, automatically the doors opened. They stepped forward as the roaring sounds of the audience and the bright blinding lights hit their overwhelmed senses with full force. Back at the arena. "Whoever this guy is, I really hope he is a friend and not a foe," Midoriya wondered. "Now, we are going to begin with a small demonstration of their quirks. That way you can all see what these three have to offer. After that, we'll proceed with the big event which I'm sure you all are dying to see." Hex announced. The crowd cheered in excitement. As soon as Hex finished her sentence, a bunch of guards entered the arena and began to place a variety of dummies throughout the fighting stage. Some were even placed overhead. The three young heroes looked at each other, fearful of what their tasks were going to be. "Your task is to hit the dummies around you with everything that you got, but I know you three are quite stubborn. You're not going to do this willingly even if I threaten you. So, I'll help you with that stubbornness. We do want to give the crowd what they want, don't we?" Hex explained as the crowd cheered in agreement. Todoroki knew what Hex was about to do, so he braced himself for the incoming trigger. At least this task isn't meant to hurt Midoriya or Bakugou, Todoroki thought as he tried to bring some comfort into their precarious situation. Deku, Shoto, Dynamite. The fog returned, and the three were transported back into the familiar trance state where nothing else was of importance except for Hex's and Flux's words. Deku and Shoto, stay where you are. Dynamite, I want you to use your explosion quirk to blast the 4 dummies you see before you. Go and make sure there is nothing left of those dummies. Upon hearing the go trigger, Bakugou felt the familiar rush of his quirk. The nitroglycerin-like sweat of this palm began to emanate sparks. He followed Hex's command and moved toward where the dummies were currently standing. Once he was directly in front of them, he planted his feet, lifted the hand holding the support item, and prepared to deliver his attack. He released a series of powerful AP shots toward the 4 dummies, an attack that was intended to destroy the dummies thanks to its precise shooting. The attack managed to completely disintegrate the inanimate objects, leaving nothing but dust. The crowd roared from excitement upon noticing the destructive act the hero in training was able to accomplish, undoubtedly against his will. Good job, you can stop now. Stand next to Deku and don't move. Shoto, I want you to do the same thing to those dummies on your right. Go and destroy them. Todoroki obeyed without resistance. He turned around and made his way toward the dummies. Once he was standing in front of them, he began to prepare his attack. Oddly, the dummies were designed to resemble civilians in their everyday lives. It was obvious that this was meant to mimic a civilian attack. Yet, to Todoroki that did not matter. The only thought circulating his foggy mind was to destroy the human-like dummies in front of him. He proceeds to use a more compact version of his flash freeze heatwave. He extends his arms and delivers a strong attack. The shockwave caused the dummies to fly into the air, every arm and leg dismembered due to the powerful attack. Amazing job, you can stop. Stand over there and don't move. Lastly, Deku, I want you to destroy the dummies above you. Make sure you go and destroy every single one of them. Hex explained. Above him, there were 2 dummies strapped to the ceiling and a few dummies sitting on the unoccupied stands. Midoriya powered up full cowling as he let the command consume his thoughts. Afterward, he activated float to help him propel himself toward the targets. With the assistance of Air Force as a boost, he landed on the first unoccupied stands of the top level and landed a strong shoot-style kick toward the unsuspecting dummies. The inanimate objects hit the wall on the opposite side of the Colosseum, leaving a large dent. The crowd gasped in shock. Next, Midoriya activated his black whip and wrapped the 2 dummies strapped to the ceiling tightly with his bindings. With one swift motion, he flung the dummies from the ceiling all the way to the ground below. The humanoid objects landed on the ground hard, leaving a large dent and the 2 bodies completely dismembered. The crowd couldn't believe what they witnessed, but the women who had eyes for the young men only smiled with delight. The strength that this high school student possessed was like no other. After a moment of silence, as the crowd reflected on what just occurred, the crowd erupted in cheers. The crowd was in awe at Midoriya's seemingly flawless use of his multiple quirks. There was obvious interest in the student's talent. Wonderful job. You can stop, Deku. You all did amazing. Shall we proceed with the main event, Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou? I'm sure it will be exhilarating. Upon hearing the wake-up trigger, the 3 woke up from their walking daydream, Hex's hold of their minds snapping like a thread. But before the 3 could react to what just occurred, after noticing the large number of dummies laying around, Hex spoke again. I hope you enjoyed that little exhibition. It is time to begin the presentation you all have been waiting for. In the count of 3, we will begin the spectacle. Hex exclaimed. Wait, what is this big event? We weren't given any instructions. What are we doing? We can't even use our quirks? Are we supposed to fight quirkless? Todoroki asked frantically. 3. Is someone supposed to appear? Is it only us? What's happening? No way in hell am I fighting my friends. Midoriya added in a panic as he met eyes with both Todoroki and Bakugou. 2. What the hell? I will blow this whole place down if I have to, just watch me. Bakugou yelled. 1. They all went into battle mode as the three waited in anticipation for the threat to appear. Their senses heightened, their breathing became shallower, and their heart began to race. They took a defensive stance as they fixated on the arena entrance. If anything, they should foresee the threat to come from that direction. Go! Instantaneously, upon hearing the go command, Bakugou could feel the familiar sparks of his quirk emanating from his palm. Todoroki could feel the usual hot and cold sensation of his quirk. Midoriya could sense one for all throughout his body. Their quirks were back, and this time they were in control of their body, meaning that for once, they could control how they used their quirk. Yet they could not marvel at the sudden return of their quirks. Because immediately after, Hex spoke again. "Oh, and make sure you defeat these worthless heroes, Deku." Midoriya's head and shoulders immediately slumped down, his eyes gazing at the floor beneath him. The fog was back, but this time it was different. He felt rage. He felt rage like no other. They are all villains. Your job as a hero is to destroy them. Midoriya's distorted thoughts yelled. The rage was all-encompassing. All he wanted to do at that moment was eliminate every single villain that roamed the earth. Then he lifted his head, and his eyes met the two young heroes next to him. In his mind, all he saw were villains, dangerous and vile villains who are meant to be destroyed. He stepped back to get a better vantage point and angrily glared at both Bakugou and Todoroki as if he were preparing to pounce on his prey. They are the enemy. I must eliminate them. Huh. The hell? Bakugou looked at Midoriya suspiciously upon noticing the strange behavior. Something was not right. Midoriya was acting differently. And Midoriya? Todoroki asked cautiously. Midoriya continued to stare at them angrily. I will not let you escape. Slowly, Midoriya began to activate his black whip as he approached the terrified students. I would run if I were you, Hex warned from the speakers. Deku, what the crap are you doing? Bakugou yelled as he noticed Midoriya's menacing figure advancing toward them. Bakugou knew that something was definitely wrong. Midoriya's presence screamed danger. The audience went quiet, everyone was eager to find out. What Todoroki and Bakugou will do once their friend attacked. How will they react when the hero in training, their classmate and friend, suddenly attacked without remorse? Midoriya! Snap out of it! This isn't you! Todoroki shouted as he began to back away from the fast-approaching and rage-filled Midoriya. This is Hex, isn't it? She activated a trigger, Rig AH. Suddenly, without hesitation, Midoriya sent a black whip toward Todoroki's location, aiming for his neck. Todoroki dogged it in a split second, the whip grazing his shoulder instead and leaving a small tear on his shirt. Damn it, Deku. Icy hot. This is definitely Hex's doing. Deku would never attack us like that, even if he were angry and not under the effects of a quirk. Bakugou exclaimed upon noticing what Midoriya just did. I know. What do we do? They can't fight Midoriya. Not like this. Todoroki ran as he desperately tried to avoid Midoriya's many black whip attacks. Knock him out. Unexpectedly, Midoriya sent an attack toward his childhood friend. A black whip almost hit Bakugou's midsection. He rolled out of the way, barely avoiding the attack. Crap. That is the only way we can stop him, without the need to fight. Bakugou panted as he desperately tried to put some distance between himself and Midoriya. Midoriya's aura was nothing but fury and rage. Every single miss only increased his anger, but he was not going to give up, he was not going to stop. He will keep going until the mission was completed. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Midoriya's conscience urged. I'm going to kill you, you damn villains. Midoriya yelled furiously. Villains? Todoroki said, baffled by what he just heard. Wait, does he see us as villains? Midoriya activated full cowling and sped toward Todoroki, who was too busy pondering what Midoriya said. He did not notice his fast-approaching friend. Todoroki! Behind you! Bakugou urgently shouted. Upon hearing his name, Todoroki reacted. He turned his head to see that a full power kick was making its way toward his exposed abdomen. Instinctually, Todoroki extended his palm and produced an ice shield, causing Midoriya's high-powered kick to hit the ice instead of his body. The ice broke, spreading its particles throughout the arena and giving the space the illusion of falling snow. The crowd awed and oohed at the marvelous display. "This isn't the time to be zoning out, damn it," Bakugou called out as he tried to use his support item to provide him a speed boost, that way he could better avoid Midoriya's attack. Yet, the control was limited due to not having both of his support items. He was at a disadvantage. With only one of his items, he knew that it was going to be near impossible to outrun him. Midoriya's eyes were set on Todoroki. His fury was at heightened levels after his failed attack. However, before Midoriya could do anything, Todoroki activated his ice quirk and used it to glaciate across the floor and surf away from his enraged friend. Midoriya activated his gloves and proceeded to send a series of air force attacks, hoping to stop his escape. "Bakugou! I can't get close enough to incapacitate him. He is too fast. Also, if I leave my guard down to even think, he'll attack," Todoroki yelled as he continued to use his ice quirk to avoid Midoriya's air force projectiles. Plus Hex added a specific suggestion and activated it before the fight. "He sees us as villains. I think she implemented the suggestion when he went into his training. He is set to kill us no matter what it takes. Damn it. So that brainwashing freak is using Deku to try and end us. I doubt he'll get that far since they do need us alive. This is all for show. Damn it. They're using Deku as entertainment. Those damn beasts, oh crap." Bakugou was interrupted by the air forces coming at him in rapid succession. He managed to counter them with his explosion quirk. Damn nerd is on a whole different level. Is this some kind of quirk awakening or what? Bakugou replied as he used his quirk to propel himself into the air. Once he was in Midoriya's line of vision, he sent a stun attack directly into Midoriya's face, hoping to temporarily blind him and stop him from attacking Todoroki. "Icy hot. We'll need to restrain him and then knock him out." Unfortunately, Midoriya was faster than his friend. He managed to dodge the stun attack by activating full cowling and leaping into the air. Bakugou, on the other hand, noticed the escape but was focused on regaining his composure and visibility after the attack. Midoriya was now floating in midair. He grabbed a bunch of swords, knives, and other various weapons displayed on a few racks nearby with his black whips and began to fling them at Bakugou. "Bakugou! Watch out! In the air!" Todoroki yelled. "Crap!" Bakugou yelped as he noticed the incoming weapons. He maneuvered away from the item's trajectories, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to predict where and how Midoriya was going to hurl the weapon. Now that Midoriya had control of the air, and with the small propulsions from his air force in combination with his full cowling, he could easily dodge any incoming long-range attacks. This only complicated Todoroki's and Bakugou's plan of capturing their rampaging friend. With the weapons still firmly grasped in his whips, he continued to fling them at almost inhuman speeds toward his friends below. "I can try to reach him with my ice." "Bakugou! Todoroki's words were interrupted as he heard a blood-curdling scream near his location. "Ah!" Bakugou yelled in agony as a knife was lodged into his right calf. "Bakugou!" Todoroki yelled as he tried to run to his injured friend but was promptly stopped by the flying weapons coming from above. Damn it! He grabbed the knife and immediately pulled it out from his leg, siring pain emanating from his newly produced wound. "I'm okay, just focus on the damn." Todoroki's eyes were filled with fear and panic as he noticed blood beginning to stain Bakugou's black pants. Now he had two things to worry about: his injured classmate and his mind-controlled friend. He had to stop this before any more injuries occurred and before Midoriya did something he'll regret. Todoroki didn't want to use the fire side of his quirk since he could risk harming his friend, so instead, he used his ice quirk to propel himself upward to get to Midoriya's level. His plan was to restrain him with his ice, bring him to the ground, and then knock him out. "Use that flame quirk of yours. I want to see it again," someone in the audience yelled. Todoroki gritted his teeth in anger. "Shut up." Todoroki silently replied. He had to try and ignore any incoming comments from the audience. His primary focus was stopping his brainwashed friend. Midoriya noticed the fast-approaching half-hot and half-cold user. He used his air force and quickly dodged Todoroki's incoming ice attacks. Then, to Todoroki's horror, he saw that Midoriya made a swift turn and locked eyes with Bakugou, who was still trying to gain his footing after the knife attack. Without hesitation, Midoriya sped toward his injured childhood friend. No, 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 no. Todoroki made his way back to the ground and slid across the arena. He needed to reach Bakugou before Midoriya did, but he was too late. No. Bakugou! Damn it! Bakugou sent one of his explosion attacks toward Midoriya's location, but he avoided them seamlessly. His injury was making it difficult to stand, and keeping his equilibrium as he produced his explosions was nearly impossible. Bakugou couldn't run. The pain in his leg was like no other, and he couldn't ignore the bleeding. He knew he was losing blood. He could feel himself getting dizzier the longer he stood there. Please, Deku, don't do this. Bakugou begged in desperation as he stared eye to eye at his fury-filled childhood friend. Come on, you nerd. Stop, Dig. Midoriya sent a smash straight to his abdomen. Bakugou quickly brought his arms to his stomach to stop the attack, the impact destroying his one support item. The force of the hit also sent him flying across the arena, his body hitting the nearby wall. The crowd cheered. Bakugou! Todoroki yelled in terror. Midoriya was chillingly unaware of what he just did. Instead, he continued to advance to where Bakugou lay, who was having a hard time getting up. Hey, Midoriya! Over here! Todoroki exclaimed, hoping to revert his friend's attention away from Bakugou. How about you catch me? I am a villain after all. Midoriya's head snapped and stared at Todoroki. He turned on full cowling and immediately ran towards him. However, unlike last time, he was prepared. He directed his palms toward the ground and activated his fire quirk. The force allowed him to launch himself into the air, avoiding Midoriya's incoming kick. Then, with the use of his ice quirk as mobility, he used his fire side to create a wall of flames. The hope was to construct a fiery perimeter around Midoriya to trap him where he stood. This way he could go in and incapacitate him. He made sure the fire was as high as it could go. That way Midoriya's chances of escape were reduced even if he used his float quirk. Midoriya desperately tried to escape. He sent a variety of air blasts to open an escape route, but, to his disappointment, the newly produced exit was quickly engulfed by the flames. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but this is the only way I can stop you. Todoroki yelled from outside the firewall. Then, to Midoriya's shock, Todoroki appeared from above, his ice side ready to deliver the finishing blow. Although Midoriya was prepared, and to Todoroki's dismay, a black whip was waiting behind him. The whip grabbed a hold of Todoroki's midsection. Midoriya tightened his grip, and in one swift motion, he slammed his friend hard onto the ground below. The impact caused Todoroki's concentration to dwindle. The flames dissipate as he lost the capability to keep the flames activated. Todoroki heard one of his ribs snap. The pain was unimaginable. Ah! Todoroki squealed in pain. Later, with his black whip, Midoriya grabbed both Bakugou and Todoroki by the leg. He then flung them across the room like ragdolls. The bone-chilling sound of body meeting concrete emanated throughout the arena. The crowd roared in excitement. Coughing and pain-filled groans could be heard from the two injured heroes. They couldn't give up, not now. They tried to stand up. They had to if they had a chance to stop Midoriya, but they couldn't. Their bodies were pushed past their limits. It was over. They could no longer fight. They've lost. To their misfortunate, Midoriya was not satisfied with the victory. He activated his black whip and grabbed the two defenseless young heroes by the neck. He lifted them up into the air and began to strangle them. Stop. Bakugou begged as the air was slowly being drained from his body. Midoriya, snap out of it. Todoroki added through chokes as he desperately tried to scratch the binding off his neck. Izuku! Stop! You're going to kill them. A voice in his thoughts yelled. No! You must complete the mission. Another voice intercepted, drowning out the other voice. You need to stop, Izuku. They are your friends. The voice jumped in, louder than before. Kill them. Stop. Now. Midoriya tightened the bindings, causing Todoroki and Bakugou to further gasp for the little air that they had. Please, help me. His subconscious urged. Midoriya was suffering. Subconsciously he knew what he was doing, but he couldn't stop it. He was hurting his friends and he couldn't do anything about it. He knew that this was his fault. It was his fault for not fighting the control and his fault for not snapping out of it. His friends were going to die at his hands, and it was all going to be his fault. I can't stop it. This is my fault. Deku, Bakugou gasped. Okay, that's enough, Midoriya. You showed us everything we wanted to see. Hex intervened, her voice being heard through the speakers. Upon hearing his family name, Midoriya snapped out of the control. The fog in his mind disappeared and the rage that was invading his mind vanished. Once his thoughts were back, he noticed that he was still holding onto his black whips that were suffocating his two friends. In a panic, he retreated the whips, causing the two to fall to the ground. Oh no, what have I done? Midoriya gasped in horror as he covered his mouth in disbelief. His teary eyes stared at both Todoroki and Bakugou, who lay limply on the floor, knocked unconscious. Great job, Midoriya. Well, that's... Hex began but was soon interrupted. No. Huh. Hex wondered. This is your fault, Midoriya muttered. The crowd went silent. I mean, this mess is your... Shut up. Midoriya yelled furiously. Shut the hell up. You are going to pay for this. Midoriya knew that his quirk was still within his control, so he sprinted into action and powered all the quirks he had at his disposal. His targets, the mind control user and the speed user, both sitting in the announcer's box eyeing the infuriated teenager. Midoriya! Saint Hex yelled as one of Midoriya's black whips zipped towards their direction and slammed onto the announcer's box, cutting it in half. Both Hex and Flux briskly jumped out of way as debris from the destroyed box scattered throughout the arena. Midoriya was not going to allow Hex nor Flux time to use their quirks. He was going to make sure that they paid for what they did. Immediately he ran, full cowling in full activation, to where the two currently were. Take this! Midoriya shouted as he sent a shoot-style kick toward them. Flux turned on his speed quirk, grabbed Hex, and dodged the attack before it could even graze them. The crowd was panicking and desperately trying to move away from Midoriya's line of attack. Flux stopped at the arena floor, hoping to move the incoming attacks away from the audience. "Da crap!" Flux exclaimed as he was hit by a strong air force blast from Midoriya. "Don't let him use the triggers," Midoriya urged silently. "I am not your puppet." Midoriya sent another series of air blasts at the two villains. "I will not let you use me to hurt my friends ever again." Todoroki's consciousness was wavering, but through the muffled screams, he could discern that something was not right. He managed to barely open his eyes to see Midoriya attacking their kidnappers. This meant that Midoriya was himself again and no longer under Hex's control. Although even through the blurriness, he knew Midoriya was not acting rationally, he was fighting on pure fear and hatred. "And Midoriya," Todoroki whispered, "Stop, why you're going to cough hurt why yourself." He knew Midoriya wasn't going to hear his plea. He could barely move. His body was drained from exhaustion. Yet, he tried to remain conscious to see if somehow he could bring some reasoning back to his friend. "Hex, he won't let us use the triggers," Flux explained urgently, "and every time I try to catch him with my speed quirk, he manages to escape. He's somehow faster than before." "I know. Guards, subdue him," Hex yelled out as she dodged another air blast from Midoriya. The call for enforcement sent a jolt of panic to Midoriya, but he tried to not let his fear take a hold of him. His priority was teaching these villains a lesson and getting his injured friends out of this hellish place. He made sure to keep himself vigilant. 1, for any mention of his triggers, and 2, for any incoming guards coming his way. He also had to make sure that Bakugou and Todoroki were still breathing. He wasn't sure to what extent he injured them, but he knew their injuries were extensive. Bakugou was losing quite a lot of blood and Todoroki had an obvious head wound after noticing the blood leaking from his head. Oh no! The mention of the first 2 letters of his hero name immediately snapped him out of his thoughts. He sprang into action and sent a black whip towards Hex's direction. "I said I will not let you use me as a puppet," Midoriya called out angrily. Flux was able to get Hex out of the line of trajectory thanks to his speed quirk. Before Midoriya could send another attack, he heard the click of a gun nearby. He didn't have time to react, he felt something graze past his arm. What the heck? The near hit forced Midoriya to use his float quirk to seek out the hidden sniper. Although his attention was wavered, he couldn't focus on the sniper when he had to be attentive to so many other scenarios. Hex noticed this. Even if they couldn't use the triggers to stop Midoriya, they could at least distract him so the guard could get the job done. So, she took advantage of the confusion and Midoriya's struggle to keep up with everything that is going on and redirected his attention. Hey, Mido, Hex announced. Midoriya's flight and fight were on high alert. He quickly darted his attention toward the sound and sent another one of his attacks toward the villains below him. Unfortunately, that was a big mistake. He let his guard down, which allowed the sniper to get a clear target on the young hero. The sniper shot. Midoriya felt something prick his left shoulder. What? In a panic, he deactivated float and landed back on the ground. He then swiftly removed the object pricked to his arm. He took a glance at the needled bullet and noticed its feathery outline. Midoriya's heart sunk upon noticing the familiar sight. A tranquilizer. Midoriya gasped in terror. The effects were instantaneous. The world around him began to sway and his vision began to blur. He could feel his head begin to fill with cotton. He tried to stay upright, but his legs began to feel like jello. Eventually, he could no longer keep himself upright and he slumped onto the ground below him. Wow, you sure gave us quite a scare there. Flux explained as he walked towards the teenager who was struggling to remain awake. Midoriya tried to use his arms to keep his upper body upright. He had to remain awake, for Todoroki and Bakugou's sake. He still had to make sure those two were okay. But keeping that promise was harder said than done. To his disappointment, he was losing the battle against the drag's effects. It was only a matter of time until the drag won. I told you he's a handful, Flux. Hex added, how about you stop struggling and let the drags do their job? Upon hearing the trigger, he could feel one for all being locked away. Midoriya's strength was rapidly being drained. Won't give not win. Hex smiled. She kneeled down at Midoriya's level and locked eyes with his glazed eyes. Sure, I would like to see you try. Can't you see, Midoriya? You will never escape from us. We will accomplish our business with you, and you can't do anything about it. No, W. Midoriya's words slurred as the pull to unconscious got stronger. Good night, Midoriya. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your friends here. Remember, you're the one responsible for the condition they are in, so, good job. Hex concluded with a chuckle. Midoriya's eyes closed as his fight came to an end and he welcomed the warm embrace of unconsciousness. At the police station, the beginning of the fight. There they are, Tsukachi said as his eyes surveyed the screen. It was unfortunate that he had to see the three students walk into the arena for such a horrific event, yet he was relieved to see that they were doing okay. Well, at least physically. Izuku, my baby. Inko Midoriya yelled in desperation as the multicam captured a close-up of the three. It was clear that the young heroes were scared and overwhelmed by what was happening around them. To Inko, Mitsuki, and Endeavor, it was a terrible sight to see. Seeing their sons in obvious despair, all they wanted to do was jump into the TV and drag them out of that situation. Yet all they could do was watch. The event commenced. Their only wish was that the three students were able to come out of the situation unscathed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the much-anticipated Quirk demonstration event featuring our latest products. The female announcer spoke. I'm guessing that is Hex. Aizawa commented, his eyes glued to the screen, disgusted by the mention of products as a means to describe his students. That's my suspicion, Tsukachi responded. He then turned his attention to the engineers working tirelessly to track the broadcast. How's the tracking going? We are working on it. The villains installed a very sophisticated anti-tracking software, but we are hoping to bypass it. One of the engineers responded. Okay, the sooner the better. Once introductions of the three students were completed, the first task was introduced. Your task is to hit the dummies around you with everything that you got, but I know you three are quite stubborn. You're not going to do this willingly even if I threaten you. So, I'll help you with that stubbornness. We do want to give the crowd what they want, don't we? Wait, help them with their stubbornness, what does she mean by that? Endeavor asked. His question was soon answered. Their fears came true as soon as Hex spoke her next few words. Deku, Shoto, dynamite. The camera was switched to a full camera view, so it was difficult to see what happened once the words were uttered. However, as soon as the camera switched to multicam, they got a clear view of what happened to the three students. Oh no, gasped All Might as he witnessed the expressionless faces of Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki. It was obvious that they'd been hit by Hex's hypnotism quirk. With fear in their eyes, the group watched intently as Hex ordered each student to demonstrate their quirk's potential. Bakugou and Todoroki were forcefully instructed to display their usual special moves, skills they've been working on during their time at UA. Sadly, the display was meant to showcase their powers as a means to hurt others, which the group detested. Even so, to the group's relief, no injuries occurred as a result of the demonstration. Then it was Midoriya's turn. All Might's heart began to beat rapidly. It happened so quickly, Midoriya's signature green-colored lightning infused his body. He then leaped into the air. To the group's surprise and All Might's horror, he remained in the air, essentially floating. That's new. Aizawa commented as he noticed the new power. Is that part of his quirk? I don't know. Endeavor replied. All Might didn't reply. He didn't want suspicions to rise about his and Midoriya's relationship. To the former number one hero, it was obvious that the villains knew about One for All. After all, the float was the quirk Midoriya was training for. He was hoping for the ability to manifest in the right conditions, not in a fight like this. Once the three are rescued, he will have to find a way to deal with any suspicions that may arise from the new quirk reveal. For now, he had to focus on getting them back safely. Inko continued to look at the screen intently as he saw his son fight against his will. She would have cheered in amazement upon witnessing his son's extraordinary powers if it weren't being used as a means to display its usefulness to harm others or invoke fear in civilians. Inko began to cry upon seeing what the villains were doing to him. Equally, Mitsuki was also distraught when she observed her son use his powers as an asset to harm others. Wonderful job. You can stop Deku. You all did amazing. Shall we proceed with the main event, Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou? I'm sure it will be exhilarating. The camera panned again, revealing the students' faces. The group viewing the live stream noticed the rapid change in their demeanor. They were back to their normal selves. Tsukachi jotted down his observations. Looks like their family names are counter-triggers meant to break the effects of Hex's quirk. He muttered, I hope you enjoyed that little exhibition. It is time to begin the presentation you all have been waiting for. In the count of 3, we will begin the spectacle. As soon as Hex finished her sentence, panic arose between the three young heroes. The group could hear everything the students were saying. Granted, the voices were quite muffled due to the chattering and cheering coming from the crowd. Everyone in the group was terrified. What was the next event? What else awaited the three? Afterward, Hex spoke, and what came next put the heroes, the parents, and the engineers in a state of shock. Oh, and make sure you defeat these worthless heroes, Deku. The trigger is back, but only for young Midoriya this time. All Might disclosed, but something isn't right. All Might was correct, something was not right. Midoriya's aura took a complete turn for the worse. The usual kind-hearted, caring and gentle teenager was now looking at his two classmates with pure anger and fury. I would run if I were you. Wait, is he? Principal Nizu was unable to finish his sentence as Midoriya sent an unexpected attack toward his classmates. The entire group jumped and gasped in horror. Izuku, what are you doing? Stop that right now. Inko begged, forgetting that his son could not hear him from where she sat. What's happening? Mitsuki asked fearfully. I don't think Midoriya is doing this willfully. It looks like Hex put him back under her quirk, but it seems like she triggered this state through some kind of suggestion. Tsukachi speculated as he continued to write his observations. Suddenly, Aizawa angrily slammed his fists onto the table and glanced at the three engineers. Have we tracked the broadcast? We're almost there. We're trying to track it as fast as we can. One of the engineers urgently replied, fear evident in his voice. Well, hurry up. Knowing Midoriya's range of skills, I fear for Bakugou and Todoroki's safety. Midoriya. Snap out of it. This isn't you. Knock him out. They could hear Bakugou and Todoroki's pleas. Unfortunately, their words were ineffective. Midoriya continued to fight relentlessly without remorse. The group continued to view in horror, unable to do anything about it. I'm going to kill you damn villains. These words from Midoriya sent a stab into the heroes' and Midoriya's mother's hearts. It looks like Midoriya was made to see the two as villains. Through her suggestions, that villain was able to mess up Midoriya's perspective of villains and heroes, causing him to attack his classmates. Aizawa explained bitterly. Izuku, please snap out of it. Can't you see you're going to hurt your friends? Inko pleaded. A grand fight erupted between the three. Midoriya was sending attack after attack, each time getting angrier for every miss he was landing. Both Bakugou and Todoroki were doing everything they could to stop their rampaging classmate, but they were constantly being ambushed anytime the two tried to devise a plan. All of a sudden, they heard a scream from Bakugou. The camera did not pan over to him, so it was unclear what happened. But, based on Todoroki's reaction, they knew something bad occurred to the explosion quirk user. Then, the camera panned over to Bakugou, showing one of Midoriya's knives lodged into his leg. He immediately pulled it out, which sent a yelp of surprise from the group. Oh no! Katsuki! Mitsuki yelled upon noticing the injury. The horrific fight continued. Despite Bakugou's injury, he continued to stand his ground, but his ability was greatly hampered. Afterward, Midoriya sent another attack toward Bakugou, this time taking him out of commission. Hey Midoriya! Over here! How about you catch me? I am a villain after all. The group could hear Todoroki yell as his classmate continued to close in on Bakugou despite his injured state. Thankfully, after Todoroki's remarks, his attention was diverted toward him. All Might got chills upon noticing how his predecessor looked at Todoroki. There was nothing but anger and rage in those eyes. Todoroki sent an attack hoping to incapacitate his classmate. Come on, Shoto! Endeavor urged as he noticed the wall of flames he created around Midoriya. Unfortunately, the attack was not enough. Midoriya managed to grab Todoroki with his black whip and fling him onto the ground below. An audible crack could be heard as a pain-filled shriek escaped from Todoroki. Shoto! Endeavor yelled in horror. Midoriya was not done. He then grabbed both of his classmates by the legs and flung them across the room. No! Aizawa yelled, standing up in disbelief upon seeing what his student just did. Later, he grabbed the two by the necks and began to suffocate them, one last attempt to end the two. Midoriya continued to show zero remorse and proceeded to SCK the life out of his classmates. No! Young Midoriya! Stop! You're killing them! All Might yelled. The entire room was now on their feet, fearing for the worse. Is there something we can do? Endeavor urgently asked Tsukachi. No. I'm sorry, there is nothing we can do. Tsukachi replied worriedly. He's killing them. We need to do something. Endeavor pleaded. Then Heck spoke. Okay, that's enough Midoriya, you showed us everything we wanted to see. To the group's relief, they noticed that Midoriya's black whips dissipated, causing the two injured students to fall to the ground. What happened? Inko asked, tears still flowing from her eyes. I think Hex broke her hold on Midoriya, Tsukachi replied. Great job Midoriya, well that's. Thank God, All Might added relieved. Yet he noticed the obvious distress on his protege's face. He was made to do some unthinkable actions, and to Midoriya, it did not land lightly on him. Ha! You will pay for this. I mean this mess is your. Shut the hell up. You are going to pay for this. Suddenly, a fight erupted as Midoriya began to attack his kidnappers. Although, to the group's disappointment, the stream ended. Wait. Happened? Tsukachi! Aizawa exclaimed angrily as he looked at Tsukachi. I think the stream ended. Tsukachi simply added. Damn it. Tell me we at least managed to track the broadcast. Aizawa asked in desperation. The group glanced at the engineers who were still working tirelessly to track the recently ended broadcast. Anything? Tsukachi asked. The silence was deafening. The group was eager to know if the team of professionals were able to track the broadcast, anything that could help get the students out of that terrible situation. Then one of the engineers spoke, a glee in his eyes as a map appeared on his screen, a location pinpointed with a circle. We got it? The engineer said in disbelief. The group's eyes widened. We got a location. Wait, we have one. We actually have the location? We know where the villains are holding young Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou? All Might exclaimed in disbelief. Tsukachi, the heroes, and the two parents could not believe what they just heard. Just a minute ago, the live stream ended abruptly, leaving them with more questions than answers on the three students' well-being. Also, they feared that the sudden connection loss might have hindered the engineers' ability to properly track the broadcast. Thankfully, the engineers were able to pinpoint a location right before the stream ended. Yes, we have a location. Let me pull it up on the monitor. One of the engineers spoke as he broadcasted his computer screen onto the projector screen where just recently, they were watching an emotionally jarring fight. An aerial view of Japan was showcased with a red blinking circular light indicating a location outside of the mainland. An island? Damn, they are further away than I thought. Tsukachi commented, "Can you close in on the location?" The engineer did as he was told and zoomed into the small island until they could get a clear view of the facility. A map of a medium-sized industrial complex popped up. 5 different buildings could easily be identified. Each building was fairly spread out and ranged in sizes. 3 buildings had the most complicated exterior designs. The buildings were constructed to resemble 3 large prisons, with extensive fencing, complex layouts, and a variety of rooms connected to each other. The other 2 facilities seemed to be warehouses or some form of arena based on their simplistic rectangular shape. What an extensive base of operations! Endeavor chimed in. Yes, they are a very large quirk trafficking organization with multiple bases. We've been tracking this group for years. We've succeeded in shutting down their smaller bases throughout Japan, but we've never been successful in locating their main base. We feared there was a quirk at play that may be hiding their location. But this is such a rare occurrence where we were able to track the location of their main base through a broadcast. We'll need to find out who sent that link in the first place. Tsukachi explained as he stood up and walked over to stand next to the screen. Anyway, from what I can see, the island is far away from mainland Japan. I'm not sure if the land is part of Japan, owned by another country, or if the organization owns the land. I will need to talk to the higher-ups to confirm this before we raid their facilities. If it is owned by the trafficking group or if it's Japanese-owned land, then we will be able to continue with the operations. However, if it is governed by another country, it may delay the rescue, which is something we can't afford. The heroes listened intently to what Tsukachi had to say, each deep in thought as they pondered on the difficulties of the rescue operation. Inko and Mitsuki continued to listen to what was being discussed between the professionals. Even though they were quite distraught from the horrors they just witnessed, they still wanted to be aware of the efforts being made to get their sons back. Seeing how big the complex is, I'm guessing the rescue will require a team-up mission, Endeavor asked, eyes fixed on the aerial map of the villain's headquarters. Yes, we will need a large team, that way we can split into multiple teams and search each building. By doing that, we can cover more ground and quickly find the students. Tsukachi responded as he observed the map in front of him. Any ideas on how we are going to get there? The island is quite far. Also, do you know who will be the heroes that will be deployed for this mission? Aizawa interjected as he rubbed his dry and tired eyes. Well, we will need to fly to the location. Thankfully, we do have jets ready for these kinds of missions. As for heroes, I have quite a few in mind. Ever since the students were kidnapped, I've been compiling a list of the best heroes for the rescue operation. But we are short on heroes. Many of them are unavailable due to an abnormally large number of crimes occurring throughout the country. Because of the shortage, I ask if you would allow us to recruit a few UA Hero Corps students to participate in this raid. Tsukachi asked. The mention of recruiting hero students to assist in the raid raised some eyebrows. I'm not sure if allowing students to be a part of this mission is a good idea. How exactly will they be involved? Aizawa asked, unsure if allowing a bunch of teenagers into a quirk trafficking raid was the right choice. They will primarily act as support in the search effort. We can allow them to assist in any fighting that may occur. However, they will be closely supervised by the pros. But if anything dangerous arises, we will order them to leave and let the pro heroes take care of the situation. Tsukachi explained. Well, almost all the hero students in each grade level have their provisional licenses, so they are allowed to do hero work in an event of an emergency, and, well, this is an emergency. I will allow the police to recruit our hero students to assist in this raid if you follow the proposition you proposed. My priority is still the safety of the students, so please make sure they stay safe. Principal Nizu explained as his small furry head surveyed the group. Although there was some reluctance from the heroes, Aizawa specifically, they eventually agreed to the principal's remarks. If the police can promise to keep the students safe, then they can agree to allow them to fight alongside the pro heroes. Thank you, Principal, we will ensure their safety. Tsukachi paused as he thought about his next riskier request. One more thing, I wanted to ask your permission to allow Shinso to participate in the raid's efforts. The hero's eyes widen upon hearing the request. Before Aizawa could reply, Principal Nizu interrupted, how would Shinso be useful for the operation? I mean, he is still in the process of transferring into the hero track and still does not possess a provisional hero license, so allowing him to fight, even among the pros, would be considered illegal. Also, I do remember Shinso wanting his family relationship with Hex to remain private. Principal Nizu paused. Wouldn't having him a part of the raid sever that privacy we promised? I know the request is perilous, especially since Shinso does not have a provisional hero license. Still, his presence will prove essential for the success of the mission. His quirk may be the key to defeating Hex and stopping her control, plus he could subdue Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki if they end up under Hex's control. Since Aizawa's erasure is unlikely to erase a suggestion once implemented, I believe that Shinso would be the perfect contender in terms of breaking that control. However, we will not be allowing him to fight unless absolutely necessary, and the heroes will ensure his safety. Aizawa, Principal Nizu, and All Might thought about what Tsukachi said and the usefulness of having Shinso as a member of the raid. They were still unsure about the request, then Aizawa spoke. So, what I'm understanding is that you want Shinso to use his brainwashing quirk to counter any triggers implemented on the three? Aizawa asked, still deep in thought as he contemplated the proposition. Yes, that is the plan. If Shinso can rewrite the triggers and put them under his control, then we can rescue the three safely. With Shinso's help, we could possibly break any lingering suggestions and triggers without Hex's involvement. Tsukachi explained. The idea of allowing an untrained soon-to-be hero student into the operation was absurd. Even so, considering the large scale of the operation, its intricacies, and its time sensitivity, the heroes cautiously agreed to the plan. In all honesty, they weren't just planning on saving 3 UA students, but they were working on preventing any more quirk trafficking victims. They had to take all and any necessary measures needed to stop this organization. Considering the scale of the situation, I will allow Shinso to be a part of the operation if he so wishes. After viewing his performance in the Class 1A versus Class 1B fight, I am confident that Shinso has the skills necessary to successfully assist in the raid. I will work with the Safety Commission to ensure a level of immunity from reprehension is given to him. That way, if any fighting does occur, he would not be scrutinized. Principal Nizu glances at Aizawa. If he is going to be a part of this raid, I want Shinso to be accompanied by Aizawa. He's been the one in charge of his training, and I believe it's reasonable that Aizawa supervises him. I agree. It would be best that he stays close to me. Aizawa replied as both he and Principal Nizu glanced back at Tsukachi. Of course, I will ensure that the two of you are paired in the same team. Tsukachi grabbed his notebook sitting idly on the table and flipped the pages until he landed on the desired page. Last things I want to discuss with you all before we leave are the heroes and students we would like to include. Tsukachi paused as he read through his notes. For the heroes, We would like both Erasure and Endeavor to be part of the raid. Additionally, we would like to have Midnight, Present Mic, Edgeshot, and Ectoplasm to be included as well. This way we have a good variability of fighters. I would have liked to include Hawks, but it's been difficult to get a hold of him lately. As for students, these are who I have in mind based on their quirks usability. In addition to Shinso, I would like to have Achiko Uraraka, Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, Momo Yaoyorozu, Ijirio Kirishima, and Kyoka Jiro as part of the raid. Hold on, you want all the students who will be participating in the raid to be from Class 1A? Aizawa asked, relatively shocked that all the students asked to participate were from his class. Yes, your class, Aizawa, has proven to have some strong and intelligent fighters. I believe that your students will be vital to the success of the operation. Plus, I think it would be best that Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou see some familiar faces. We do not know what kind of physical and emotional state they will be in. So, having the students from Class 1A should help provide some comfort. Sakachi explained. I believe you selected a very strong and promising group of students, Sakachi. Their quirks will come to good use for this mission. One more thing. All Might paused as he stood up from his chair. I'm joining the mission. The heroes and even the students' mothers and the engineers gasped in shock upon hearing All Might's request. I know I'm retired from hero work, but I can't wait as I stand by hoping that the boys are rescued. I'm going to join in this mission if you like it or not. All Might demanded as he looked into Tsukachi's eyes. Tsukachi simply nodded, a faint smile expanding across his face. We'll allow you to join All Might. After all, we'll need your support on all the behind-the-scenes and logistics preparations. Thank you, Tsukachi. I'm eager to get young Midoriya, Bakugou, and Todoroki back to UA. All Might added, me too, we'll ensure this mission is a success. But I need to make some preparations on my side and get in contact with Edgeshot. Principal Nizu and Aizawa, would you mind getting in contact with the other heroes and the students? I would like to hold another meeting at UA tomorrow morning to discuss the details of the raid with the whole team. Sakachi asked as he eyed the principal. Of course, I'll make sure to get in contact with Mike and Midnight tonight, and I'll also get a hold of Shinso. Principal Nizu responded. And I'll meet with the students you requested. I'll also brief Class 1A about the rescue plan. They'll get suspicious if I don't. Plus, it's best that they know considering they are Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou's classmates. Aizawa described. Thanks you too. I truly appreciate your cooperation. Well, we should get going. I will be at UA around 10 a.m. tomorrow so we can coordinate the raid. Please have everyone present. Sakachi reminded, then he looked at the two mothers. Thank you for attending. I know this wasn't easy to see. We promise to get your sons back, no matter what it takes. Inko gazed at Tsukachi, eyes still watery. Thank you, Tsukachi. I hate seeing my Izuku in such a terrible situation. Please get them back and make sure those villains are stopped. Inko urged. Same here, I appreciate everything that you are doing. I know Katsuki is tough and will not break as easily, but even he has limits. I can't wait to hug that little rascal. Mitsuki commented as she put a comforting hand on Inko's shoulder. Mrs. Midoriya, Mrs. Bakugou. The heroes and UA will get your boys and Shoto back. We'll also make sure we stop these villains from ever harming another civilian again. Endeavor intercepted. Aizawa nodded in agreement. Agreed, we'll do what it takes. Well, I better get going. I want to talk to the students before they go to bed. Aizawa said as he stood up and glanced at his phone. Of course, thanks everyone for being here. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Let's hope we can execute this raid as soon as possible. Tsukachi concluded. He then proceeded to pack up all his notes and documents that were spread out on the table. The engineers turned off the monitor and began to disassemble the tracking equipment. The heroes offered a few goodbyes and left the conference room. The two mothers left the room, both comforting each other. They were all hoping that the preparations for the raid went smoothly. The last thing they needed was additional setbacks. Time was not on their side. If they failed, Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugou may never be seen again. They had to win, it was imperative that they did, and they'll make sure of it. The villains will lose, no matter what it took. At the arena, Hex gazed at the unconscious green-haired teenager laying in front of her. She stood up and patted off the dirt from her dark purple dress. She noticed that her dark leggings were ripped, and her dress was fairly tattered, which slightly angered the young villain. "And I just bought this outfit," Hex thought, partially angered at Midoriya for causing this inconvenience. Once up, she surveyed the crowd around her. She noticed that the spectators were still in shock after witnessing the unexpected rampage from the young hero. Hex knew she had to calm their nerves if they wanted a good price on the young hero's heads. "I apologize for the sudden disturbance. I hope you still enjoyed the show. Don't worry, we will make sure the three are in tip-top shape for the bidding event. We thank you for your participation and look forward to seeing you again," Hex announced. Despite the traumatic set of events that the audience witnessed, they still cheered and thanked both Hex and Flux for the marvelous spectacle. Some were even amused by the risk factor that the event provided. As the arena began to empty out, Hex pointed at a few guards standing on standby. "You two, take Bakugou and Todoroki to the infirmary. Make sure you inject Bakugou and Todoroki with the quirk suppressors and the sedative. I'll need to re-implement my triggers on the two, but I have some business to attend to, so I can't be there once they wake up. I could re-implement the triggers through the walkie-talkie, but the frequencies tend to hinder my quirk's effectiveness. So, I rather take some precautions until I'm able to implement the quirk suppression triggers in person." "Understood, ma'am." Two guards grabbed the two injured students without any regard for their injuries. The semi-conscious Todoroki groaned in pain as he was flung over the guard's shoulder. One of the guards noticed Todoroki's half-conscious state. "Hex, looks like one of the boys is awake." Hex walked over to Todoroki and noticed his half-lidded eyes. "You're right, since you're awake, I guess I can add my suggestions to you, Shoto." It was hard to see, but Hex noticed that Todoroki's eyes glazed over as he was put under Hex's control. "It is likely that my previous suggestion got overridden, so, while you are in this facility, you will not be able to use your quirk unless Flux or I say so. Also, any thoughts of escaping will be erased from your mind." "Understood." Todoroki could barely keep his eyes open. Despite the longing for sleep and the unimaginable pain he was in, he agreed to the suggestions, unable to resist. "Good, Todoroki. You can rest now." Upon hearing his name, he was woken up from his trance. Todoroki's fight for consciousness was ending, plus the pain he was in was unbearable. He longed for sleep despite his reluctance. He soon got his wish. He was pulled back into the peaceful world of unconsciousness, away from the pain. Hex witnessed Todoroki's body go limp as he passed out. She smiled. "No need to add the quirk suppressors into him, just make sure you add them into Bakugou. He is still unconscious, so I can't use my quirk on him." "Understood." Then, Todoroki and Bakugou were dragged out of the arena, leaving Midoriya alone with the villains. As for Midoriya, take him back to his cell. His injuries don't look bad, but I'll make sure a healer sees him before he wakes up. Also, before Hex could finish her sentence, a medium-statured woman who appeared to be in her 30s and dressed in business casual wear approached the two villains. Flux immediately recognized her. "Suzuki. How are you? It's so nice meeting you." Flux was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the highest bidding buyer for Midoriya. She was not expecting to see her in person this soon. "Hi, Flux, good seeing you again. So this is the multi-quirk user you managed to capture. Quite a show he put on," Suzuki commented as she examined the unconscious boy. "Yes. I hope you enjoyed seeing his capabilities. I'm hoping his skills will be a great addition to your plans," Flux explained with a gratified grin on his face. Hex, on the other hand, did not appreciate having a random buyer approaching them. They were in the middle of cleaning up the arena and she'd rather not have any other interruptions. Plus, they had to get Midoriya back to his cell before he woke up. Couldn't the business proposition wait until the bidding event? "I'm sorry, but we are kind of in a hurry," Hex stated, annoyance present in her tone. "Oh, apologies, I promise you that I'll be gone in no time," Suzuki replied. She then examined Hex and suddenly noticed who she was talking to. "Oh, it seems that we haven't met. I'm Yuki Suzuki and you must be Hex. Flux told me everything about you. You have quite an outstanding quirk, It's amazing how you are able to make someone so malleable just like that. Suzuki praised as she snapped her fingers. Thanks, I'm sorry, but what is your business with us and with Midoriya? The bidding event is tomorrow, can't this wait until then? Hex was confused as to how this random woman knew Flux so well. It was also strange that she knew about Midoriya being a multi-quirk user, seemingly before the event started. Oh, my apologies again, I'm guessing Flux hasn't told you about who I am and my business propositions. Suzuki glanced over at Flux. Why you specified to keep your identity and your business with us a secret, even to my employees? Flux nervously added. Yup, but Hex here is also the owner of this operation, yes? So, I'm perfectly fine with her knowing about my business proposals. I mean, she is the one involved with the programming and priming of the three. Suzuki insisted. You're right. Flux simply added, slightly defeated. Why is Flux acting so jittery around her? It's not like him to act this way. How important is this person? Hex wondered. Anyway, in terms of my business proposal, I'm the one that requested the capture and programming of the multi-quirk user. I've quested this mission to a multitude of trafficking organizations, but you two seem to be the winners. Midoriya here is quite the force to be reckoned with, and after noticing what he is capable of, I know he will be a good fit for our organization's mission. With some needed force, of course. Wait, you're the one who provided the multi-million award for Midoriya? Hex exclaimed in disbelief. That's me. As I've explained to Flux through our conversations, I am the head of a new program the Meta Liberation Army is implementing known as the International Soldier Programming Initiative. The point of the program is to extend the Meta Liberation Army's ideal to regions outside of Japan. The initiative is designed to create an army of trained soldiers from around the globe who are designed to overthrow the governmental control of quirks. That way, globally, citizens will be free to use their quirks without the government telling them what they can and cannot do. The programming program is designed to mold these soldiers into following our ideals and then have them sent off to these missions. We've been scouting the globe for the perfect candidates, and Midoriya would be an excellent addition to the program. I know that he would help overthrow the governmental control of quirks in an instant. Suzuki explained as she eyed Midoriya. Excitement flooded her eyes as she thought about the usefulness of his quirks and abilities. I've heard about the Meta Liberation Army. You've been growing in numbers. I truly value your ideals. I do agree that this superpower society is too controlling of our powers. Outside of this business, I would be arrested for using my quirk. But if the liberation's goals do unfold, I can roam the streets with free use of my quirk, and we won't have to take such dire precautions to keep our business running. Hex contemplated. Your view aligns with what the Liberation Army is working towards. We hope to one day overthrow these overly controlling governments and set up a new system that provides free use of quirks. Suzuki replied. Well, we are excited to work with you. As the programmer, I'll make sure Midoriya is in the right mental state to help you with your goals. Thank you, Hex. But please, make sure that the boy can still think for himself. I am aware of how far you can go with your subjects. I want him to be able to make his own decisions, but make sure he is pliable, that way he can go through the first phase of his training with limited resistance. Suzuki demanded. Don't worry, I'll ensure the boy gets the right amount of control added to him, Hex replied with a grin on her face. I'm also hoping to purchase the other two heroes. They showed themselves to be quite useful. I hope to be the highest bidder for those two, and I'm confident nobody will surpass my offer for Midoriya. Suzuki explained with a nefarious grin. Of course, both Bakugou and Todoroki are quite valuable products. We look forward to having you at the bidding event. Based on our conversations, you made some hefty offers for the three. I'm confident you'll be the lucky winner. Flux commented. Suzuki chuckled. I'm quite confident as well. These low-level thugs are no match for me and the Meta Liberation Army. Well, I should get going. I've stalled enough, and it's best you get Midoriya locked up before he goes on another rampage. I'll see you tomorrow. And with that, Suzuki left the arena. Despite the delays the conversation brought, Hex was quite pleased with the meetup. She was glad that she finally got to meet the highly affluent buyer. She was also delighted to hear that their products may go to a very important cause. Now, the next step was conducting the bidding event, preparing the boys for purchase, then handing them off to their buyer. You can go ahead and take Midoriya to his cell. Hex pointed to the guard who was waiting patiently to take the teenager away. Yes, ma'am. The guard quickly scooped Midoriya in his hands. The young hero was also flung over his shoulder in a firefighter carry, his limp body dangling loosely. Call me if anything happens, a healer will see him momentarily to make sure any wounds are treated. Before he passed out, I was able to add my stop command. But it only works when he is in the arena, so I will need to re-implement my quirk suppression and anti-escaping suggestion once he wakes up. However, that will have to happen tomorrow morning. Even if he does wake up, he would be too incapacitated for me to add the triggers. His mental state will interfere with the suggestion. I'm not worried though, he'll be too out of it to use his quirk to escape anyway. Hex paused as she surveyed Midoriya. Still, I rather not risk it though, especially with him. I'll tell the healer to keep him on a paralyzing agent through and 4 line. At least until tomorrow. Flux gasped upon hearing the request. Wait, Hex, wouldn't that risk an overdose? Don't worry, Flux, it's a diluted solution, it won't interfere with what's already in his system. Plus, he'll still be able to breathe, talk, and slightly move his muscles, but his motor skills will be greatly affected. I've used it in combination with multiple drags on my other subjects in the past, and they've been fine. This is only until the tranquilizer wears off. Hex reassured. So, with that, I'll stop by his cell tomorrow to add my commands. Hex explained to the guard, you can go now. The guard nodded and left the arena with Midoriya in his arms. Well, let's get this all cleaned up, it's getting late. Flux, could you use your quirk to speed this up? Hex asked Flux. You read my mind. Flux then sped away, and in only mere minutes, Flux was able to tidy up the arena back to its original form, except for the multitude of dents and gravel that was still present throughout the facility. Oh, that's better. Well, we better get going, we have a lot of preparations to do. Hex voiced. Can't wait for another great day tomorrow. Flux expressed with enthusiasm. It will be a great day indeed, Hex replied, a sinister glint in her eyes. The two walked through the double-set doors leading towards the corridors of the facility, leaving the arena behind them. At the infirmary. Miles, we have the 2 heroes from the demonstration event for you to look over. Yamato was sitting at the desk that was stationed in the infirmary. He was finishing up a few pieces of paperwork when he was interrupted by 2 guards who were standing patiently outside the entrance doors. Yamato glanced up from his work to gaze at the 2 intruders. His heart sank when he noticed the 2 students in the guards' arms. Yamato was in disbelief upon noticing the extent of their injuries. He was not expecting them to get as injured as they did during the event. Although, he did leave in the middle of the first demonstration, so he was not sure what the main event contained. Obviously, whatever the students experienced must have been utterly traumatizing. He searched for the green-haired teenager and noticed that he was not with the guards. Where's the green-haired boy? Yamato asked. He made sure his worry for the young hero was absent from his tone. He's being taken back to his cell, his injuries are not extensive. Another healer will check on him to make sure he is okay. The guard holding Bakugou replied. I see, well please put them on the 2 beds here. I'll take it from here. Yamato added as he stood up. The guards did as ordered and put Bakugou and Todoroki on their separate beds. One more thing. The guard who was holding Bakugou grabbed a small container from his utility bag. He opened the container and grabbed a small syringe containing a white substance. He then plunged the needle into Bakugou's neck and emptied its contents. It's a quirk suppressor that contains a mild sedative. It's a precautionary measure for when he wakes up. There's no need to put it in Todoroki. Hex was able to use her quirk on him before he passed out. Yamato wished the guard didn't have the syringe at his disposal. If he were tasked with drugging the 2, then he would have provided them with a diluted version of what they had in store. That way, the young heroes could have had a better chance of escaping. Unfortunately, this unforgiving organization was always one step ahead. Sounds good. Yamato simply added despite the anger bubbling inside him. Make sure you get them all healed up, we'll be back in about an hour to take them back to their cells. The guard ordered as the two left the room, leaving the injured teenagers in Yamato's care. Man, they sure did a number to you too, damn, I truly wish I could have done something. But my quirk is only useful once the damage has been done. Yamato sighed as he began to analyze the teenagers' injuries. Thankfully, the infirmary is one of the only places with zero surveillance, so he could speak freely without being caught. Despite the organization's evil vendetta, at the least, the organization respects medical privacy. How nice of them! Yamato sarcastically whispered as he thought about the strangeness of the villain's heed for medical ethics. Maybe we can finally have a chat, but let's get you all healed up first. I don't have much time. Yamato quickly added as he glanced at the wall-mounted clock. Yamato's quirk is restoration. He can repair any living organisms and non-living objects back to their original state. His quirk even extends to molecular repair where he can essentially fix damaged cells, DNA, and even molecules. Although he can't repair someone who has died or rewind someone to a past state, for example, rewinding the individual back to when they were younger. His quirk is only able to fix wounds, injuries, and breaks by repairing the body cells. He could even reattach severed limbs if he had the limb available. He stood next to Bakugou's bed and hovered his hands over his body. His hands began to glow a bright blue hue as he scanned his body for breaks. Yamato closed his eyes as he concentrated. Let's see. A fractured radius on the left arm, 2 broken ribs, and what looks like a stab wound on the right calf. I also see various scrapes and bruises, but let me fix the big injuries first. I'll close up the bigger cuts as well, but anything else should heal on its own. Yamato said as he opened his eyes. Okay, Bakugou, let's get you healed up. The blue hue from Yamato's hands expanded and enveloped Bakugou's entire body. Bakugou's face remained slack, unaware of what was happening. Like magic, the stab wound in his leg began to close and the fractured bones began to heal. Additionally, the deep cuts in his lower back and arms were also sealed shut. Instantaneously, as soon as the repair was completed, the paleness in Bakugou's face began to reside. There we go, all healed up. I'll need to put you on a blood transfusion. You lost quite a bit of blood from that stab wound. Creepily enough, the villains here were able to get all your blood types and the appropriate types of blood for any transfusions that may be needed. Let me fix Todoroki's injuries. Before I get that for you, he may need a blood transfusion as well. Yamato did the same procedure on Todoroki. He began by scanning him for any injuries. Looks like you have some fractured ribs, a broken tibia, some strained ligaments on the ankle, and what looks like a blunt trauma on the skull. Yeah, that's definitely a concussion. Alright, let's get all those injuries fixed. I'll do my best on the concussion. Brain repairs are risky, so I rather not play around with those types of repairs. Yamato explained as the same blue hue enveloped Todoroki's body. In an instant, his wounds began to heal. Although unconscious, a sigh of relief could be seen on Todoroki's face. Done, now to set you up on those blood transfusions. Yamato walked over to a nearby fridge where bags of blood were located. Each blood was labeled by blood type and by the name of the student it was assigned. First, he made sure to put on a pair of sterile gloves. Next, he grabbed 2 bags labeled for Bakugou and Todoroki and then put them on a nearby tray. Afterward, he grabbed 2 4-lines and 2 4-poles. Once the supplies were acquired, Yamato began to prepare the blood transfusions. Come on, wake up, damn it. Oh, you're waking up. Bakugou, can you hear me? Who is that? Consciousness was coming back in waves for Bakugou. Everything felt muffled, his head felt like it was filled with cotton, his body felt like lead, and it was nearly impossible to open his eyes. Come on, Bakugou, wake up for me. I know those drags are a pain in the butt, but you can do it. That explained why he was feeling the way he was feeling. He was drugged again. Suddenly, in his hazed mind, he remembered what occurred only a few minutes ago. A fight, an arena, and with that, Bakugou sprung up from wakefulness and immediately sat up. His eyes were wide open as he scanned his surroundings in a panic as he searched for his childhood friend. Wow. Bakugou, lay down. I may have been able to repair your wounds, but your body still needs to do most of the work. Yamato urged as he directed a panicked Bakugou back into a laying position. Who the hell are you? Where the heck is Deku and Todoroki? Bakugou asked as he resisted Yamato's plea to lie down. Bakugou, you need to calm down. Todoroki is right here and Midoriya is back in his cell. I'll explain everything, but you need to lay down or you could reopen your wounds. Bakugou glanced over at the bed next to him. A rush of relief passed through him when he saw his classmate laying and sleeping peacefully on his bed. He then looked at the strange individual in front of him. Everything felt odd. He felt like he was floaty, and his mind felt foggy and hazy, but even through the haze, he recognized the man in front of him. Wait, you're the guard from the locker room. What the hell did you do to us? Is Deku okay? Bakugou asked as he began to lie down. Despite his resistance, he was too tired to remain sitting. I just healed your wounds, that's it. My quirk is perfect for healing, so I was tasked with looking over you too. As for Midoriya, he's fine, he was taken back to his cell. He went on a rampage after Hex snapped him out of her control. He was hell-bent on hurting Hex and Flux. Unfortunately, he was shot with a tranquilizer and subdued. Yamato explained somberly. Bakugou was taken aback by the presence of concern in the man's tone. Does this guy actually care for Deku? Bakugou wondered. So, who are you? Even back in the locker rooms, you didn't sound or look like one of Hex and Flux's JRks. Bakugou asked, seriously. Well, Before Yamato could explain himself, the two heard movement coming nearby. Oh, in my head, Todoroki whispered as he squinted his eyes and brought a hand up to his temple. Welcome back, Todoroki. Take it easy, you suffered from a pretty severe concussion. I was able to repair some of the brain damage, so your concussion should be better, but I wasn't able to fix all the damage. So, you need to rest and let your brain recover. Yamato explained. The light was blinding and making his headache worse. Todoroki squinted to try and limit the light coming into his exhausted eyes. Todoroki tried to sit up to get a better vantage point, but to no avail. Oh, here, let me lift your beds. Yamato grabbed two remotes and proceeded to adjust the two beds, that way the two could be in a sitting position without the strain. Hey, Bakugou, and you from the locker room. Todoroki said softly, where are we? Where's Midoriya? You're in the infirmary. You were brought here after the event. You both sustained some serious injuries, but thanks to my restoration quirk I was able to fix them to some extent. Most of the healing will have to be done by your bodies, but at least I was able to accelerate the healing process. Yamato began, as for your friend, he's fine. He was taken back to his cell. He was knocked out after his attack on Hex and Flux. Oh yeah, I remember. Midoriya fought against the villains once Hex's control over Midoriya was broken. I had a feeling it wasn't going to end well. Todoroki explained. Okay, now that Icy Hot is awake, you are going to explain who you are and what your deal is. Bakugou interrupted. Oh yes, of course, I'm Masaru Yamato. The people here call me Miles. It's a stupid cover name I made up for myself when I applied to work here. I've kind of become the unofficial whistleblower of this place. I'm working undercover to bring down this organization from the inside out. Bakugou and Todoroki were dumbfounded. Why? Are you with the Heroes Safety Commission? Why put yourself in danger like this? Aren't you afraid you'll get caught? Todoroki asked in bewilderment. Nope, I'm just a normal guy. I am a university student studying software engineer, but I am currently taking a gap year. The main reason I'm risking my life is to bring justice to my childhood friend, Hanako. 3 years ago, when we were in high school, she was taken by the same organization we are in. She was trafficked for her chemical production quirk, a quirk that allows her to create any kind of chemical substance and reactions. Yamato paused as he remembered the details of the horrible event that occurred years ago. She was coming home late one night after a late study session with her study group, but she never came home. The police searched everywhere for her and yet, they were never able to find her. So, I accepted that she was most likely dead, and I mourned her loss. To my surprise, on my first day of college, I saw her, but she was not the same Hanako I remembered. I approached her. I was in shock seeing her there after being convinced she was dead. I called out for her, but she didn't respond. She just stared at me, her eyes completely devoid of emotion. Then she ran off and conducted a chemical attack on my college using her quirk. Thankfully, I was able to use my quirk to repair the damage in my body. However, her attack took the lives of so many students that day. I ran to her before she ran off. I grabbed her arm and turned her around to face me, but what I saw brought chills throughout my body. Her eyes were lifeless, her expression was devoid of emotion, and her movements were abnormally rigid. It felt like I was talking to a shell. I realized at that moment that the Hanako I knew was no longer there. She was gone. I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. She took my distraction as an opportunity to escape my grip and run off. I didn't chase her. At that moment, I knew I lost my best friend. The person I grew up with was gone, her humanity stripped and turned into a mindless villain. Yamato explained as his eyes started to swell up. Todoroki and Bakugou could not believe what they just heard. Was this their goal? Was the point of this trafficking organization to turn them into mindless weapons? After that day, I made it my life's purpose to track down and stop the organization that did that to Hanako. Thanks to my hacking skills, I was able to find this organization. I wasn't sure if this was the right trafficking group, but after some digging, I found out this was the same organization that took Hanako all those years ago. So, I took a gap year, changed my identity, and applied for a job here. Once I found out that 3 UA students would be the next products to be sold, I began to work. I may not have a combat-like quirk like yours, but I do have my hacking skills. So, even if it was risky, I was able to steal and send a live stream link to the police and the pro heroes. I'm hoping they were able to watch it and track the broadcast. Yamato delineated. Oh my god, I'm sorry to hear about Hanako. That's terrible. Also, I can't believe you're risking yourself like that, for us and for Hanako. Still, isn't what you're doing technically illegal? You're not a licensed hero and fighting villains could get you arrested. Todoroki asked. I'm well aware of the risks. However, if it means stopping this organization and giving my friend justice, I will do what must be done. Even if it is dangerous and morally incorrect. Yamato declared confidently. So, you're smart but was able to send the live stream to the heroes. That means they witnessed what Deku did and the reveal of his float quirk. Upon hearing that the heroes received and most likely watched the live stream, Bakugou knew that the heroes probably saw Midoriya use the float quirk. Now he was worried that the new quirk reveal was going to stir up confusion and curiosity about Midoriya's abilities. Yeah, they should have seen everything. It's likely the broadcast captured everything until Midoriya's rampage. Anyway, I don't have much time. Yamato said as he eyed the wall-mounted clock. He then began to remove the IVs once he noticed the blood bags were empty. The guards will be here soon to take you to your cells. Wish I could talk more, but have faith. I'm sure the heroes are planning your rescue at this very moment. I'll do what I can to ensure your safety and I'll see what else I can do to stop these villains. Thank you, Yamato. I truly appreciate your kindness. After everything we went through, I'm glad to hear that there is an ally working alongside us. Todoroki added in contentment. Of course, Todoroki. I hate seeing such young folks be taken away and made into killing machines. You 3 have such prosperous futures, I will not let this damn business destroy that just for their own personal gain. The 3 could hear footsteps as the guards were approaching the infirmary ready to take the 2 young heroes back to their cells. Well, this was a good chat, take care you too. Yamato concluded as he proceeded to put on his villain mask. Todoroki and Bakugou noticed the change in Yamato's demeanor. Silently, they applauded him for his superb acting skills. The guards opened the door. Miles, we're here to take the 2 back to their cells. Are they good to go? Yes, they are all healed up. You can take them now. Yamato replied, the sympathy that he had before now erased from his tone. However, they are still weak. You can use those wheelchairs over there to take them. Honestly, he just didn't want the guards to manhandle the 2 and worsen their injuries. Okay, sure. The guards grabbed the 2 wheelchairs and walked over to their beds. The guards were about to grab the two students when Yamato intercepted them. "Let me transfer them." One of the guards grew suspicious. "What? Are you suddenly developing a soft spot for these two?" "Of course not, I just spent all this time healing their injuries. I will hate to see all that work go to waste. Plus, the boss will be mad if they were to be re-injured again." Yamato knew he had to be more careful with what he said. He couldn't raise suspicion. "I guess you're right, go ahead." The guard let Yamato transfer the two students. Todoroki and Bakugou remained quiet as they were transferred from their bed to the wheelchair. They respected Yamato's cover-up. They rather not break it for him. "Okay, ready, you can take them." "Wonderful, thanks Miles, I'm sure the boss will be proud of your work." The other guard chipped in as they started to make their way toward the exit. "I'm glad I could be of assistance." Yamato simply replied. He really hated acting like such a vile character. Todoroki took one more glance behind him as he was wheeled out of the room. Yamato gave him a weak smile, essentially letting him know that everything will be all right. With a gesture of reassurance, the door closed behind Todoroki and both he and Bakugou were taken away from the one person they could finally trust and back to the cold and soul-sking cell that was currently their home. "At the cells." "All right, we're here," Todoroki's guard voiced. The two guards wheeling Bakugou and Todoroki led the two teenagers back into their separate cells. Once inside, the two noticed that the barrier's doors were still open, and to their disarray, they could see Midoriya laying in his bed. He was still clothed in his battle gear. At least the goons were nice enough to take his shoes off. What particularly bothered the two students was the 4-line connected to Midoriya's hand. A clear solution was slowly dripping from a plastic bag onto the line, feeding chemicals onto his body. Hex will be back soon. She still needs to add her suggestions to Bakugou. In the meantime, hope you enjoy each other's company. The guard in charge of Bakugou commented with a smirk. Todoroki's guard looked at Midoriya's laying form. "Also, we were recently advised to use physical force if you dare touch the 4 on Midoriya, so hands off." The comment did not sit well with Bakugou. "Damn it. What did you do to Deku?" Bakugou shouted. "Just some precautionary measures. Don't worry, your dear friend will be fine. It's just a mild paralyzing drag to keep him from acting up. This is only until the tranquilizer wears off. Midoriya needs to be in the right mind for Hex's suggestions to work." The guard replied. "So, they have Deku all doped up because of what he can do, huh? Damn it, you idiot, you messed up, didn't you?" Bakugou thought. "You because I can't wait until the day I get to smash that dumb face of yours onto a concrete wall." Bakugou replied with fury in his voice. Honestly, he just wanted these self-centered guards to leave. They were getting on his nerves. The guard laughed. "Whatever you say. Man, thank God your quirk is profitable, cause with that attitude you would have been disposed of by now." Bakugou simply smirked in annoyance. He seriously wanted to beat up these guards. However, the drags had a different agenda. His body still felt weak, and his mind was still quite hazy. All he could do was spat his insults. "See you later, Kiros." The guard added as both his and Todoroki's guard left their cells and locked the door behind them. Todoroki glanced at Midoriya's still form, unable to ignore the dripping coming from the 4. "At least Midoriya looks physically okay. I'm not sure about mentally though." He knew that the outcomes of the event must have left a scar on Midoriya's conscience. It isn't his fault. What he did over there is something he shouldn't be blaming himself for. But this is Deku we are talking about. He is going to blame himself no matter what we say. Bakugou replied as he began to stand up from his wheelchair. Yet, his legs were not cooperating with him. "Damn it, all this drugging and brainwashing is really pissing me off. Bakugou, you shouldn't be walking. You did get a knife to the leg and you're still delirious from the drags they gave you." Todoroki interjected as he also stood up and began walking to Midoriya's room. "PSK, says the one walking around with a concussion. Besides, somebody's got to check on the damn nerd." Bakugou replied painfully as each step brought a stabbing sensation to his leg. Todoroki simply sighed. He was not going to stop his stubborn classmate, so he let him be and entered Midoriya's cell. Bakugou was clinging to the wall and furniture to steady his weak and trembling legs. He reached for a nearby chair and brought it next to Midoriya and sat down. Todoroki decided to remain standing. "Man, All of this just because he is the one-for-all user. Todoroki commented, breaking the looming silence, "Seriously, are all these precautions really necessary?" Todoroki added as he pointed out the 4 lines supplying the drag. It's what All Might warned, about one for all being made public. He really urged Deku to keep the secret of his quirk in tight wraps because this right here is what can happen. Bakugou implied earnestly. Although, if more people at UA knew about one for all, then the school would have offered Midoriya greater protection. Todoroki replied, his concern for Midoriya's safety present. I mean, don't get me wrong, I completely understand why the nature of his quirk was never revealed, but I feel like the school could have better ensured his safety if our teachers knew. Bakugou thought about what Todoroki said. I rather it remains a secret among the students and teachers. Although suspicions have been growing, so I know one day the secret will need to come out. Let's just hope Deku doesn't do anything drastic once that day comes. Bakugou took a glimpse at Midoriya. His face was still devoid of awareness. Todoroki truly hated seeing his friend in this condition, someone who has helped him on countless occasions. Midoriya is the friend I never asked for. He helped me accept the fire side of my quirk and has always been there to lend me a hand. Well, now it's my turn to lend a hand. I'll fight alongside Midoriya and help him when he can't save himself. It doesn't matter if he is the one-for-all user. Todoroki pronounced. Before Bakugou could reply, they could hear groaning coming from Midoriya's direction. Their friend was starting to wake up. Midoriya? Todoroki asked as he noticed Midoriya's fluttering eyes. Midoriya felt like lead, and he felt disconnected from his body. He knew Todoroki was around, but his senses were not agreeing with him. Yeah, it's me, Bakugou is here as well. Midoriya's eyes fluttered open. His pupils were blown out. It was obvious that Midoriya was highly drugged. He slowly turned his head to look at Bakugou, his glazed eyes trying to scan his childhood friend. Hey, you damn nerd, Midoriya simply stared. Man, you're definitely drugged out of your mind. Midoriya felt like he was floating, but at the same time, his body felt like it weighed a ton. He didn't even know if his body was connected to his head. He could barely feel anything. However, he could slightly feel something on his hand. He turned his head to see what it was. He noticed that an 4 was placed on the top of his hand. He wanted to move and rip whatever was making him feel so strange. But he couldn't, his body would not cooperate. Todoroki and Bakugou continued to talk to him, but he kept staring out into space. It was hard to focus on the two. Hey, don't pass out on us. Bakugou urged as he saw Midoriya starting to nod off. Tea-tied, weird, Midoriya slurred. I can imagine. They are pumping you with a cocktail of drags. Still, try to stay awake, we'll let you rest here in a minute, we just want to make sure you're doing okay. Todoroki explained. He wanted to rip that 4 lines so badly, but he knew that would be a bad idea. Midoriya remained silent. Eventually he spoke. Sorry for what I did. He uttered, even through his hazing mind, he remembered what he did back in the arena. What? Midoriya, why the hell are you apologizing? You did nothing wrong. Todoroki replied he was not going to accept an apology for something Midoriya didn't do. The fight that I hurt you too. I'm sorry that it's my fault. Midoriya continued, his voice barely audible. Stop with this self-blaming crap. Look, Deku, what happened over there was not your fault. You were made to do what you did. Bakugou interjected, slightly annoyed by Midoriya's remarks. Control IW is stronger. Midoriya quietly slurred as he used his energy to make his words as coherent as possible. Midoriya, we've all tried to fight the control and it's nearly impossible to break Hex's hold. I know you were able to break through Shinso's brainwashing before, but she is not Shinso. It's obvious her quirk is at a higher level than his, almost to a point that nothing can break the control. Todoroki voiced the tone of defeat present in his voice. So, stop blaming yourself because you did nothing wrong. As we said earlier, nobody will blame you for what you did. I'll make sure of it. Even through Midoriya's foggy mind, he was touched by Todoroki's support. In the past, he never had friends that cared, so it was odd to have the kindness emanating from Todoroki. Suddenly, Todoroki got close to Midoriya and whispered something in his ear. That guard from the locker room, his name is Yamato. He is on our side. Todoroki whispered. Midoriya's eyes widened. So, the message on his gloves was not a prank. There is actually an ally in this forsaken place trying to save them. We'll get out of this, Todoroki concluded as he stepped back. He knew their cells were being surveilled, so it was best he let Midoriya know about Yamato in the most conspicuous way possible. Midoriya was starting to feel very tired. He could feel the pull of sleep urging him on. Thanks, guys. Todoroki saw that Midoriya was fighting to stay awake. Go ahead and rest, Midoriya. It's alright, we'll be here once you wake up. Also, it is getting late anyway, so we should go to bed as well. Todoroki replied as he glanced at the wall clock. The clock read 11 p.m. Thankfully, both Bakugou and Todoroki were able to change into more comfortable clothing at the infirmary. However, Midoriya was still in his uncomfortable battle gear. He will have to remain in that dreaded outfit for the entire night, a constant reminder of the details of the horrible event. Nonetheless, to Midoriya, it didn't matter. He was not coherent enough to care, and his body felt too distant for him to even worry about something so benign. In an instant, Midoriya's eyes closed. He fell back into a drugged sleep. Deku's knocked out again. Bakugou pointed out as he saw his childhood friend's face go slack. Yeah, it's best he sleeps. We can talk more tomorrow when Midoriya is not so out of it. Todoroki replied. Well, let's get some rest. Another day awaits us. Yeah, another day, Bakugou replied, grimly. Both Bakugou and Todoroki walked over to their cells and settled into their beds. They were still recovering from their injuries, and the events from today left them incredibly tired. Yet, before they could go to sleep, Hex paid them a quick visit. She promptly added her suggestions to Bakugou, despite his resistance. Upon noticing Midoriya's sleeping form, she explained that she will be back tomorrow morning to add the same suggestions to Midoriya. Then, just as quickly as she arrived, she left the imprisonment without a minute to spare. We'll survive this. I can't wait to defeat Hex and Flux and throw down this organization. Todoroki said as his head hit the pillow. Yeah, same here, Bakugou replied with a chuckle. Well, good night, Bakugou. Good night, Icy Hot. The two were then lulled into dreamland. Boss. A guard slammed the door that led into Hex's office, startling the young woman who was rapidly typing on her computer. What the hell, Mark? What did I say about knocking? Hex exclaimed angrily as she stood up from her desk. But this is serious, ma'am. We been compromised. Hex's eyes widened. What do you mean? We have a traitor among us. The guard yelled in fear. Somebody leaked our operations. What? Who is it? Hex asked furiously. It's one of the healers, ma'am. The one who helped prepare the boys for the Quirk event. It's Miles. Miles is the traitor,